Are you looking for the courage to face your giants? A life-altering virus, infidelity, and trapped in a prison of fear. These were only a few of my giants. What are yours?
VN shares all of this with one purpose in mind, of charting a path to hope.
It is my prayer that you see those giants in your life fall, and that you too can move forward in total freedom with a courage that is contagious. Are you ready? Welcome to Contagious Courage. Do you desire more for your life, but you're being held back by fears and insecurities? Whether you're a leader who's been strong in your faith for years, or you have never even considered God as an option, or somewhere in between, this book is dedicated to you. You who are facing impossible challenges, maybe even struggling to find hope. I wrote this book with you in mind. It doesn't matter who you are, what position you hold, what race or religion you are, or what physical abilities you have. You are not exempt from the tragedies of loss and the negative side effects that threaten your freedom. Come as you are. Let's take off your mask, open your heart, and start moving forward in freedom. Contagious Courage is dedicated to you. May you know you are worthy, believe you are enough, and feel you are loved. Let me read the introduction. How many of you have ever set out to do something, yet were consumed by fear and felt totally unqualified? Most people who are known for being courageous have one thing in common. They don't describe themselves as being courageous. They talk about being afraid and scared. Well, that is this girl. I understand those words more than you know. Did I really think I could write a book called Going Farther and expect that I could just sit back? I reach one destination with God only to see He wants to take me even farther. Going farther or receiving more sounds very exciting, doesn't it? Well, it is. I have seen God do tremendous things in my life, and I'm experiencing more blessings than I've ever hoped or dreamed of. But if I'm honest, I'll tell you that I have said to God more than once, "Can't you see how hard I'm working? I don't have any more to give. I'm done. Can't you do the rest?" Have you ever watched that show, The Biggest Loser? You see people getting pushed to their breaking point, yelling at their trainers and wanting to quit because they thought they would physically break under the intense pressure. Yet the final show would always reveal the incredible results. And the biggest loser would be singing a different tune as you see them often in tears, thanking their trainer for pushing them. Just like that biggest loser who saw their desired weight loss, I also had a change in perspective when I saw the growth in my own spiritual life. Once I got over my frustration and accepted the discomfort of the growing process, I was able to be more excited and thank God for giving me the courage to push through and grow stronger. This process really revealed the frailty of my own strength and allowed me to access more of His. At times, it was terrifying to trust in His process and training. Change is hard work, whether it's physical, mental, spiritual, and it requires all your courage. It forces you to ditch your I can't mentalities and lean into discomfort. Scary, yes, but you can do it, and it's so worth it. Many of you already know my story, but allow me to introduce myself to those who may not know me yet. My name is vahenking, and on May 30th, 1999, I contracted a virus called transverse myelitis that left me partially paralyzed and confined to the use of a wheelchair. This happened all 1 week after I received an engagement ring from the love of my life. It's the love story about my knight in shining armor, as I refer to him, and how he chose to stay with this girl who was told she may never walk again. Walking down the aisle on May 13th, 2000, with my parents on my wedding day, was not only fulfilling my dreams, but I was beating the odds. I'd like to make a bold statement and say that every giant you face is an opportunity for an even bigger victory. A life-altering disability, my infidelity, and feeling trapped as a prisoner of fear were only a few of my giants. What giants would you like to see fall in your life? It could be giants of fear, rejection, anger, pride, or need for control. Your list could be short or long. Could I ask you to take a moment to consider any giant standing in your path? It is only in the looking back that I can recognize the key elements that become a part of the bigger victory. With each new battle came the realization that the biggest limitations or disabilities were often the ones I put on myself. I still face new giants. They don't go away, but it gets easier to overcome them, knowing I'm not doing them alone or in my own strength. I continue to think of myself as a courageous giant slayer in training. My pain journey has led me to find more blessing than I could ever hope for or imagine. I have unshakable faith, unexplainable peace, defiant joy, and contagious courage. In 2017, I was crowned the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada. I went on to win the prestigious title of Miss Kindness World at the Miss Wheelchair World pageant in Warsaw, Poland. I am an author, a speaker, and founder of the nonprofit charity, which I've appropriately titled Going Farther. I am now living with my Prince Charming, Vaughn, in Edmonton, Alberta. I have traveled nationally and internationally, sharing my story of hope and courage to churches, schools, and community events. And all this is happening from my wheelchair, with the support of people like him and you. If you ask anyone who knows me, they'll agree that I'm just a confidently imperfect girl who said yes to God, with a willingness to seize every opportunity to inspire and empower others to go farther and access their own contagious courage. You will often hear me say, you can't control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. I want to acknowledge that when my life was turned upside down by a paralyzing virus, that was definitely outside of my control. In contrast, the challenges, or giants as I sometimes call them in this book, I faced as a result of my poor life choices were not outside of my control. I made those choices. So what now? I could remain stuck in a destructive spiral or choose to make positive choices and begin moving forward. In my first book, Going Farther, I tell you of a journey I would not have chosen to take. Yet that journey shows the beauty of what God can do with our pain and brokenness when surrendered to Him. People see a happy marriage, a crown, and my titles, but not understand the giants I've had to battle. Since becoming a person with a disability, I have experienced more barriers and limitations emotionally, physically, and spiritually than ever before. Yet I have never been more free. Through that intense process, Jesus became my personal friend, whom I trust with my life. And as a result, I have learned obedience, faith, and the D word, discipline. These are 3 words I want you to get used to seeing. They are key elements which have helped me discover and maintain my freedom and contagious courage. God keeps reminding me that if I'm not moving forward, I will eventually go backwards. He was developing in me a level of courage I didn't know existed. Or if it did exist, I didn't think it was for me. Do you know that same courage exists for you? I know I could never have experienced or discovered this courage to go farther or receive more without my faith and the discipline to work at it daily. No matter where you are in your journey of freedom and courage, I want you to feel as if I'm sitting with you at your kitchen table or wherever you usually visit in your home and having a personal conversation. As I share my contagious courage, my experiences of giants I fought, and the process as I have had to walk to reach and maintain my freedom, I want you to hear my heart. I will be asking questions along the way as if in conversation, and at times I'll even refer to a chart or a diagram that I have included to help you benefit even more from our time together. And if you choose to journal, which I highly recommend, it's not required, I would actually love to hear from you so I can hear your side of the conversation. I will envision sitting with you, sipping my hot tea and sharing these growing experiences together. Do you know, Morgan Harper Nichols said this: "Tell the story of the mountain you've climbed. Your words could be in the page of someone else's survival guide." If you notice, my book title also includes the word contagious. That is because when I discovered that my courage had the power to unlock other people's freedom, it was a whole new way to live. I want to provide you with some tools that I hope will be a part of your survival guide and help you take that first step or maybe the next step to keep moving forward. It is my prayer that you see those giants in your life fall, and that you too can move forward in total freedom with a courage that is contagious. Are you ready? But before you head into battle, may I suggest my battle cry prayer as additional words for your survival guide. Are you ready? My battle cry. Fear, you don't own me. I am approved by Christ, and I declare that I have full freedom and confidence in Him. You wanted to limit me with my pain and brokenness, yet I found someone who makes me limitless in spite of my cracks. I have the champion of all champions on my side, and He tells me that I am a warrior, a fighter. This is my battle cry. I have authority over all the powers that threaten to destroy me. All fear, condemnation, self-pity, unbelief, unforgiveness, and unworthiness have no right to take up space in my mind. I am renewed by the Word of God. This is my battle cry. Yes, there are times I may be tempted to fear, but I am not a slave to it. I choose to walk by faith, not by what I see or feel. This is my battle cry. I am forgiven. I am worthy. I am confident in who I am in Christ. I am loved. The pressure from my attacker only produces more power in me. This is my battle cry. I am an overcomer by the power of Jesus in me. I turn pain into power. I see opposition as opportunities. My heart is ignited with hope. I have undeniable peace, defiant joy, and contagious courage, because it is Christ who gives me the courage to obey and the strength to fight. This is my battle cry. Section 1, Courage is Possible. And Chapter 1, Where to Begin When You're Building Again. God gave you to me, and I want to work on us. Hearing these words for the first time from a hospital bed just after being told that I'd never walk again was the most incredible thing. However, I never imagined hearing "I want to work on us" with the additional "I forgive you" after my betrayal and infidelity. Vaughn and I did rebuild our lives again, yes. We managed to stumble forward and ultimately get through it. However, in order to navigate that painful rebuilding process, we had to allow the Lord to move in and work in both our hearts. And we had to apply the grace available to us so we could experience the more that God had always intended for our lives. Yes, it was great. It was so great to hear those words, which now included, I forgive you. And you would think it would have been enough to help me feel loved or give me the courage to be free, right? Unfortunately, it was quite the opposite. I was overwhelmed even more. You see, it was easier for me to walk away than to stay and face my husband. I had been unfaithful. I had lived a secret life of deception and lies. I had hurt myself and those around me. How could Vaughn ever really love and trust me again? Fear, guilt, and shame were the walls of the prison surrounding me and severing any connection to my husband. In my mind, I was not worthy of true love or happiness. I didn't feel very courageous, and I was definitely not free. To give you a vivid picture of where I was and how difficult that season was for me, I'll ask you this. Have you ever watched someone trying to rescue a seal caught in a net? The seal's all tangled up in this net. It wants to be free. It doesn't know that the intent of the rescuer is to free it. The seal fights back, resisting the one trying to rescue it. The net becomes bound, all tightly wound around the seal, and it gets cut in the skin, and it actually starts bleeding. But it continues to resist the one trying to help. The rescuer could even suffer a bite or two from the seal. Well, that was me. I was wounded, hurt, and confused by all the trauma. I didn't know how to get help or understand my real needs. I resisted the people closest to me who were trying to help. I especially resisted Vaughn and hurt him deeply. Yet he saw through my pain and he hung on to me until I was able to see that I was worthy of loving. It was because of Vaughn and those closest to me choosing to fight and not give up on me that I was ultimately able to see that I could be free of these things that had me all tangled up. Don't get me wrong. It was great to receive that love and forgiveness, and I truly wanted to change. But could I change? I didn't even know where to start. If there were road signs on life's journey, I would definitely want you to see a flashing yellow caution light as you take this next step with me. Because just ahead on the pathway is letting go to walk by faith. Letting go is scary because it's terrifying to step into the unknown. I was more acquainted with the pain than with the faith and courage change required of me. And from where I'm sitting, I was actually more comfortable with my pain than the discomfort of change. Loving me without judgment was the only way Vaughn was able to love me where I was. Were there tough conversations? Yes. Were there arguments and hurt feelings? Absolutely. But not once did Vaughn make me feel guilty or call me a bad name in the heat of any of those times. I will always be grateful that God's grace allowed him to embrace me in that process, because then the impossible became possible and we began to see measurable growth. Blockages to rebuilding. When you're rebuilding again, there will be blockages to rebuilding. Because whenever we embark upon the path of change, we quickly become very aware that there are blockages within us. We may not be able to accurately name these blockages or know how to remove them at the time, yet they are contributing factors to our lived reality. Since contracting this virus, part of my new normal with my physical disability was that things took so much more time and effort. I was constantly struggling with my level of physical energy and I didn't know why. I was tired all the time and found it really hard to focus. But I thought that maybe it was just a symptom of what I had to live with as a person with a disability. And the inability to focus or comprehend, I thought, well, that's because I wasn't very smart. And I would just have to accept that I couldn't understand like other people. I was living every day feeling like everyone else was better and smarter than me. Talk about having something shoot your confidence or self-esteem. That whole time, I didn't even realize that I had a hypothyroid condition. My doctor explained it to me like this. It's like you have a 4-cylinder engine, but it's only running on one. And that inability for your body to keep up with you is affecting your ability to focus, etc. I was like, yes, that's exactly how I felt. The doctor said that it would take a while for me to feel the effects of the medication that he prescribed, but actually, the results I felt were immediate. For the first time in a long time, I understood what was happening with me, and I knew there was a solution. Emotionally, that lifted something off of me that I couldn't explain. After a few weeks, I regained my ability to focus. That gave me more confidence and I felt more equipped to handle life. I felt like a new woman. While we don't all have known or unknown medical conditions, you may relate to being tired and running on empty. You may experience limited ability to handle stress and conflict to your full capacity. When you are going through life just reacting to the things that life throws at you, you begin to walk around defeated with low confidence. Does that sound familiar? If that's you, I would like to say that seeking medical help for your mental or physical health is vital. My detected mental condition was limiting my ability to see clearly and function or react in a healthy way to the challenges I was facing. I was exerting so much energy, but seeing no results and getting even more frustrated. If I didn't even know there was a problem, how was I going to resolve it? Am I the only one who's been blindsided this way? The most dangerous place in the world is not standing in a minefield. Rather, the most dangerous place in the world is standing in a minefield that you didn't know was there. The same principle is applied to the challenges I needed to make in my broken relationships. You see, no matter how many times I was told I love you or you're forgiven for my mistakes, I didn't even realize that I also had to love and forgive myself. And when you don't realize that you're the problem, that's a problem. And the only way I was able to get back up was with God's help. I had to accept God's love and forgiveness. I had to learn to forgive myself and stop blaming others for my mistakes. That was hard. That was hard. But that was only the beginning of my long road back. Forgiveness is a truly remarkable thing when you experience it. But I had to also believe it, that with God's help, it was possible to become free and stay free. It would be just like what I would continue to experience if I hadn't taken the medication I needed. I would still have been only going through the motions, dragging myself along, and not having the energy to cope with life challenges. As I began to surrender to the Lord, I started experiencing more freedom. I was finally regarding myself worthy of His love. I began to desire more of Him. I needed more of Him. The future of our marriage and our destiny depended on it. Filling the void of loss. When you're rebuilding again, before we get to those dynamic steps of surrender, we can continue to learn about building again by reviewing some of the other blockages we discovered and overcame. You see, because there were multiple factors complicating that season of our lives, these losses became challenging blockages. One major factor was the miscarriage we had during the time where we were trying to rebuild our marriage. We will reveal in detail in the next chapter about our losses surrounding the miscarriage and the grace of God to rebuild. But for now, I want to stay on the blockages and things that hold us back. Filling the void of the loss, whenever there is a loss, there is a potential blockage that can come from how we choose to feel the void that is left. Let me explain, because this became the major climate of my betrayal and infidelity. I had this chasm-sized hole in my heart, and I had no idea how I was going to fill it. And that chasm formed what seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between Vaughn and me. Oh, the pain that resulted from that faulty conclusion. When you are in emotional pain, you resort to desperate measures to numb the pain. We both contributed to that drift apart. Vaughn had become immersed in online video games and seemed to be emotionally checked out. I started making bigger compromises. I started lying to Vaughn about where I was and who I was with. Was this the life I really wanted? No. And you might be thinking, well, you chose it. Yes, I did. But I was a very unhappy person, desperately trying to fill that void. Inside, I was drifting away, and Vaughn didn't seem to notice or care. I remember the day I made up my mind to leave Vaughn and move out. I was done. That was my decision, not because I felt that it was the best, but I just knew I wasn't happy. I was desperate for solutions, but had none. I felt trapped and lost. I wasn't that same loving, soft-hearted girl he fell in love with. I was just pretending, and I knew he deserved better. I asked a friend who was also struggling with her relationship if she would get a place with me. When she said, "Sorry, I can't." I spent the next week trying to find a place, an accessible place, that I could afford on my own. And can you believe it? I even asked God to help me find a place. No luck. But in the days that followed, Vaughn and I had the first glimpse of a breakthrough. I confessed everything to him, and I told him about my affair and that our marriage was over, expecting to have him leave. As you would expect, my announcement totally shocked and stunned Vaughn. He left our apartment to stay with his family while he tried to sort through my betrayal. After several days, we got together again and spent hours talking everything out in a neutral place. We agreed poor choices had been made by both of us. He chose to stay and start over again if I was willing to do the same. I didn't understand how this would work, but I was willing to try. I didn't have much hope, but I was willing to be honest. Vaughn hung on to me and fought for me. The very next day after I decided to stay in our marriage, my friend said, "Okay, I'm ready to leave. I'll move in with you." In that moment, I knew God was protecting me when I wasn't able to protect myself. And while I was simply going through the motions to stay, to attempt to work on my marriage, I was at least willing to try. Even in my pain, I started to thank God, while it was only a faint whimper. I was thankful, even though I was almost resenting him for the closed door to leave. Deep down, I knew. Deep down, I knew that it was him. And while I felt alone, I most definitely was not. I need to say here that when God rebuilds, He doesn't do things the way we want or in our time. He does it better. If you are taking notes, or if you want to remember anything I say in Contagious Courage, don't miss this. It's common misconception for people experiencing trauma to block things out. Yes, we block things out. They don't think clearly or are not able to make sound decisions. But until you experience it, you can't truly understand it. So loving them without judgment is huge. I had to lean often on Vaughn's confidence that we could heal and that change was possible. I had even told him at one point that my level of confidence could be compared to my ability to remove the freckles from my arm. Yet I didn't want to live in that kind of fear and failure every day. It seemed like an impossible challenge. Somehow, despite all of my fears, I meant it when I said I'll try. So when I tell you that the process of rebuilding me and my marriage did not happen overnight, I know you believe me. I had to heal before I could have a healthy marriage. Little by little, we discovered and dealt with the unresolved issues that had chipped away at our relationship. Change breaks the chains. We made some big changes. I quit my job and distanced myself from my old lifestyle and influences. We rebuilt our social environment and reprioritized our lives and goals. And we implemented practical ways to build trust and mutual accountability. One of the biggest practical and most powerful things we did to rebuild was having full access to each other's emails, passwords, and social media accounts. I can almost hear the gasp as you read that. I recall the response I received when I asked this question at a couples retreat. I said, I wonder if I were to ask you to give your phones to your spouses or significant others right now without erasing any history, would you be willing? And if you did, what would they find? Well, you could have heard a pin drop. Maybe you think that is excessive. Whether you're married or not, let me ask you this. Are there secret things that you're afraid to share that are affecting your ability to have a deeper relationship with God or those close to you? In your rebuilding, another important step was to have a fresh start. That's when we decided to pack up and move to Edmonton. When all we had was each other, we were truly able to start rebuilding again. I can be honest here and tell you that I hadn't fallen back in love with Vaughn yet. Some days I felt he was breathing for both of us, and that was enough to keep us alive. For way too long, I wondered if I would ever even be happy again, let alone be free and have courage. After what we had just been through, I didn't think it was possible. But we were still together, and that was something. You may have heard me say my story is about so much more than how he stayed. By now, I'm sure you're catching a glimpse of that truth. Another important element in the rebuilding process was the power of praying parents. Talk about someone not giving up on you when you didn't want help. There wasn't one phone call that didn't end with, "I love you and we are praying for you." I know my mom could write her own book, but let's just say that sometimes those phrases would literally cause me to get angry and at times even hang up on them, even though those prayers may very well have been what saved my life. For that, I am so grateful. I can't thank them enough for praying through to completion. Looking back now, I realize that in order to slay the giants of fear and intimidation and find the courage to walk in freedom, That first step towards healing was to receive love even when I didn't feel worthy. I want to celebrate this again. It was Vaughn's love and the love of those closest to me that helped me understand and truly feel God's unconditional love. Vaughn was willing to love me where I was at, just like God was willing to love me where I was at. That unconditional love began to dissolve any notion that I wasn't good enough to be loved. Trusting the builder. I couldn't see how this was possible, but I had to rely on God's strength and learn to trust again. However, how can we love if we don't trust the person we are following? Good question. That is what made those initial steps so terrifying yet so important if we were going to rebuild. Yes, I was forgiven, but I had not yet learned to completely let go and trust. But I was willing to try. I had to fall in love with both God and Vaughn all over again. I had to trust that he would never let me down, even though for the longest time I believe they both had. Looking back now, I understand that each lie I had believed over the years about myself and God led me to lower my shield of faith. Those lies were like arrows on my heart and became the unknown blockages that started to redefine my view of God. That's when I began losing my trust in God and making those little compromises. I really don't believe people realize just how harmful these little compromises are. Kay Arthur said, "Sin takes you farther than you ever expect to go, keeps you longer than you ever intended to stay, and costs more than you ever expected to pay." Infidelity, a high price indeed. Eventually, I lost my personal relationship with God. As a result, I lost my ability to discern His voice or trust the God I had always loved. I had known the freedom of simple childlike faith. In that kind of faith, I knew that God loved me. And if I made a mistake, I would ask forgiveness and He would forgive me. There was no shame attached to that. And spoiler alert, God had used Vaughn to be the true example of that unconditional love that I had craved. You'll often hear me say that Vaughn was Jesus with skin on. However, let me just say that while God will use people to be His hands and feet, no one can feel the longing of your heart except Him. Sometimes we make bad choices in our pain, and those bad choices often lead us down a path we feel we can't come back from. Though that may be true, I have also learned the flip side of that. Each choice I made in obedience to God took me one step closer to my freedom. Through this painful process, the Lord was faithful to weave love, joy, peace, and courage into this warrior's heart. No matter where I am in my journey, there are 3 things that help me maintain my freedom and courage. These 3 are essential: being obedient to His voice, getting really good at waiting or faith, and the discipline to keep in step with the Lord. Where are you in your journey? Are you feeling overwhelmed today? Maybe you are trapped in a situation that's causing you to lose hope. Maybe trapped in a secret addiction that you can't find your way out of. Maybe you are consumed with shame or guilt and you wonder if anyone can truly love you. I challenge you to be transparent. Give up control. Let someone love you in your brokenness. But more than that, learn to love yourself. Perhaps letting God love you right where you are is the first big step for you. Maybe you're not ready yet, and that's okay. He's a gentleman and He will wait with you and for you. If you're reading this and you have healthy relationships, or you just want to go farther and have even more freedom, I'll have more for you later, but I will ask you this. Is there someone close to you who needs you to love them where they are, without judgment as I reflect on Vaughn and me, as the couple who almost didn't make it, I can honestly say that if sharing our story helps just one person find the courage to get up and rebuild again, it's all worth it. With confidence, I can declare this scripture to be true in my life in ways I never had before. My grace is sufficient for you, and my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. Chapter 2, Control Z. I remember when I transitioned from using a typewriter to typing on my computer for the first time. I couldn't believe it. I went from the frustration of waiting for that liquid whiteout to dry before retyping over my mistakes to the luxury of saving and editing right there on the same document. Life-changing. But nothing brought more excitement to my essay writing than the day I was told about Control Z. I was like, let me get this straight. You mean all I have to do is keep pressing Control Z to undo my mistakes and start over? For those of you who are laughing at me because I'm dating myself, or if you don't know what a typewriter is, it's okay. Undoubtedly, all of us can relate to the world of technology and how it has indeed been life-changing. But why am I talking to you about Control Z? Well, I wonder how many of us have wished we could do that with a text message, an email we've sent, or with words spoken. What about that season of your life or relationship for which you wish you could have a do-over? James R. Sherman says, though no one can go back and make a brand new start, anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. But it's not instant. There really are no Control Z keys to push as we are living our lives. But change is possible. The Lord has committed himself to us, to walking with us through the darkest parts of our story. He's our Redeemer, and he can make all things beautiful in spite of the dark and ugly of our lives. For Vaughn and I, this truth is our lived reality. Yes, we experienced life-altering transverse myelitis, which attacked my body just after we were engaged. But part of the story includes the miscarriage during the time we were rebuilding our lives. That loss compounded because of the doctor's conclusion that we were pregnant with twins. That definitely became a major life-shaping element in our Control Z story. How could two little ones we never had a chance to meet be used so extensively in our do-over? But that's exactly what our gracious Heavenly Father did. Let me take you back to the night we lost those two little ones. And as I walk you through the events that followed, you'll be able to see the hand of God. You'll see how he takes those dark and ugly parts of our lives that threaten to keep us stuck, and he turns them into something beautiful that can heal us. On the night that I miscarried, Vaughn was due to leave on a business trip early the next morning. I remember feeling numb with shock and grief, but he seemed oblivious to what had just happened. He continued with his plans and left a few hours later. Even though I hadn't asked him to stay, I felt abandoned when he headed out the door to the airport. I could not begin to embrace the depth of my loss. That next morning when I woke up alone, I was just a lifeless body. I was numb to any real emotion. I called my sister and I told her I'd lost the baby. Her immediate response was, "I'm coming." The next day, my sister was by my side and insisted that I take time off work. I am thankful that she was there for me, facilitating the arrangements at a time when I didn't know what I needed or wanted. That same week, my mother-in-law called offering to take me to my D&C appointment. I might not remember much about the details of that appointment, But one thing that screams from the memory of that day was how emotional I got when I realized I could not have done this alone. And while my mother-in-law insisted she didn't feel as if she did much, I couldn't thank her enough. I told her many times, Mom King, just you being there was exactly what I needed in a time when I felt abandoned. About a year or so after the miscarriage, I showed my sister a few things I had purchased while I was pregnant. She said,
Vianne, this is the first time I've ever heard you talk about pregnancy or the details around your miscarriage. I didn't even know that the doctor had told you it looked like you had twins. It's really nice to finally hear you talk about it.
when it was time to write about this traumatic event in my first book, Going Farther, I actually had to ask my sister to help me recall an accurate picture. My entire recollection of this time was foggy at best. When we started discussing more details of the miscarriage, she helped me uncover things I didn't even remember. I was shocked when she told me I had seemed to be minimizing the entire loss. As she listened to me, she realized that I had never appropriately grieved that painful loss. I later learned that this response is quite typical of denial. I would also come to understand that denial can be a pattern of response. Stay tuned for our very unexpected discovery of some of the beginnings of my well-established pattern of denial. And spoiler alert, it will be related to how we omit the huge step of grieving the losses that was brought about by the virus that attacked my body, leaving me in this wheelchair. You may remember the analogy of that seal caught in the net. This was another example of me wanting to be free, but not knowing how. In the hours after the miscarriage, denial was so apparent, but not to me. I had really needed my sister to help me figure out what to do next, but I didn't even know how to ask. She said,
Leanne, when I suggested that you take a little time off work, your initial response was that you didn't think it was necessary. That's when I knew that you had everything locked up inside, and I knew I had to help.
That's the thing with denial. You don't know you're doing it. But acknowledging denial and getting in touch with your own painful realities that we stuff away might just be that beautifully ugly part of the process that helps us get to the next stage of healing. About 3 years after our miscarriage, Vaughn and I received the tragic news of a dear friend and her husband who had just had a miscarriage. I remember Vaughn saying that he was sad, and he continued to talk about it with such compassion. As I sat there, I was in a little disbelief. I mean, I know it's sad, but I had this moment where I just stopped and looked at him, and without sounding accusatory, I said, "Yes, it is." And you know, Vaughn, that's exactly what I went through. My husband is not an emotional guy who cries easily, but he spontaneously reached over and held me with tears in his eyes and said, "I'm so sorry I left you that morning." That totally unexpected response was followed by, "Tell me about that day. I want to know." As I shared, I couldn't believe what happened next. When I got to the part where the doctors had said it was twins, he once again leaned over and embraced me and said, "I would have wanted twins. I am so sorry." Let's just say that there was more healing available to us both that day that made our love grow even stronger. Let's fast forward to January 19th, 2018, 15 years after the miscarriage. I was telling Vaughn about an event that I just spoke at and how I met this young girl named JL. I told him that she reminded me of my childhood faith. Through meeting her, God showed me that I do have that childlike faith again. As I was sharing with Vaughn, he asked, "What did you say her name was?" Well, you will not believe what he said next. He told me that back when we were expecting, he daydreamed a little about the names we would use if we had a boy or a girl. He continued to say that he had JL as one of the girls' names on his short list. I said, kind of laughing and a little disbelief, what? And when were you going to share this with me? But in all honesty, as time went on, I guess it just hadn't really mattered. But the story doesn't stop there. January 26, 2018, 1 week after this conversation, I was at the One conference in Edmonton. I was listening to a presentation from Compassion Canada. While I definitely felt a tug in my heart, I didn't know if it was because I was to sponsor a child or that I just simply was so moved and touched by the story. Well, as I attempted to continue my day and go to my next lecture, I couldn't shake this feeling that I needed to go and see if the Compassion Canada booth had a girl named, you guessed it, JL. I actually thought it was a way to get off the hook. I mean, that's not a very common name. So I kind of said, okay, God, if there's a JL, I'll sponsor her. I went to the booth and told them the same story I've just told you about Vaughn, etc. The lady at the Compassion Canada booth, now in tears, gushed, "That's a beautiful story." But as she glanced down at the boxes of children's donor cards, she continued, "Nothing here is in alphabetical order, so to find a specific name would be almost impossible. Also, in all of my years of working with Compassion Canada, I have never seen the name, JL. Many a Carlos, but never a JL. By this time, the manager was also enthralled with my story and added, "Let me take your name and number, and tonight I'll look in the database and see if I can find a match." As he was writing down my contact information, another staff shouts, "I found it!" He responded and said, "You found what?" She said, "I found a JL." Now we were all in tears and can't believe our eyes and ears. She continued by saying this, "But it's a girl, is that okay?" I said, "Yep, it's supposed to be." Then she finished with a remark that left our jaws on the floor. She said, in a sad voice, "But she's 15. She had assumed I wanted a toddler because typically everyone looks for the young, cute kids. That pushed me into a full-on ugly cry. Immediately, I knew I had to sponsor JL. Do the math. She would have been born just about the time our twins were due. I couldn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, I was signing on the dotted line and being interviewed by Compassion Canada. They felt this was a story that needed to be shared. Let's back up one moment. The instant I heard they found JL and knew I had to sponsor her, my response was, I can't have this baby without Vaughn being on board. And we all laughed. By now, I'm sure you'll all agree that when God heals, or he does a Control-Z, he does it with amazing detail. Forgiveness set me free. My life experiences have given me a crash course in understanding the process of creating that do-over, but also on forgiveness, one that I certainly did not pass with flying colors. And now that you know more of our story, let me share that faulty view I held so long about forgiveness. I feel that exposing and shedding the faulty thinking can be another key element in that process which helps us move forward. I confess that forgiveness for me was like a 4-letter word, and at times reminded me of what I felt unworthy of. Other times, I used it inappropriately and threw the word around without much thought. Let's just say my words didn't match my heart. But the truth is, the topic of forgiveness made me very uncomfortable. As an adult, I loved the Lord, but was quite content to keep a faulty mindset that God will forgive me, so I don't really need to give up X, Y, or Z, nor do I really need to forgive that person. My tainted view was, no one's perfect, so I can do whatever I want, and even hold on to a little unforgiveness, and God will still love me, right? And while this is true, God doesn't withhold his love from us. I will tell you that is no way to live. I am so thankful that I came to the point that I no longer wanted to live a life where I was just getting by. I wanted more. I hated living in fear and being tossed around and taken down by every challenge that came. I no longer wanted to be controlled by emotions or by the people in my circumstances. I guess hanging on to X, Y, and Z was more toxic to my relationship with God and to my character than I realized. I wanted the courage not only to survive, I wanted the courage to thrive. I admit I didn't really feel any big burst of love or repentance when Vaughn chose to forgive me. It was not until I was ready to take ownership for where I went wrong and stop blaming others and God for my pain that I was ready to take that first step forward. Accepting forgiveness. There's that flashing yellow warning sign again. Faith really is scary. Trusting in something that you can't see feels much like walking in the dark. But how could I leave behind that life of bondage and sinful attraction behind? When I attempted to, all I heard in my mind was, "You'll never amount to anything. And who do you think you are? You'll never be able to change. You're not worthy of God's love and forgiveness. Vaughn deserves better than you." These thoughts plagued my mind and threatened to hold me back. Actually, in all human thinking, I didn't deserve forgiveness. None of us do. How many times did I just long to place my fingers on that Control-Z key and make everything better? Simply not possible. Rather, I was slowly learning to trust in the Lord with all of my heart and lean not on my own understanding. I was acknowledging Him, and He was directing my paths. Proverbs 3, 5 and 6. When I read these words from Romans 5 and 20, "But where sin increased, grace increased all the more," I think about all the grace that Vaughn has shown me. I am in full agreement that the bigger our mess, the more God's love and grace is evident. Walking by faith gets easier when you trust the one leading you. If I was still hanging on to the pain I felt when I lost my health, or when Vaughn left for his business trip, just hours after we lost our babies, I would have blocked us both from more healing and freedom. Some people ask me if Vaughn and I really and truly have forgiven each other. Without hesitation, I can tell you that Vaughn and I say that our love is stronger than the day we said I do. We actually consider each other our best friends. And in case there's any doubt, you're about to get a glimpse into the window of his heart as he shares the foreword he wrote for my first book. You'll see that we are living far past just the act of forgiveness and are living in the more that God had intended for us.
My life was changed when I met Vienne. I knew we were a perfect match, and it wasn't only because our names were so similar. We both shared many common interests and beliefs, one of which was the deep friendship and fellowship of a personal God. I don't think my life is all that extraordinary. Bad things happen to everyone. Everyone has a story. Before I met Vienne, a coworker took me aside and told me there was no shame in breaking out of my wedding plans. My situation had changed and I should reevaluate my commitment to this girl. Although their concern was with good intentions, I couldn't accept that their perspective of my life would be over if I married this girl in a wheelchair. People say that I have such a great testimony because I was willing to make a difficult decision and stick by a person who just had her world pulled out from under her. Even though I didn't know why something like this would have happened to Vienne or me, I believe God is in control of everything. And Vienne was still the same person I fell in love with. When Vienne first came to me and told me she was writing her story, I asked her why. What do we have to share? We're not perfect or have everything figured out. We've struggled financially, spiritually, and emotionally. Do we really need to tell the world about our life, our mistakes, and our challenges? Personally, I'm not really interested in being the center of attention, but I accept that God gave her a desire to write her story. And over the years, I've never seen someone more dedicated or determined to complete this enormous task. When I finally read her first draft, it dug up a lot of forgotten emotions and memories. With tears in my eyes, I had to thank Vianne for staying with me as well during these rough times. We both had to take responsibility for actions and opportunities missed. I guess that's what makes relationships so real. Life is defined by our experiences, and while no one enjoys a bad experience, they happen to all of us. In this book, Vianne shares how she was able to overcome these struggles and change her life story into one of joy and encouragement. I'm proud of Vianne's determination and accomplishments, and she is an inspiration, even to me. I, Vianne's husband, endorse this book.
As everyone does, Vaughn and I have a story. Ours isn't finished yet. It's still ongoing, and we are still growing. But the journey from where we started to where we are now can definitely be summed up in one word: grace. This reminder of grace I've received from Vaughn never loses its emotional effect on my heart. It gets me every time. Even as I've added his words to this chapter and reread it, I had to stop and wipe tears from my eyes. Those were tears not from still carrying shame or guilt, but because I am simply overwhelmed by his unconditional love. But also, I realize that there are many out there just like me. Did I deserve such love and forgiveness after the pain I had caused him? No, none of us do. That's exactly my point. What is different now? The answer is directly related to what I have chosen to do about forgiveness. If I had chosen to disobey and let unforgiveness sit in my heart, or if I had refused to accept Vaughn's forgiveness, I couldn't move forward. But I did make that choice, and I am living a transformed life of freedom with the mindset that it doesn't matter what your circumstances are or how hard things get. You can always be free. I am free to have joy in the midst of my pain. I am free to love when the world tells me it's okay to hate. I am free to have peace when my world gets turned upside down and everything points to chaos. The story of my newfound freedom and confidence was not an easy road. It was not void of pain or suffering, but rather it was a path of self-sacrifice, tough choices, and perseverance. Freedom and contagious courage are possible, and you can do it, but you can't do it in your own strength. That understanding is foundational in moving forward. Withholding or refusing forgiveness results in pain, the kind that can become a toxin to our soul that will stunt our health and vitality. Forgiveness, I understand, might be another trigger for many and actually might be unbearable. Trust me, Vaughn and I both understand that. A real life Control-Z takes time. When Vaughn and I started over, even with God's help and Vaughn's support, I battled my demons for a long time before I could say I was free. Please also understand that forgiveness doesn't always mean I return to the same type of relationship. Forgiveness is giving up the hope of a better past. That was something else that held me back for a long time, and it made it difficult to let go of unforgiveness. However, for Vaughn and me, I wasn't just returning to the same relationship. I was entering something even better. A better past? No, a better future. Yes. In each step, I have learned that no matter where I am in my journey, it all comes down to those same three things which I have emphasized before. Unreserved obedience, walking when you can't see, and discipline. Ouch, the D word. But if you're ready, sit here in this atmosphere and allow yourself some time to feel God's love meeting you where you are. Imagine God sitting next to you and being with you in your pain. Let His love displace the pain of the circumstances and inaccurate conclusions that are taking up some space in your heart and in your mind? You can answer this question now or come back later, but ask yourself, is there any area in your life where you need a Control Z? On a scale of 1 to 10, how free is your heart? A 10 means I'm totally free. A 0 means there ain't no way in. I'm forgiven X. 1 could mean I don't even want to entertain the idea of forgiving. However, I am willing to consider that one day, if there's a mountain moving miracle, I might consider the idea. I might be an ordained minister, but I promise you, I will not judge you if your notes get a little colorful with the expression of your hurt or frustration regarding some of the very painful life struggles. Trust me, God is not offended with our very real emotion to our very real problems. As you take this journey with me, I pray that you ask God to help you face your fears and find the courage to forgive. If you are not ready to go there yet, it's okay. Just please bookmark this section and come back when you're ready. And if there are any areas for which you need a do-over, remember that Control Z takes time. The investment of faith, obedience, and discipline may seem challenging, but you'll discover the beauty of the Control Z in your life. Chapter 3, Recycled Pain. Breaking past denial and rebuilding our marriage led to the startling acknowledgement of other losses that had always remained under the surface. It doesn't matter who you are, what position you hold, what race or religion you are, or what physical abilities you have. You are not exempt from the tragedies of loss. Neither are you exempt from the awful side effects such as fear, feelings of unworthiness, and self-doubt. Unfortunately, they are no respecter of persons. These are things that affect us all at some point. If we don't acknowledge and accept the process that is a necessary part of healing, we can never be free of the things that hold us back. However, my question is, if it's true that all these things are unavoidable, what do we do with all this pain and suffering? I believe the bigger question is, what can God do with all this pain and suffering? I would like to speak from my life experience and say that He recycles it. For Vaughn and me, it was only after our marriage was restored to a measure of satisfaction for us both that we realized we had missed the whole process of grieving our losses from the disease. On one occasion, when Vaughn and I were in a marriage counseling session, the counselor said, "So you've lost the baby and you've now acknowledged that grief. That's great. But have you really mourned the loss of your health?" I was speechless. I didn't even know how to respond. I thought, here we were to talk about rebuilding our marriage. I never would have linked our marriage breakdown to the loss of my health. Yet that one question clearly indicated that the loss of my physical mobility was another thing I needed to address before I could heal and love again. Yes, after that virus hit, we had moved forward with the necessary choices and the required physical therapy. However, the necessity of grieving our losses was overshadowed by the intense activity. Every effort was being poured into beating the odds of this diagnosis and being the exception to this bleak future that was predicted. But what about those real losses for the both of us? We continued our lives the best we knew how. We got married as we had planned and stumbled through different phases of our adjustment. People always say never make major decisions after death. And while you might be thinking, Vian, no one died. Yet I was absorbing the loss of my health, my independence, without even being aware of the deep, unspoken mourning. And I was in complete denial. I was living like this big iceberg. If people could only see the mess that was underneath. There's no shortcuts to healing, no magic solutions. I have found someone far better. God Himself. When God gets in the middle of life's messes, bad becomes good. Genesis 5:20 tells us that what was meant for bad, God will use for good. My creative summary of that would be that God is saying, let me recycle that pain. Let me create something beautiful. I had no idea that I was on track of recycling my pain. When you first hear my story from beginning to end, you'll get to see the happy ending. And you get caught up in the romance of he stayed, but miss the depth of the recycling process. This is why I have chosen to go back there with you and take you through it. You see, for true change and healing to occur, we had to acknowledge our losses and understand the process needed to go through them. This is commonly understood as the grieving process, but it doesn't always involve a funeral and a casket. Losses such as we both experience require a process in order for transformation to be possible. Yes, I was mourning the loss of my physical independence, having to now cope with all the limitations that came with that. My pattern of denial was continuing to shape my life. Yes, I was in a wheelchair with vastly reduced mobility, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Even more so, I was mourning the loss of me. All that I had envisioned for my life to be was slipping away. In order for God to recycle my pain, I had to let go of it. It's hard to believe that what I had thought destroyed me would ultimately lead me to more courage and freedom than I ever knew existed. It's because of that discovery that I'm committed to that reality of hope, that it can be ignited in the darkest of places. Vaughn and I have both suffered tremendous loss, but he wouldn't really tell you he's missing out. That's just another part of the amazing man that he is. There are times, even today, Vaughn looks at me and says, "Sweetie, we are better because of you." I might have some words to say about that, but however, the fact still remains that we both suffered tremendous loss. Plus, we both healed in our own way. By now, I'm sure you'll all agree, when God recycles pain, He does it with amazing detail, and He truly personalizes the process. Allow me to introduce you to another dear friend, Shirley Thiessen. She is another incredible person with an amazing story of courage. She also allowed God to come in and recycle her unbearable pain. Shirley vulnerably writes about her life-altering loss in her book, The Little Black Funeral Dress, 5 Things I Wish I Had Known About Grief. Here's a little window into Shirley's story as she tells it. Her insights are also valuable as we consider recycling our pain and growing through the process.
In 2012, my husband Carrie and I experienced what we considered to be a parent's worst nightmare, the death of a child. Only 12 days after celebrating our son's wedding, we had the devastating task of planning his funeral. Our son Jordan died tragically in a workplace accident. While my grief changes from year to year, I will never be over it. Not until I reach heaven. But in the meantime, I've been experiencing firsthand how God is able to recycle my pain for His good purpose. And I know He wants to do this for you too. With our participation, God will repurpose our pain. The question is, will we let Him? No matter what worldview you hold, I would hazard to guess that you may be grieving a painful loss right now. It's the reality of being part of the human race. Like me, some of you are grieving the loss of a loved one. For some, it's the loss of your marriage or the loss of a friendship. For others, it's the loss of your health, or the loss of a job, or even the loss of a dream. While absorbing the horrendous nightmare of my son's death, there is one truth that has been imprinted on my heart as a result of my history with God, and it's this: Jesus is my foundation, my purpose, and my living hope. And while my husband and my kids are at the epicenter of the people I love most dearly, they are not my only reason for living. They are not the ultimate source of my joy. Only God can satisfy that role. C.S. Lewis wisely puts it this way: don't let your happiness depend on something you may lose. You may lose a child, a spouse, your health, your job, your reputation, your dearest friend. You could even lose your mind. But God promises that He will never leave you or forsake you. He is our reason for living. Well, personally, I have found that God promises to recycle our pain for His good purpose as we participate. You may be wondering, so why should I care about recycling? Well, consider this. Our pain can become a toxin in our soul that will stunt our vitality and health. We all know people who could be described as stuck in their grief. They're not easy to be around. They carry an air of cynicism and hopelessness. They might still be functioning in society, but they aren't really living with any sense of joy or purpose. The pain and suffering that they have experienced has crushed their spirit. For a time, this was a description of me. But gradually, with God's grace and compassionate friends, I have experienced a hope-filled story that is giving others courage to trust God with their painful loss. Because our grief-avoidant society rarely talks about death and grief, I've chosen to leverage what God has taught me through my painful grief journey and use it to help others navigate their loss in healthy ways. Here's the good news. God promises to recycle your pain for His good purpose as you participate and trust His plan.
When your world gets turned upside down, or we get hurt by others, it is predictable that depression and mistrust can become a new normal. When we face prolonged challenges or impossible situations, the trauma and fear result in emotional paralysis. Not knowing where to turn for help, we often remain stuck. How is it even possible to move forward and be free? How you choose to respond will determine if you move forward in freedom or remain paralyzed by fear. I shared all of that with you to allow you to really see the process of healing and moving forward. Healing comes in different timing and in different ways. And often healing comes in ways we don't even realize or think we need. There are 7 stages of loss and grief that we travel through. The stages of the process need to be acknowledged in order for us to keep moving forward. You never want to rush this process, nor do you want to stay too long in one stage. Your journal notes and record of your feelings attached to events will serve you as a roadmap. This is why I've encouraged you to journal as you're reading this book so we can share these discoveries and transformations. Your journal can be a great benefit to you. If you become lost or sidetracked on this journey, the words you either write or quote from someone else can provide hope that the destination is possible. You see, without hope, we know it is nearly impossible to survive. This is why I am believing that something learned here will act as a tool in your survival guide. It may take each of us a different length of time to reach healing, but if we keep finding the strength and courage to push forward, we will get through it. You will get through it. It becomes very clear that in each of the stages of the grief process, there will be what seems to be an escape option that one might choose instead of moving forward. Like me, when I was more comfortable in my pain than the discomfort of working through infidelity. There are emotions that we experience at each stage. And of course, these stages do not happen in a straight line. Do you have pain that needs to be recycled? Allow yourself to sit here right now for a few minutes, undistracted. Just you and your thoughts. May I suggest spending time looking at the 7 stages and making notes in your journal on the things to consider from Shirley's journey. This is a safe place for your reflections. The second model, How People Feel Through the Stages of Change, presents yet another helpful guide because it shows how change does not always move in a straight line. Many times, even though we are actually making progress, we may find ourselves circling back to the intensity of our experience. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. However, as indicated here, change is possible, and change is happening. Dr. Kubler-Ross refined her model to include 7 stages of loss. The 7 stages of loss model is a more in-depth analysis of the components of the grief process. These 7 stages include shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, testing, and acceptance. Before we move on, I want to acknowledge that while forgiveness isn't listed either in the 7 stages of grief model or How People Feel Through the 7 Stages of Change, my personal, though unprofessional opinion is that forgiveness is most definitely an underlining factor through each and every stage of this process. Only then can we allow God to recycle our pain. Chapter 4. Where does this fit? Sometimes I think of my life like a giant puzzle. Over time, God gives me glimpses of the bigger picture of my life's purpose. And with each piece of the puzzle I receive, I gain more insight that builds this unexplainable excitement inside me. It's an excitement for what He's doing and what He's going to do. In contrast, there have been many times when I couldn't see where the pieces I have been given are supposed to fit. I think about the events since transverse myelitis took my independence and nearly destroyed me, my marriage, and everything I valued. There were many pieces that just didn't seem to fit. Or I have made such a total mess of what I was given, I wondered, how could God possibly use this? As I started piecing my life together, it looked nothing like the image I had envisioned for my life. It didn't make sense and at times just looked like a scattered mess. That's when it gets really hard. But that's also when God would challenge me to really trust Him with my my frustration, as He moves the pieces of my life around to make them fit. Another example of a piece I couldn't understand, and most definitely never would have chosen, was when we lost my father-in-law to cancer in March of 2017. My father-in-law was a close mentor and strong believer in who I was meant to be, even when I didn't see it in myself. I always enjoyed listening to what Father John had to say. Whether it was his off-the-wall sense of humor or his conversations that made me dream bigger, even when we didn't agree, he always had my full attention. Listening to him tell about his many missionary adventures was a delight. He even wrote a book filled with these stories. If you are interested in reading it yourself, it's called Off the Wall and on His Pedestal. But truthfully, some of my favorite times with Father John were when we'd be sitting in the same room trying to work, but I'd be talking his ear off while he would always graciously appear interested. I saw Father John as a big piece of my life's puzzle. and such an example of how the Lord works through relationships to complete who we are to be. After he was gone, I was left thinking, how can my puzzle ever be complete if such a big piece is missing? Another time, when we all went to Africa on a speaking trip, I felt God also planted in my heart that I would be on a world stage to share my story. At first, I thought it was impossible. Like, how am I going to be on a world stage? The only way that made sense to me was, see, my father-in-law was a missionary, and of course, that made sense to me. He's a missionary and had been to over 75 countries. There's the world stage. So after the first year of speaking and launching the initial season of my ministry, Vaughn and I were beginning to consider joining him on some of his adventures. We could even envision that we'd start traveling with him to fulfill the dream and vision I felt God gave me. So when he passed, I was devastated for the obvious reasons, but also was left with the question, what now? And you can be sure that I was being fed lies such as, if you were wrong about the world stage, what else were you wrong about? Maybe God doesn't really have this plan for you to impact the world as you think. Allow me to share something with you that I found in the midst of planning my father-in-law's memorial. In those hours of dealing with the loss and trying to make sense of it all, I came across something he wrote in his journal called "Don't Waste Your Suffering." Life won't get easier. Learn to accept disappointment, sufferings, and incalculable loss. On some levels, life may become easier, but the fact is, you'll weather one crisis only to face another. Life will never become void of pain or discouragement or periods of suffering. But remember, these are tools of your Lord to transform you. So lean into them to discover a new aspect of Jesus. A crisis, he said, is an unwelcomed opportunity for growth. So don't waste your suffering. The moment I read his words, "Don't waste your suffering," I knew that statement would be a part of his legacy that would live on through my husband and I. And while I didn't have all the answers, I knew that God was providing the strength I needed in that moment to keep going in faith. I knew I could trust him. Continuing on was really hard, but continue on I did. I'll let you in on a little secret about God. More often than not, he will make amazing things happen through our little decisions or little acts of obedience. He'll provide an opportunity, and it might seem good or bad to us at the time, but how we embrace that choice makes all the difference into a powerful outcome. 4 months after Father John passed, a friend of mine suggested I would enter the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada pageant with her that fall in Vancouver, British Columbia. At first, I dismissed the idea with excuses like, "Isn't that pretty vain?" Or, "I'm about to become an ordained minister. How does this ever benefit my ministry?" But my parents and my husband supported the idea. I jumped in with a thrill in my heart, and the next thing I knew, I was winning Miss Wheelchair Canada, heading to Poland for the Miss Wheelchair World pageant. Who would have ever believed that I would win a beauty pageant and be crowned Miss Kindness on the world stage in Poland? Then I was invited on to do TV interviews, speak at schools and community events across Canada to share my story. I don't know about you, but this blew my mind and definitely muted the taunting arguments of the enemy. I'm sure you can see how we have to trust God with all the pieces that we can't understand. Father John's absence no longer felt like a gaping hole, leaving us incomplete. Rather, I realized how enriched my life had been through him, and that didn't end with his death. As I'm in the middle of writing this book, I experienced someone praying the most beautiful prayer over my life. But one thing that really struck my heart as he prayed was that I totally felt he was describing Father John. I was so blessed. I had to tell them that the way they acknowledged my life and how I live was exactly how I have heard others describe Pa. The tears just started falling as I had this beautiful moment of feeling that I'm carrying on his legacy, and I know he would be proud. Yes, of course, I miss him. We all do. And at times, I wish he could see me dreaming bigger and pushing others to do the same. But like those moments I found in the treasure that he had written and the prayer of a dear friend, I have seen my faith and my courage grow stronger as I have learned to trust when I didn't understand. You see, navigating the incalculable losses or unwelcome circumstances is never easy. It's never an easy process. But for me, I have found that all the events in my life, both good and bad, they form the big picture of my life. As I reflect back to May 30th, 1999, when transverse myelitis came into the landscape of my life, I thought my dreams of making a positive impact on the world had ended. That image of how I saw my life was no longer clear. However, what I thought was the end of my dreams actually set me on a path receiving more than I ever dreamed possible. These are puzzle pieces I would never have selected as any part of my life, but I chose to let God use them for His glory. I know now that if I am never tested, I will never know what I'm capable of. And if I don't learn to trust God, I'll never know what He's capable of. You see, trying to understand where all my pieces fit in the process is indeed a steep learning curve. It was for me. I have experienced many lessons around surrender and self-sacrifice. When they are mixed with lots of love, patience, faith, and obedience, you get the most amazing finished product. And the result, you gain unexplainable peace, defiant joy, and a courage that is contagious. God's perspective on my puzzle pieces has given me the courage to lean on His strength and power, not my own. And as a result, I am looking forward with great expectation to what God has for me. And I'm going to fight like a warrior. Yes, I am a giant slayer in training. And in the face of fear, insecurities, and self-doubt, I will choose courage and trust Him. Let me share a poem here of how the unlikely pieces fit into the fabric of our lives. The Father and Child poem by Cynthia Hild. The Father spoke, "Come, child, let us journey together. Where shall we go, Father? To a distant land, another kingdom. So the journey will be long? Yes, we must travel every day. When will we reach our destination? The end of our days. And who will accompany us? Joy and sorrow. Must sorrow travel with us? Yes, she is necessary to keep you close to me. But I want only joy. It is only with sorrow that you will know true joy. What must I bring? A willing heart to follow me. What shall I do on the journey? There is only one thing that you must do. Stay close to me. Stay close. Let nothing distract you. Always keep your eyes on me. And what will I see? You will see my glory. And what will I know? You will know my heart. The Father stretches out His hand, and the child, knowing the great love her Father had for her, placed her hand in his and began her journey. I wonder, do you have some mismatched or disfigured puzzle pieces in front of you? Are you struggling to know where they fit? Maybe you're mad at God. Perhaps you're frustrated and are at a place where you've concluded that God has forgotten you or that He just doesn't care. Pause right here in this moment. Pause and Take time to write out your thoughts about the pieces of your life that don't make sense. I don't know what the future will bring for you, but I pray that you will trust God completely to make all your pieces fit. Section 2, Preparing for a Life of Courage. Chapter 5, I am courageous. If I were to ask you, are you courageous? On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you land? Did you know that even if you scored a 1, you can still claim that statement? I am courageous. Before you doubt my reasoning for making such a statement, let's have a visit together. In the introduction, I invited you to journey with me through this book with your journal and pen in hand. Have you done that? If not, it's certainly not too late to begin. If so, then I am sure you've had some very interesting and helpful entries through these chapters. I'm also guessing that there has been some pretty brave discoveries in your self-reflections. Either way, I would like for us to stop again and reflect on section 1. If there were things that you want to go back and revisit, please allow some time here to do so. I have brought a few key statements forward, and I want you to write down some of the thoughts that came to mind now as we have come this far. What response did you have to the statements in the section 1 about looking deeper than the tip of the iceberg? Is there more pain under your surface than you are willing to let people see? Or are you wishing you had the courage to allow someone to see your pain or to love you where you are? What's underneath was devastating when I was trapped in my pain. In my growth with God, what's underneath takes on a whole new meaning. Watch for that as we continue into the following chapters. When we begin our journey, I also asked you what giants you wanted to see fall in your life. Did you write them down? Well, now I want to invite you to write down the name of one person you would be open to sharing your giants with. And when you have time, I would even suggest writing out your thoughts in a letter. You will not believe the healing that will come just by writing out something that you've kept buried or have tried to hide. Vaughn and I received even more healing just by writing my first book. Maybe you have some news for a spouse or someone close that could do some serious damage to a lot of people or just yourself. Well, I'm not really advocating that you go public. It's likely time maybe that you share in a safe place that's confidential. That step of reaching out is indeed a courageous one. However, without this step, your healing and freedom could be severely delayed. I pray that even today, you will see a glimpse of that hope, freedom, or courage you have been so desperately looking for. There were other statements, I'm sure, that you might want to revisit. You can find these statements and others in the reflection and review section at the back of the book. I just chose these few. Faulty thinking blocks courage. Faulty thinking held me back for a long time from the courage and freedom I am now experiencing. What really is courage? Courage is having the mental or moral strength to venture, persevere, and withstand danger, fear, or difficulty. I can definitely relate to that. Maybe you think that courage and freedom are just abstracts that seem far-fetched and only attained by the very elite, or just a pipe dream that one can only hope to attain. I get it, because that was totally me. While there were many sources for faulty thinking that can creep into our lives' narratives, they all share a common goal: to draw inaccurate conclusions about ourselves. Self-perception matters. When we give into negative self-talk, we are prone to accumulate faulty thinking as our takeaway from all the challenges in our lives. And while I don't know, I don't have this all figured out yet, I have come to believe this, that you can't always control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. The fears and insecurities of my faulty thinking that I had to push through, even in 2019 into 2020, were at times unbearable. Yes, even as I wrote this book. And while you might be thinking of the fear regarding COVID-19 in 2020, for me, it was actually about so much more. As November 2019 began, I had just returned from a month-long speaking tour in Newfoundland and Labrador. And as you can well imagine, I was emotionally and physically exhausted. However, I saw what was just ahead for 2020. I was also excited to be involved in the second Hope Talks conference that was created by my amazing friend, Connie Jacob. I celebrated with her that it had grown from like the first ever event to now 3 locations in just 1 year. Well, Connie was hoping to be in all 3 locations. She was only one person, and it just wasn't possible. What a surprise when she asked me to lead the conference in the Edmonton location. It was a true honor. I was like, totally, I'm in. However, it wasn't long before I was overwhelmed by the task I had just agreed to. Adding to the fact, of course, that I was still recovering from exhaustion didn't help. I felt that I was in way over my head, and I began to experience all of the old patterns of self-doubt and insecurities. I feared I would fail, and the conference would be a total flop. Not only would I be letting Connie down, but I would look like a complete idiot in my hometown. Feeling the pressure, I was at times bawling my eyes out and even hoping that we could cancel this event. And I'm embarrassed to say I even suggested it might need to be canceled. My hesitation had nothing to do with not wanting to be a part of this incredible hope movement. It was simply my insecurities regarding my ability to execute it. As we talked it out, Connie said, "Vienne, you were born for this. I don't know what's happening, but I believe that this is an attack on your courage. You need to be confident in who you are." There were many other pep talks along the way. I finally faced my fear and just committed wholeheartedly to the fact that this was happening and I was leading. I pulled myself together and I pushed through. So trust me when I tell you that the excitement of being a part of something that was so much bigger than me returned, and once I was no longer paralyzed by fear. So here we are, only a days away from the conference, and I had a meet and greet at my house with the speakers and the workshop leaders to go over the order of the day. I remember sitting in the room with these leaders and thinking, wow, like I'm actually leading this group of high quality leaders, and I'm not afraid. And those thoughts were once countered by the other voices in my head saying, you don't belong here. I was actually seeing myself as able to take this role. People may see me as this confident leader, but this challenge was definitely next level, since I was leading those who were way more qualified and experienced in the field of mental health than I was. January 29th, 2020 arrived, and the conference happened. I had never emceed before, but I had the time of my life, and Jessie Lipscomb, who co-emceed with me, was an amazing partner who really helped validate me and boost my confidence that day. The feedback from the conference was just way more than I ever expected. Many thanks to the amazing team who helped me pull it all off. Of special note was Bob Jones, who received many of my Mayday calls. He was also a great support in helping me see that I could do this. My amazing friend Adrienne Fudge, with Help the Help Inc. She was also key in making sure this event was a success. Honestly, without her, the event actually wouldn't have even happened. Oh, there was so much more I could say about that event and that the people who helped make it possible, but what I'll say is this, that I am so thrilled that I pushed past my fears and chose courage. When I saw how God gave me the courage to do that, I was challenged and changed and thought, wow, God, if you helped me do that, what else can I do? Facing your fears and conquering them really does change your perception. About a month after the conference, on February 23rd, 2020, God showed me a picture of a dam that was about to burst. As the water was gushing through this dam, it was breaking apart even more. I sensed him saying, "You are bursting into a new season. And in this next season, there will be mindsets and other things break off of you that will catapult you forward." He continued, "I want to give you new courage in this season. You can't carry the insecurities you had in the past with you where you are going." Then he showed me that when that dam is fully broken and the water is gushing right through, it won't stop flowing. He showed me that I represented that dam, and the water flowing through me is his strength. I continued to hear him speak to me. When my strength is running through you, Vienne, there will be no limitations for you. And when you are walking in my strength, you will have nothing to fear, and you will be unstoppable. When I started writing Contagious Courage, I will tell you that my courage was tested in unimaginable ways. So it was no surprise that I felt that this book would be written from my prayer time. I knew that God wanted me to have the courage to share what was in my heart, but I needed to spend time with him to receive that strength. I told my husband I felt that this book would be birthed on my knees. Looking back and seeing what I went through with the Hope Conference and many other things that had threatened to destroy my confidence since that time, I realized just how many times I would come back to him for guidance and strength. I knew I needed the courage that he desired to give me to truly express what's in my heart and not hold back out of fear or insecurities. I wanted people to truly see me. I believe that when you truly see me, you will truly see him. If I wrote Contagious Courage and left out how God was the source of my courage, I wouldn't be true to myself. Why would this even be an issue? Why would this even be an issue? You see, since the release of my first book and winning the title of First Ever Miss Wheelchair Canada, doors were literally blowing open. I was speaking in schools and other community events where you can't really talk about Jesus. In those settings, I knew that that was appropriate. I actually believe that people see him much more through how I live my life than by what I say. But when I was writing this book, I was torn. Actually, I was terrified again. This indecision was a roadblock for about a month, maybe longer. Finally, one morning, I went to God and I said something like this to him. "Okay, you need to help me here, God. God, what if schools close and I don't get invited in? Or what if churches close because they don't accept that we need more love and relationships and less religion? How do I move past this?" What he spoke into my heart that day was this. He said, "If schools close to you, it will be okay. If churches close on you, it will also be okay. Even if Canada closes its doors to you, the world will receive the message you have to share." I will tell you, I was still terrified, but a weight had lifted off of me. Even if I was rejected, I was okay with that because I was confident that by faith, I was being obedient to do what God was asking of me. About 3 months into the COVID-19 pandemic, I was sharing this story with a friend. Her response was, "Vienne, schools did close to you. Churches did close to you. and literally everything got shut down in Canada and across the globe, but you have access to the world like never before. As soon as she said that, my tears began to fall. Now I understood what God meant. He hadn't been telling me I would be an outcast and no one would want to hear. Rather, he was giving me a word to let me know that he was still in control and that I could share my heart without fear or intimidation. You see, when we limit ourselves or our capacity to what we think we can accomplish, we will likely be paralyzed with fear when we are faced with circumstances outside of our control. Courage is not the absence of fear, but choosing to act in spite of fear. Allow me to illustrate this from one more of my risk-taking experiences. When I tell people that I've jumped out of an airplane, they say, "Wow, you're so courageous," and rightly so, that's pretty brave. But the truth is, I get the same reaction when I tell people that I drive myself around or do my own groceries. Some may consider it more courageous to be able to drive a vehicle, although I am still in a wheelchair, than to jump out of an airplane. One day, I actually had a lady follow me from the parking lot into a store and say, "I just saw you get out of your car. Did you drive yourself?" When I said with a chuckle, "Yes, that was me," you should have seen her reaction. With her eyes wide open and with tears in her eyes, she said, "Wow, you are so brave. You are one brave lady." So then she continued to tell me reasons why she didn't feel so brave and how seeing me that day had really encouraged her. We chatted a little, we hugged, and went about our day. So don't automatically eliminate yourself from the category of courageous. Yes, courage can describe those who face extreme dangers or difficulties without fear. However, what you may have to do in your everyday, in the face of your fears, or even something you do that just seems to come naturally to you, can be equally, if not more, courageous. I wonder why we find it so hard to tell ourselves that we are courageous. I think about all the things that I have shared with you, and yet I still struggle with it. So trust me, I understand. But the difference now is this, that I shut down fear quicker. I needed to change that mindset, and so do you. I think about what Lisa Bevere said in her book, "Strong is Not Wrong." She said too often Christian women are associated with weakness rather than strength. Sometimes she says religion has taught us to hide rather than to rise. It's true that we are called to be meek, but not weak. Meek is best defined as strength under control. I could keep quoting from that book, but you'll have to get the book and read it for yourself. Have you done something that you don't think is courageous, but others might? Maybe you think it's a silly question. Yes, it may seem silly, but write it down. Your comments will definitely appear in the map of your life as you navigate your way forward. Like that lady who told me I was courageous simply because she saw me being independent in this wheelchair, I have not always been confident in this chair. But now I have come to embrace where I am, and I can sometimes forget how courageous I can appear to others. And as I have mentioned before, your words or your stories about your courage could be in someone else's survival guide. I say that because most of what was written in my first book, and even in this book, would have not been remembered or even believed if I didn't have my journal notes to reflect on. Ditch your "I can't" mentalities. Now, let me ask you this. How many times today have you said, "I can't"? Maybe you've told yourself, "I'm not enough," or maybe you're not good enough or smart enough to accomplish my dreams. Okay, perhaps you didn't say it quite like that, but maybe it comes out in your everyday responses, such as when we say, "I can't wear that. That makes me look fat," or Like when I said, I can't lead a mental health conference. I am not a healthcare professional. Recently, I told my physiotherapist that I couldn't do something he was asking me to do. His quick response was, don't say I can't. You've got to stop saying that. Maybe you're not doing it like you want to, but that I can't business, that's got to stop. We laughed as I told him about this chapter. How often do we use this negative self-talk over our lives? I'll quote my therapist again for our mutual benefit, that this I can't business, it's got to stop. And while I don't want you to spend a lot of time focusing on all the things that you say you can't do, I believe it is important to take a mental picture so you can understand where you are. Bruce Wilkinson's book, The Dream Giver, was such a resource in helping me push past my fear, and I would like to recommend it to you. Now, let me ask you this. Have you ever had to make a decision about something or face someone and you were terrified at the thought, but you did it anyway? Now, that is the definition of courage. Consider the following questions. This will help you discover along your journey just how courageous you are. Write out a time or times when you tried a new food. Was it a good or bad experience? People who know me know that I am not a adventurous type when it comes to trying new foods, but every so often I'll take the plunge. And what better place to do this than at the Taste of Edmonton? Every type of food you can think of and most every restaurant from Edmonton has been represented. I'm not a green tea drinker myself, but I love ice cream, so I thought, I'd try green tea ice cream. I admit it tasted like dirt, but I tried it. Then came the real adventure. Squid rings? I grew up on the East Coast, so this shouldn't be that bad, right? No comment. But again, I tried it. Write out a time when you tried something new that you never thought you would or could. I invited a friend to travel with me to Montreal when I was invited to speak there. She thought it would be fun to try something new. That's when she told me about this restaurant called Au Noir where you eat in the dark. I can't say I had a panic attack, but I was hoping she would change her mind and decide it was too adventurous even for her. Eating in the dark? How's that even possible? How do you find your food? And there's no way you can have hot tea or hot soup, is there? Never mind that, I'm a klutz, even when I can see my food. I thought there's no way. This is gonna be a nightmare. I could write a full chapter on that experience, but let me just say, I did it, and it was amazing. Yes, it was fun, but very messy, and yes, I did eat my food with my fingers, but how else was I gonna find my food? My friend and I laughed so hard, especially in the pitch dark when we tried to clink our glasses attempting to do cheers. That was our bravery. But the most surprising thing was that it was the best tasting meal I'd ever had. Apparently, when your other senses are taken away, your taste heightens. That's one of the reasons they decided to do this eating in the dark restaurant. Let me circle back around here because the most surprising thing wasn't that it was the best tasting meal ever. Rather, it was that all the servers were visually impaired. How remarkable to support employment opportunities for this type of disability. Excellent, right? Anyway, all that to say, I never thought I could eat in the dark, but I did it. And it was amazing. And similarly, I never thought I could write a book or start a nonprofit organization. I'm telling you, you guys, most of our limitations are self-imposed. Have you ever tried an extreme sport or done something daring that you thought you would never do? I thought eating in the dark was brave, but skydiving? This was never on my bucket list, and I thought that alone was terrifying. But I did it anyway. The thing that shocked me the most was that once I actually made my mind up to do it, the fear factor settled in. As we were on that plane climbing up to an altitude of 14,000 feet, I said, oh my word, This is mind-blowing to me. How bizarre to realize that I wasn't afraid. That was the most crazy thing to me. Now I definitely have something to write home about. There's so much more to that story, but let's just say that I realized that how much freedom was waiting for me on the other side of my fear. Check out my YouTube channel for the video and search, "Do you see fear on this face?" One confession though before I move on. When I was first asked to skydive, I thought about the bragging rights that I'd have on my courage resume. Now, is that considered courageous or just stupid? Depends on who you ask, I guess. Here's one last question. Have you ever found yourself standing up for a person who's being bullied? I did, and that someone was me. I was in grade 7. After 6 years of being picked on, I finally kicked this guy in the... Yeah. There we were, standing in a crowded hallway, and my bully was taunting me. He was daring me to kick him in the you-know-what. With everyone watching in anticipation of what I would do, I did it. He was daring me to kick him in the you-know-what. With everyone watching in anticipation of what I would do, I did it. Let's just say that he didn't bother me ever again. He may not have been the only bully I have ever had to face in my life, but he definitely represents them. Courage comes in all shapes and sizes. But what you will hopefully discover here is that, to be honest, the worst experiences or most terrifying ones actually make for the best stories and create the bravest warriors. You are likely much more courageous than you give yourself credit for. What if you started day by day telling yourself you are courageous? What if you understood that you're very likely to do courageous things every day? But even more importantly, what if you understood that you actually have additional strength available to you that will help you keep stepping out to push past your fear? How much better would you feel? Or how does it feel to see all the times that you have been and still are being courageous every day? We are so quick to tell ourselves we can't, or that we are not brave, but the reality is we can and we are. For example, maybe you're a single mom who's had to work hard every day to provide for her children. Maybe you're a cancer survivor who had to endure chemo treatments and battle every day with the fear of, will I live or die? Or maybe you just had a bleak diagnosis and you're looking for the strength that you never thought you would need. I want to say that the fact that you're still here means that you should consider yourself brave and courageous. And while we don't all have life-threatening situations to face every day, you need to know that you are strong despite what you feel. Remember, your faith is not determined by what you see or how you feel. When you choose to trust God in spite of what you see and feel, you have access to much more strength and courage than you ever thought possible. The journey to freedom is not this one big step, but many little ones. The more we understand about the journey ahead, the more prepared and equipped we are to face it. Many times we don't even realize we're being held back. Fears and insecurities and negative self-talk and social pressures make it easy to accept these limitations as normal. Before we move on, I trust you have discovered that this journey will require faith, obedience, and discipline to walk out our life of courage and freedom. Please know that you are not alone in your challenges. Don't forget, courage isn't about not being afraid, but rather it's not letting fear control you. Say it with me. I am courageous. Chapter 6. Knowing is only half the battle. Do you like to travel? Just for fun, let me ask you this. How many of you overpack? Are you the type to go over every possible mood or weather change and choose an outfit to accommodate? Or do you pack as little as possible, only the essentials make it in your luggage? Is your philosophy, if I forget something, I'll buy it there? I'm sure there are other ways to prepare for a trip, but these are just two extremes that come to mind. What kind of packer are you? Whether it's for business or for pleasure, one thing remains the same, that no matter what kind of packer you are, you need to be prepared. If I'm going to Mexico, I know that I'll be needing sunscreen and light clothing. If I am going on an Antarctic tour, I'll need a parka and warm boots, right? However, if I am going to Newfoundland and Labrador, it's not a stretch to say I could actually need a parka one day and a spring jacket the next. Whatever the reason or the season for your travel, there would be a certain level of frustration if you didn't know how to prepare, right? For the record, I am that person who overpacks, especially when I can't really predict what each day will bring. When I went to Poland for Miss Wheelchair World Beauty Pageant in 2017, my sister came with me. I remember admiring her ability to travel with just a carry-on for 10 days. Now I realize I had gown and shoes and oh my, the shoes. How can I possibly choose between my 3 favorite pairs, and what about my boots? There was no way I could make this trip without the 5 pairs I decided on. My indecisive self found this process exciting yet painful, so I erred on the side of taking almost everything. You might be laughing at me, and that's okay, but I'm sure you'll agree that packing for something you never had prepared for, or could be prepared for, can be unbelievably difficult. Well, the night of the final gala came. Besides all the obvious excitement of the lights, cameras, and lots of runway action, we were spoiled. The gifts just kept coming and coming. It was just like Christmas morning. The sad reality was there was no way I was going to get all this loot back to Canada. However, thanks to my sister's mad packing skills, we were able to get almost everything in my suitcase. Of course, knowing that I would have had needed the extra space for all these presents would have been most helpful. And I would have avoided leaving behind some things that I would have rather kept. Would I have packed less? Or would I have brought an extra luggage bag? I don't know. Oh, the frustration of not knowing how to properly prepare. Understanding where you are going and how to prepare for your destination will have a profound impact on your overall well-being and success as you travel. Knowing in advance what you need saves a lot of frustration. Well, being prepared is a major factor in setting yourself up for a successful trip that is still only half the battle. Knowing what to do is still incomplete unless you know to do it. How are you at following instructions? With any guide, whether it's in written format or you actually have a tour guide, being obedient to follow instructions is just as important as having the right clothing or accessories for a trip. One summer after high school, I remember planning to go on an all-day trip to the beach with my friends. I wore my cutest little 2-piece bathing suit. I had my sunblock, my sunglasses, and food for the day. Yep, I had all the essentials. I usually also lather up with sunblock before I go out in the sun. After all, I am a redhead, and so need I say more? However, I was running late and I thought I would do it there. Well, we arrived at the beach, and in the excitement, I forgot to put on my sunblock. Then later, when I did remember, I told myself, I'm okay. I'll just keep going in the shade when I'm feeling hot. What was I thinking? Long story short, it was not a pleasant ending to a pleasant day for this girl. By the time I got home, I was feeling weak and I nearly passed out. I was attempting to get ready to go out with my friends after a day at the beach, but instead, I ended up in an ambulance en route to the hospital. Burnt to a crisp and looking like a lobster, I lay on that hospital bed, dehydrated and hooked up to the IV. My only thought was, why didn't I just put sunblock on as I planned? And then I was asked, how much water did I drink that day? I was embarrassed. My honest answer, I don't know if I actually drank anything other than that pop that I had with my lunch. Heat stroke and dehydration with a touch of stupidity was my diagnosis. You know you need to bring your sunblock on your tropical vacation or to the beach. But if you don't use it, you can't really complain about the fact that you got a sunburn or worse. To be honest, that's what we often do, don't we? We make a bad choice or think we know best and end up suffering more than necessary. Then we complain, right? We complain about the pain of our self-inflicted struggles. Oh boy, did I ever complain about my self-inflicted pain that day. I actually couldn't even wear clothes for about a week. I wore my mom's nightgown, and she had to regularly bathe my skin in vinegar water so my skin wouldn't scar or blister. I was burnt so badly, it hurt just to stand and walk. And when I had to go to the bathroom, I would literally cry when I had to sit on the toilet. My mom would even have to be strict with me and force me to get up and walk. See, the doctor had warned me that if I didn't get up and move, my joints would seize up. It would make it even harder later. I would keep telling her, no, it's too painful. Don't make me do it. Yes, that teenage experience taught me a lot about my self-inflicted pain, and more specifically, the importance of not just knowing the instructions, but actually following them. How can you maximize your journey? The importance of not just knowing the instructions, but also following them. Just like knowing what to expect can help you in the natural, this concept can also be applied to our spiritual lives. And while I've already covered the cycle of grief as a reminder of that process, I feel that showing you some things you might face in your spiritual journey will help you avoid some unnecessary frustration. Perhaps even help you make sense of what is happening right now in your life. In November of 2018, I just received papers that confirmed that Going Farther was officially a nonprofit organization. Wow, how did I even get here? Many times I wanted to quit and I felt that was just too hard, but my friend Jeremiah, who's an effectiveness coach with the Pentecostal Assemblies of Alberta and Northwest Territories District, would be right there providing me with the right resources and encouragement I needed to keep going. But here I was, the founder of an organization. This was also my birth month. So I had lots to celebrate, but still plenty to do. The morning after this exciting news, I began my morning routine as I always do. I was up really early in the morning and spending time with God. And I'm not a coffee drinker, but let's just say he's what gets me up in the morning and keeps me going. When I was praying, I felt he didn't want me to turn on my computer to work that day, but rather just be. I began to barter with him over a few items on my list that I felt really needed my attention. However, I knew no work meant you got it, no work. So I heard my instructions and I went about my day. Well, that was 4:30 a.m. By 9:30 a.m., what was I doing? That's right. I was at my computer working on the very task I was bartering with God over earlier. I would like to tell you that I was being productive and that the day was going by so smoothly, but it was quite the opposite. Let me begin with the fact that after 2 hours of working on a half-an-hour task, I couldn't understand why this was taking so long. Why was this being so difficult? In my frustration, I even started to pray, God, help me. I think there were even a few tears. By this time, my grocery order was ready for pickup, so I thought I would go grab my order and then have my lunch. Perfect timing, so off I went. When I called them and told them that I was parked and ready for pickup, they said, "I am sorry, but your order isn't on the list." "What do you mean my order is not on the list?" I said. This was not my first time doing this, and I knew I placed the order. But what I hadn't messed up on before was the pickup day. And while I know making a mistake for me is not uncommon, I pleaded with the lady to see if she could pick up and actually if you could just give me a chicken and a salad. Normally, I would have just pulled my wheelchair out of the car and gone in to pick it up myself. However, I had not brought my wheelchair with me. I had left it parked in my garage, which I sometimes do when I just have to zip out and grab something quick. Well, the gal heard the desperation in my voice and took pity on me and said, "You know what? I'll go pull your order. It's a slow day, but I won't get it filled for a few hours." I was delighted by that thought. "No problem," I said. "I'll go to Tim's for my lunch and I'll have the chicken for my dinner." So back home I went, ate my lunch at my computer. I know what you must be thinking by now. Why didn't I just take the day away from my computer as God has instructed? Well, I'll get to that, but let me just keep going. Later, when I went back to the store to pick up my order around 4:30 p.m., of course, as you've guessed, I was no further ahead with the task I had been working so hard on. But I assure you that it didn't stop me from trying. Would you believe me if I told you it was 7:30 p.m. before I was finally driving home with my chicken and salad and all the other groceries? Well, I won't tell you all that transpired with my order. What I will tell you is the follow-up conversation I had with God while I waited in that parking lot. There I was, sitting in a parking lot, frustrated and drained from all the waiting. And striving, might I add. Now, I was really hungry because it was way past dinner hour, and I had started to talk out loud to God. Okay, what's the deal here? I didn't even have the words. I just sat there and I cried as tears flowed down my cheeks. I felt God speaking to my heart. He reminded me of the first time I went to West Edmonton Mall. When I first moved to Edmonton, I remember one of the first things I wanted to do was visit the amazing attractions there. I had heard how big and amazing it was, but I had not yet experienced it. I went with a friend and we literally spent the whole day seeing all the sights and doing a little shopping, of course. We were there before the doors opened and stayed until we heard the announcement of the mall closing. And now it's a pleasure, a true pleasure, when I get to take people there to see the sights for the first time and see their reactions to an indoor wave pool, the sea lions, a pirate ship, or an ice palace right in the mall. It's exciting to point out all the neat things. As you're going along among the amazing attractions, you are frequently telling them, "We need to stop and look here at the ice palace," or "You don't want to miss the sea lions." It took me a little while into hearing his unusual reminder before I realized what God was wanting to tell me. On the morning after such a great ministry victory, he was pausing with me to enjoy the wonder of it. But I had just insisted on running ahead. No, he didn't want to show me sea lions, but he did want me to stop and acknowledge my successes and not dismiss it. He had just helped me through yet another big hurdle. And this was indeed a big accomplishment. And here I was just zooming by it without a second glance. And I didn't even realize I was doing it. He said, "Vian, I don't want you to keep running ahead without appreciating the beauty of what I am doing for you. And when I tell you to stop and take time in my presence or simply just rest and enjoy where you are, trust me, there is a reason." He went on to say, "You know how a parent knows when a toddler needs to nap even before the child does? Well, trust me to know that I know when you need to stop or just sit much better than you do. It's not even about doing or not doing something," he said. "I need you to be so in tune with my voice that you listen and obey me and all the instructions I give you. Be assured, I know what's best even when you can't see or understand. That was the most profound moment for me. And while I haven't always been perfect in the obedience department, you can be sure it's moments like that which helps me trust the one giving the instructions. These moments confirm, yes, that I should have listened. I knew what I was being asked to do, but I deliberately made the opposite choice. From my account of that wasted but not worthless day, I'm reminded that He can use even the pain of our poor choices to make us stronger and more reliant on Him. This is something that today I definitely understand more than ever. We can learn from our mistakes. As I have shared before, life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient. But when we learn to follow the instructions that we are given, we will definitely avoid some unnecessary struggles. God tells us in Ecclesiastes 4:6, one handful of rest is better than 2 fistfuls of labor and striving after the wind. Oh boy, ain't that the truth? My hope is that this will help you in your current situation, along your continued life journey. You know, the tools in my survival guide include both how to prepare and the instructions needed to maximize the journey ahead. I trust that as you continue to read, you'll have a better understanding of where you are and what to expect. And even more importantly, that you'll be guided to see your role in the success of the journey ahead. If I can help even just one person avoid one sunburn or unnecessary struggle, then it is most definitely worth it. But I am sure you agree that when trying to prepare for anything, knowing is only half the battle. Chapter 7. Who told you that? One of my biggest questions I've asked in my Christian walk has been, is that you, God? I have questioned the Lord's instructions to me. I have doubted God's voice or questioned my ability to perform something He's asked me more times than I can count. Can you relate? Then, when I did start hearing and knowing His voice, the fear of man or fear springing from my insecurities would destroy my confidence and limit my ability to be obedient. Yes, our inability to trust God's voice will limit our ability to obey Him. In the last chapter, I told you about an incident in which I was clearly disobedient and failed to follow through with His clear instructions. In pondering that incident, I have wondered why I chose that response. My conclusion is this: we don't obey what or who we don't trust or feel worthy of. And while it seems harmless, but I wouldn't have admitted that then, the truth is I didn't trust that God would help me with what I needed. I continued in my own strength because I thought I knew better. And well, we all know where that got me. Do you know what I have come to understand? That God is much more willing to speak to us than we are willing to obey. Mark Batterson said, and let me quote, "Let me make a bold statement and say, learning to hear the voice of God is a solution to 1,000 problems." I would like to add, learning to hear and be willing to obey the voice of God is the solution to 1,000 problems. I think it's interesting that I felt to add obey to Mark's quote about hearing. You know, when the original Hebrew word for hear is shema, as in Deuteronomy 6:4. Look it up. The definition is very meaningful. It means to hear intelligently. Often implication of intention, obedience, etc. Did you note that it contains the implication of attention and obedience? I won't get into a word study now, but It is my prayer that what I share will help you not only be confident in hearing his voice, but also have the courage to obey and to keep pushing forward. So, just to repeat, if you don't truly know someone, you don't trust them. And if you don't trust them, you most definitely won't walk with them or be obedient to their instructions. And this applies to our relationship with God too. If we don't truly know God, the trauma of our lives can cause us to have some serious trust issues with him. As I look back over my relationship with God, even after I accepted him, I also had to learn to listen and obey in faith. I know that's scary, but again, if we don't trust our guide, we won't be obedient with the things that don't make sense to us. When I was being led to my table in that pitch black restaurant, it was frightening, yes, but I had to trust that my server knew what he was doing and that I was going to be okay. From my story, you recall that I did make my way back to placing Christ at the center of my life after being derailed by all the trauma. After becoming aware that I was hearing his voice again, there was still a definite struggle accepting what I was hearing. Simply believing God when he would say, "I love you," or "You are forgiven," or "I have great plans for you. You are worthy," was such a challenge. Accepting what he said was like trying to slay a giant I never thought I would see fall, especially since I was just in the beginning stages of rebuilding my life and I wasn't truly convinced that I was actually able to change. I remember sitting in my kitchen and being overwhelmed with fear. The voices in my head were repeating, "You'll never be able to stay faithful to Vaughn. You're not worthy of this blessed life you're believing for. Who do you think you are?" Well, something inside me just rose up and I yelled back, "No, that is a lie. I said I am a child of God and I am loved and I am forgiven and God does have a plan for me." I would often yell those words back at the devil and dismiss the enemy's lies. When I was sleeping around and being a terrible human, you told me how beautiful and amazing I was. But now that I am trying to live right and you're trying to make me believe that I am worthless and unlovable? That was the first time I had ever yelled out. Take a look at this. "You can take your lies and go to hell." Yep, I actually said that. Why do we continue to believe the lies about ourselves or about the one who wants only the best for us? We question and scrutinize everything else, yet we are so quick to allow the enemy to lie to us. We walk around defeated and feeling worthless because we are believing the lies about ourselves. Perhaps we lack relationship with the Lord, who is the ultimate voice of truth and enables us to trust and truly believe. But stick around, because if you're ready, I'm going to attempt to help you understand how to trust the voice of truth. Drawing from the famous speech of Martin Luther King, "Do you have a dream?" or something that you're passionate about? If you were to write one sentence that expresses that dream, what would it be? I am aware that you might not ever even have considered the idea of having dreams. Maybe you've been so severely beaten down or traumatized that you don't even know how to dream or feel worthy of a dream. But that is exactly what I want to ignite or perhaps reignite in your heart. Before I tell you my experience, I want you to know that your passions and your dreams are sometimes birthed out of much pain or dissatisfaction with a situation. I have a friend who was sexually abused her whole childhood. Her journey to healing was a long and grueling process. However, she has turned that trauma into a powerful passion and is living her dream of helping other young victims. As a result, she is the founder of an organization that helps provide a safe haven for kids who are victims of childhood sexual abuse. You may know her, Glory Mildrum. She runs Be Brave Ranch for all the little warriors she's helping. Glory would be the first to say that she was blessed with this journey so she can now help thousands of little warriors be brave. While I had a passion to inspire others from a young age, my passion and dream were even more realized from reflecting back on that season of my life where I was living without peace and joy, struggling to find hope. My personal mission statement is this: to see people overflowing with unexplainable peace, defiant joy, and contagious courage so they can live in total freedom with unshakable faith and thriving in their God-given purpose. Your dream and passion will be uniquely yours, whether you're called to speak, sing, play a sport, be a mom, or simply desire to be happy. Whether your focus is to make a difference in the business community, in the faith community, or your own heart or family. Whatever it is, that's what I want you to really focus on for a moment. What do you desire now more than ever? Can you remember the first time that passion started to be evident in your life? And if today is the first time you even considered a dream or a passion, would you allow yourself some time to sit and do just that? If you do have a dream, but it's been dormant, I would like for you to also sit and remember. Maybe your dream seems like an unattainable goal. Can you at least sit and see if you can remember when you knew that you were born for this? Let me share my experiences to see if it will help spark a memory for you. I wasn't very old before I knew I loved to play with dolls. I would line every doll or stuffed animal, actually anything with eyes or ears, all around the room. I would then walk in front of them, talking and waving my hands. I always wondered about that and concluded that I was born to be a mom. As I reflected, I realized I wasn't nurturing them or holding them. I was always talking to them. Another defining moment for me was when I was about 5 years old. I wanted to be baptized in water to take that next step in my relationship with the Lord. My parents weren't really sure that I was truly old enough to understand what I was agreeing to do and tried to discourage me. Not because they didn't want this for me, but they just wanted to be sure that I understood what I was doing. The day came and we were all standing outside on a beach in this small town in Newfoundland and Labrador. It was a rainy, cold day, so my mom suggested that I wait for another time, but I was determined. And then my dad said, "Vienne, everyone who has to go through the waters today has to speak into the microphone in front of everyone and say why they want to do this." Without hesitation, I said, "Take me to the mic." I knew there was something driving me. I couldn't explain it at 5, but I didn't question it, nor did I have any doubts. I listened to that voice inside me, and nothing was going to stop me. I heard and I obeyed. As I look back over my life experiences, I can see these early indicators of my life's passion. No matter where you are in your journey with the Lord, whether you are just starting out, are farther along, or not even ready to publicly acknowledge Him, my guess is that you have experienced some form of communication with Him. A friend of mine was sitting in her car late at night, and she just had this feeling that she should lock the door. And literally, the next thing she knew, there was a stranger banging on her window, attempting to get in her car. Times like that illustrate that even when you can't explain, your choice to follow instructions proves very beneficial later. At any point along our journey, we can be assured of His desire to share His heart with us. The question is, will we dismiss it by saying, that's not God, it's only me? For those who have that personal relationship with the Lord, John 10:3-4 speaks to us of recognizing his voice. The gatekeeper opens the gate for him, and the sheep listen to his voice. He calls out his own sheep by name and leads them out. When he has brought out all his own, he goes on ahead of them, and his sheep follow. Why? Because they know his voice. The Lord describes himself as a trusted shepherd whose voice can be known and safely followed by those who are his own. If that's true, let me repeat that. If that's true, then why do we struggle so much? From my experience, it is because we are believing inaccurate information we are consistently bombarded with. How much better to build relationship with the one we can trust and who is committed to us. I was in the last stage of writing my first book when I was in training to become a life coach. My coach asked me this question: are there any fears or barriers holding you back from fulfilling your dream? I told her, while I was terrified, I wasn't letting it stop me. She continued by asking me what I was afraid of. I said, I am terrified that people will judge me when they hear my story, or that I will ruin my marriage that I have worked so hard to rebuild. I even told her about the nightmares I had of me ruining my marriage. In those nightmares, I acted out and declared that I didn't love Vaughn anymore. These dreams were so real that I would often wake up crying. I would have to take a few moments to realize that it was just a dream and that I was okay. After I shared that with her, she said, so you are writing your book, but you are terrified. Tell me what you believe to be the worst case scenario for you when your book is released. I told her that I was afraid that I could be called horrible names in an interview. If that happened, I feared that so many past painful hurts in our marriage would come up and would ruin the healing that Vaughn and I had already experienced. Her response was this: so what if somebody did confront you? How would you respond to them? I answered her, I would say that I'm not that same person anymore. Then it hit me. If someone wants to believe that or judge me for my past, I didn't have to care. That's not who I am anymore. When that dawned on me, I actually began to laugh. For the first time, I understood that God's truth about me mattered more than any other's opinion. No longer could that fear hold me back. The understanding that God's truth was my confidence lifted this weight off of me. I don't know about you, but I'm having a big deja vu moment as I have had to literally do the same again. Maybe not the same fear, but I did push through fears of what others would think in order to bring out this book, Contagious Courage. In order to be free of shame and guilt and live out my dreams, I had to choose to listen to the voice of truth, plus be obedient to believe what he told me. Consider the source. Who is telling you something different than what you know to be true? Who told you that you have to live a life in a state of overwhelming fear? Who told you that you are unworthy of love? Who told you that you have to carry shame? Who told you that you are not enough? I realized I was living with way more fear than I needed to. My faulty mindset was, isn't it normal to be frightened out of your mind when you're starting to live your dream? God wants to remove that mindset from me so his courage could flow through me. I can't help but go back to that first lie in the Bible, Adam and Eve. Their story begins with living in such contentment and total harmony with the Lord Then the serpent enters the landscape. The serpent was the shrewdest of all the wild animals the Lord God had made. One day he asked the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat the fruit from any of the trees in the garden?" "Of course, we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden," the woman replied. "It's only the fruit from the tree in the middle of the garden that we are not to eat. God said, 'You must not eat or even touch it, for if you do, you will die.'" "You won't die," the serpent replied to the woman. "God knows that your eyes will be open, and as soon as you eat it, you will be like God, knowing both good and evil." The woman was convinced, so she took some of the fruit and ate it. Then she gave it to Adam, and he did the same. At that moment, their eyes were open, but suddenly felt shame for their nakedness. So they sewed fig leaves together to cover themselves. When the cool evening breezes were blowing, the man and his wife heard the Lord walking about in the garden. So they hid from the Lord among the trees. When the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" he replied, "I heard you walking in the garden, so I hid. I was afraid because I was naked." "Who told you you were naked?" the Lord asked. "Have you eaten from the tree whose fruit I commanded you not to eat?" The man replied, "It was the woman who gave me the fruit, and I ate it." Genesis 3, 1-12. We must always consider the source of information before we believe it. That was the step that Adam and Eve had missed. Then they tried to blame someone else for their actions. But the choice to act was ultimately each of theirs. When you believe the lies over the voice of truth, you will always struggle with the courage to follow your dreams. And you'll look for any excuse to stay in your prison of your comfort zone. Whether you have a mission statement for your life or not, the real struggle comes when you actually start walking it out. Or maybe the struggle for you is the mere thought of considering a dream. That is when you will start hearing lies like this: "You will never make it, so don't even try." "You're not good enough," or "Who do you think you are?" If you hear a voice telling you anything other than what you know the voice of truth has spoken to you, question it. Consider the source. Galatians 1:8 says this: "Even if we or an angel from heaven preach another gospel to you other than what we have preached to you, let him be accursed." If you are making those first steps towards your freedom, or if you are farther along and trying to make a difference, understand that the enemy will attack your courage. If you are perhaps just beginning to use your voice to declare God's truth, understand that the enemy will attempt to make you believe the lie that you are not enough. He'll try to make you believe that you are not smart enough or not eloquent enough to speak. Furthermore, if we are not believing the voice of truth, it will also affect how you approach God in your prayer life. You see, believing the lies rather than the voice of truth will affect your ability to choose courage and fight past your fears. Break the limitations of intimidation. Without a doubt, God has called us to be strong and courageous. Therefore, don't be surprised when your courage comes under attack. It is one thing to have the fear of God as we step out. That is a healthy and empowering fear. However, the fear of man or lack of trust in God to give us what we need are chains that will limit us and hold us back time and time again. Even in this season of writing Contagious Courage, as I have already shared, there have been times of overwhelming fear and intimidation, let me tell you. The phrase, "you're not enough," combined with the lie, "what can one person do?" These lies threaten to hold me back. The attacks and fears are still very, very real. However, more than ever before, I have come to see that these lies and intimidation tactics, they are actually validation that I am on the right track to fulfill my dream of helping others find freedom. One morning, I was praying yet again through some fear and intimidation. I was reminded of that scene from the movie Pretty Woman. Do you know it? Okay, yes, it's about a prostitute starring Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. But there's a scene in this movie after Richard asked Julia to stay with him for the duration of his stay in town. To my surprise, that scene contains the words that really helped me that day, and I hope it helps you today. Richard wants to take Julia to some events, but clearly she does not look like someone who could be seen in public on the arm of a wealthy businessman. So Richard hands Julia his credit card, tells her, go down to Rodeo Drive and buy anything she wants. And then he leaves for the day. But Richard returns only to find Julia back in the hotel in tears, wearing the same clothes as when he left. When he asked her what was wrong, she said, no one would sell me anything. They said I don't belong here. Richard stands to his feet and says, come with me. They go back to Rodeo Drive. Richard insists that the salespeople spoil her and help her look and feel like a princess. When Julia was totally transformed, she returns to that store where the sales lady told her that she didn't belong, with her hands full of high-ticketed items purchased from another department store and with no intention of spending any money here. Julia walks up to that same sales lady. Of course, the lady didn't recognize her at first, but Julia asked this question. So, you work on commission, right? The lady sheepishly responds, yes, at which point Julia lifts up the new bags of clothing and responds, big mistake, big mistake. Well, that was epic. And that's the scene that I was reminded of that morning when I was feeling intimidated by fear. Don't you just love how God does those things? You do not have to believe the lies that you do not belong or that you are not enough. Rather, once you accept what the Lord says about you and who you are, you can walk out your true destiny in confidence, or rather accept that you have a destiny. Are there lies that you are believing about yourself or your situation that are intimidating or holding you back? Maybe you have believed that lie that you are not worthy of a dream, or that it's too late for you. I've heard people say, and maybe you've heard it, if you're still breathing, it's not too late. Allow yourself some time to feel God's love meeting you where you are right now. Imagine God sitting next to you in your pain. Allow His love to displace the pain of the circumstances and inaccurate conclusions that are taking up space in your heart and in your mind. Julia had possession of a no-limit credit card, but was paralyzed to access its funds. She had accepted the opinion of others as her identity. When we know who we are and whose we are, we won't be intimidated or limited by opinions of others. When we know that our identity is found in our Heavenly Father, we will know how to access the unlimited resources of love, joy, and peace, unconditional love, and His unlimited strength that are available to us. Let's review what we have covered and discovered together in this chapter. Are you experiencing some of that fear and intimidation today? Maybe you're stepping out in ways you never have before, yet the lies about who you are or who you can be are limiting your ability to access that strength and power that is available to you. Maybe for the first time, you are considering the notion that courage and freedom are for you. Walk out your dreams and your passion with confidence in whose you are, or simply accept the idea that you are worthy. And when the enemy comes up to you and tells you something other than what you know to be true, you can walk right up to him and say this, and say it with me. Big mistake, big mistake. Chapter 8. What's stopping you? I trust by now that you are starting to view you differently, or at least you are starting to see that change is possible and that you can be hopeful of that courageous future of freedom as you see the strength that is available to you. Long before I was an author, my father-in-law asked me a very weighted question. He said, Vienne, if you could do anything or be anything, and money was no object, and there were no barriers in your way, what would it be? I told him that I wanted to make an impact on the world. I wanted to travel and share my story to encourage others to have courage. But when he replied with, "What's stopping you?" I don't think I had ever been more annoyed yet more intrigued by someone as I was in that moment. How dare he imply that I was holding myself back? What was I going to do? Just leave my job? Who really gets to live out their dreams anyway? It's expensive to travel and I can't afford that lifestyle. As if someone is actually going to pay me to speak. Besides, traveling is hard on me physically, and there are too many challenges. It took me 3 months to recover physically from that trip to Africa. And to get a window into that incredible experience, if you haven't already, you can read about that in my first book, Going Farther. But living out my dream seemed impossible. Plus, isn't that something only people with lots of money or time on their hands can do? Just as I said before, how dare he imply that I was holding myself back? While I was annoyed, it definitely got me thinking. This question turned out to be life-changing for me. So I'm going to ask you the same question with the hopes that it will have the same effect. If money were no object and there were no barriers in your way, what would you do? Or simply put, what's stopping you? See, you're not going to be held accountable or you're not going to be laughed at for shooting for the moon or dreaming big. This is a safe place. So write down your big dream. Write it down. And don't forget to dream big. Then, beside your big dream, write out what's stopping you. Write out the things that you feel are a barrier from pursuing that dream. Simply stating I can't is not an acceptable answer. Write out the why. As you have also read, believing lies can also be a barrier, right? And so I have asked the question many times and have gotten many different responses. However, I don't know which is more disheartening, giving up on your dreams or not dreaming big enough. Maybe you're thinking, I just want peace. But is the barrier to that peace conflict at work or at home? Maybe your barrier is financial. Maybe your barrier to your courage and freedom is a past experience or trauma. Maybe you've suffered loss or someone has wronged you and it's left you with a jaded view of God. Or maybe you simply don't believe that there's anything good in your future. What's in your way? What's stopping you from pursuing your dream? Whatever it is, take a few minutes to write it out. If these obstacles weren't in your way, what would you do? If you are already living out your dreams, congratulations. I want you to write out what you are dreaming for next. Maybe you need the courage to keep going because your dream is bigger than you even imagined and you need the strength to carry it. You never want to stop dreaming or going farther, but you can be sure you'll need to keep growing your strength and courage to do so. If you are living your dreams, you will agree with me that it is definitely not easy street. I have included a diagram with my answers to the questions I've asked you from when I first started stepping out and dreaming. And I trust that it will help you write yours. But before I share that, let me say that for the record, I haven't always had everything documented. I spoke at a conference one time and they said that documentation is everything. They said if it isn't written down, it doesn't exist. I've totally come to understand that to be true in my own life. If I didn't write it down in the hours surrounding the event, there is no way I'll be able to remember the emotions of it 1 year later, or even a week after, the way I did in that moment. Some of the key elements of my first book would not have even been accurately shared with you if I didn't journal about it. I understand that sometimes we are just not ready to reflect on our feelings, and that's okay. But even writing that statement, I'm not ready, will help you when you are ready for that next step towards your healing. So what was my big dream? You already know it, but I'm going to say, I want my story to be an inspiration to others and empower them to have courage. My current reality, or barrier, if you will, myself, because I said, why would I write a book? First of all, I'm not smart enough to write a book. Plus, who wants to hear what I have to say? Not to mention, I'm afraid people will judge me. Another big dream I had was, I want to exercise and work out because it makes me feel good. And it would be nice to walk. But my current reality or barrier to that was, why am I working out or trying to walk again? I'm too old to be learning to walk. Plus, it seems I'm always starting over and it's so frustrating. So why even try? As I have shared many times in the pursuit of my dreams, I was overwhelmed with fear and insecurities. And as you may recall, some of my biggest barriers existed when I didn't realize there was even a barrier. That's a sad reality because I thought I was free. One of my favorite times in the year was January. Okay, minus the snow and 30 below temperatures. However, looking past that, I really anticipated the one conference here in Edmonton, formerly known as Breakforth. Every year I would put lots of thought into which sessions I would attend. Sometimes it's easy, like when I knew like Philip Yancey or Kay Arthur or Lisa Bevere would be coming, of course, I always select those sessions. However, other times I look at the topics that are aligned with the season of life that I am in. But each year I always chose sessions that encouraged or challenged me. So in 2017, when I saw freedom, there was actually a freedom session offered at this conference. I was like, woohoo, it's going to be a great session for me. I can do this. I felt proud of the fact that I am free. I might even feel inclined to give myself a little pat on the back. You see, I felt pretty good about where I was. I had conquered so much in my life already and was just about to step out into my dreams with the release of my first book. This was the same year I was also being trained to be a life coach. And while I knew I hadn't had it all together, I was confident in the fact that I felt free. So the day came and I rolled into the crowded room. I was surprised to see that so many had selected this freedom session. My first thought was, wow, this is a hot topic. But at the risk of sounding like a show-off, I told myself I would not comment or share that I felt confident in my freedom. The session began and with the presenter asking us about things that we have in our lives that might be a barrier between us and God. I had already beaten some big strongholds in my life. And while I knew I wasn't perfect, I didn't think I had anything. And when he started listing off things like pornography, stealing, the list went on, including all sorts of addictions. I was like, nope. I'm good there. Oh, no problem there. Until he said it. That thing I didn't even know was a thing. People pleasing. What about people pleasing, he said. I didn't even know it was a thing. It was like a shock to my system. Do you mean this would be something as damaging in my life as pornography? I immediately thought, I don't know what he's going to say to help me here, but I'm all ears. After he listed off a bunch of the barriers, he went on to ask us this. So, when was the last time you did that thing? In my case, people pleasing. I thought, oh dear, that was just today. He continued by asking, why did you feel the need to do that? And how did you feel after you did that thing? With his probing, I reviewed the setting in which I had reverted to people pleasing. Perhaps I had chosen to do it because I wanted to keep the peace, or perhaps I wasn't strong enough to say how I really felt. However, and whatever the cause, I felt disappointed in myself. Disappointed that I didn't have the courage to stand up for myself or tell how I was really feeling. I guess I had concluded that their feelings were more important than mine. But to be honest, I was just a coward who was simply afraid to speak up or set my boundaries. Are you relating to any of this? But I was fooling myself into thinking I was doing the right thing. At this point, my heart was racing and I thought, okay, I have this issue that I didn't even know was a barrier between me and God, and now he's just exposed it. Ouch, what am I supposed to do with this? Then he said, okay, now that you've remembered the last time you did it, close your eyes and try to remember the first time you did it. My immediate response was, great. He's probably going to ask us to look into our childhood. This isn't going to work for me because, you see, I had a great childhood. However, I thought, well, what do I have to lose, right? So I closed my eyes. I started to think about, or tried to think about, the first time that I did that thing. And almost immediately, I remembered a situation when I was in about grade 5. I remember the teacher asked everyone to bring cookies for a bake sale that they were having. Immediately, I remembered hearing the voice of another classmate who said with a sarcastic tone, Vianne can't bring any cookies to school because she'll burn them before she gets them here. And everyone laughed. My popular nickname was Bonfire Head. You see, my red hair and freckles were not as admired as they are now. I was continually made fun of and called names. If you read my opening lines of my first book, Going Farther, I said, red hair and freckles and a personality to match. I was that little girl who loved to be in the center of attention. Good or bad attention, it was all the same in my young mind. So when that memory surfaced, I thought, see, I told you this wouldn't work for me. You can even ask my mother. She would tell you that not once did I come home crying or telling my parents of any of these stories. By the time the session had ended, I can tell you that I was leaving a whole lot differently than the way I came. I went from being confident to being confused and definitely not feeling free. Should I be worried that this never bothered me as a kid? Should I be crying now? And because I'm not, does that mean there's something wrong with me? I was like, what now? Do I just carry on to my next session? I felt like I was on the operating table with open heart surgery, but the doctor decided to leave and there I was fully exposed and open. I didn't know how to put myself back together. Thankfully, the instructor was available for questions, so I approached him and shared what I had experienced in his session, just as I have shared with you. And he looked at me and responded with these questions. So when those kids were saying those things to you, how did you respond? Were you angry? No, I replied. What about shy or withdrawn? I laughed and I said, definitely not that. Then he said, did you become the class clown? Well, I wish you could have seen my face. My jaw hit the floor and something went right through my heart. I responded, yes, that's totally me. But I thought, that laughing about it meant that I was handling it just fine. He said, Vianne, the moment you didn't speak up for yourself for something that wasn't right was the moment you started enabling bad behavior and not being able to set healthy boundaries for yourself. And that's the point when you started becoming a codependent people pleaser. I began that day thinking I was totally free, you guys, with nothing to hide. But this freedom session was like a mirror that gave me a glimpse into my soul of another hidden blockage. I could now see that I was held by chains I didn't even know existed. But more importantly, my biggest question was I strong enough to break them? The last time I felt this much uncertainty about my own strength was when I started walking out of infidelity. Can you imagine? And I'll be honest and tell you that was easier. I feel the need to stop and acknowledge the title of my book again, Contagious Courage. The path to freedom is a path of harsh realities and tough choices. I know you know that. You see, the chains of our past hold us back from a courageous future. In order to be free, one must have the courage to leave those chains behind. The words of the presenter in that freedom session that day literally uncovered a chain I didn't know was holding me back. That's why I'm asking you to journal the story of the mountain you've climbed. Your words could be in someone else's survival guide. Before moving on, I would like you to reflect on the question that I was asked in that freedom session to determine how free you are. Take a few minutes and ask yourself, is there anything in your life right now that is a barrier between you and your relationship with God? Maybe you're reading this and you don't have a relationship with God, and that's okay. But whatever your spiritual status, would you search your heart today and see if there's anything that you've put between yourself and God that's stopping you from moving forward? And can you acknowledge when you first realized it was there, and why is it there? I would venture a guess that the root of it goes back to people and how you've been affected by something you have experienced like I had been. If you would like to take that first step to begin your relationship with God, or simply have someone pray with you, I would like you to check out the appendix section at the back of the book, where you can find my contact information. I would love to hear from you. But also, if you want someone live in person, even right now as you're hearing this, the Crossroads 24/7 prayer line, where you can access a real person anytime, even maybe right now. But also, you'll find some other valuable resources to help you in your journey to freedom. That freedom releasing incident that I experienced at the conference certainly set me free and set me on a new path of correction. With this new awareness of the bondage of people pleasing, I have been able to evaluate other major moments in my life where I forfeited my freedom with the best of intentions, or where I had made choices out of the fear of man and not in obedience to God. I am so thankful that the Lord has equipped me to catch the tendency sooner, so it won't continue to hold me back. And as a result, I am experiencing so much more freedom and authenticity in relationships. Yes, this is still a challenge to set boundaries and let go of what people think of me, but I can assure you and tell you it no longer paralyzes me with fear. You see, God was giving me 2020 vision, and that's what I'd like to talk a little bit about next. Because you see, barriers are all around us, both seen and unseen. Even now, as I wrote the chapters of this book, I am smack dab, or I was smack dab in the middle of yet another unseen barrier. Another one that I was not even aware of. I guess that's why they are so appropriately named unseen, right? But this barrier is not to my freedom, but to someone else's freedom. This barrier is one of the most heartbreaking of all the barriers I have encountered. It goes deeper than I can even begin to uncover in our short time together. However, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge it. And I've had to sit and spend time confessing and asking for forgiveness. What is it, you ask? Forgiveness from my lack of understanding of what people of color or Indigenous people have suffered and are still suffering as a result of my silence. The sad realization is that generations have stood by and remained silent or uninformed. Our silence has blocked millions of people for generations from experiencing true freedom. While it's something that I realize may not be easily forgiven by those we have wronged, I am so thankful for the Lord's forgiveness as I have repented and brought this before Him with a broken heart. It's interesting to me that I have lived so long with this ignorance. Yes, I could certainly speak from experience about the stereotyping of people in wheelchairs, but this fresh awareness of how both my lack of understanding and my silence against prejudice and injustice that was endured by people of color has resulted in another unseen barrier being brought out into the light. Despite of the magnitude of the need for change, our responses really are individual, and it is an individual heart issue. In her book, So You Want to Talk About Race, once you start to see yourself, you can't pretend anymore. I have begun to take responsibility for my own heart, and I pray that you are doing the same. I can see how my own ignorance in past relationships has caused others to suffer. However, now that I am aware of these barriers, I have to start educating myself and asking questions and doing my part in being the change. Loving people where they are and for who they are is something I've determined in my heart to do. Are you willing to do the same? While I can't even begin to understand in the depth of all the pain or even unpack it all, I do know that my part is simply to love. With that said, maybe you can write out what you feel the issue of racism in our society is and how we can together be the change. What do you think? Write it down. You see, grappling with these issues in the past months has certainly been a part of my arriving at 2020 vision and seeing my world much more accurately. I am aware that freedom will not merely come from a few reflection notes, but we must start with seeing the blockages and then having the courage to walk it out. I am aware that freedom will not merely come from a few reflection notes, but it must start with seeing the blockages and then having the courage to walk it out. And like the author of So You Want to Talk About Race says, if we continue to treat racism like it is a giant monster that is chasing us, we will be forever running. I want to also echo that same statement in context to emphasize the central theme of my contagious courage and say that if we treat our own fear and bondage like these giants that will never fall, we will be forever running. Let me next move on to what I'd like to call affirming discoveries. And before we move on, allow me to leave you with another little golden nugget to ponder. Around the same time my father-in-law asked me the question, if you could do anything and be anything and there were no barriers, what would you do? He also asked me this: how would your life and character be different if you fulfilled your dream? And I can tell you exactly what I said and felt because it was in my April 2014 journal entry, and I answered the question, how would your life and character be different if you fulfilled your dream? And I said this: I would want my character to reflect that of Christ. So I would want to start now. That means I would definitely need to spend more time in prayer and my life would look differently. in that I would need to be careful of the distractions and stay focused on being a master of time management. This is what I said then, and boy, is that ever true. I also continued by saying, I would need to be a good steward of my time. If I was living my dream, I would hope that my passion would be contagious and that I would inspire others to want to change. I can't even believe it. About 4 years after writing those words, I began my very own segment on my YouTube channel called Contagious Courage. Since then, I have been interviewing some amazing people with incredible stories of courage each month. My intention was that these stories would empower others to choose courage. Can you imagine my shock when I found my journal entry with those powerful words years after it was written? I had no recollection that I had written it, but these words were still relevant and still definitely a part of my survival guide. I understand the value of these words today more than ever. These journal notes continue to provide great insight and confirmation along my own life's journey. And it's why I continue to encourage you to also write down your thoughts, goals in your own journal. Remember, one of the biggest barriers that can be stopping us from moving forward into our dreams is our self-perception. How we view ourselves really does shape our development. I have embraced a personal motto, which you've often heard me say, confidently imperfect. It allows me to accept my mistakes without guilt and focusing on how I can improve next time around. Change what I can accept, and what I can't change, I just accept that I can't change it. Even now, there are times when I am being introduced or when I get feedback from something that I have written or spoken and I say, wow, are they really talking about me? Am I actually living my dreams to encourage others with my courage? I want you to know that every time I hear something like that, my confidently imperfect self declares that my trust and faith is in a big God, and He is able to do way more than I could ever hope or imagine. You see, because my confidence is in Him, and that's what people see, His strength through my own weakness. And yes, I would say that's pretty amazing. Honestly, with His strength, I feel unstoppable. I believe that when we reevaluate our perspective on courage, you will also begin to reevaluate your perspective on your role in it all. So, what's stopping you? Your answer to this probing question will shape both your expectation and even your motivation. And trust me, writing it now will help you down the road. Habakkuk 2:2 advises us from Scripture to do this. Write the vision, make it plain on tablets, so he may run who reads it. I believe that this is a perfect example of what we need to have in place in order to keep going. Your written vision for your life is like a roadmap, and yes, even a survival guide. And if you don't have one, you won't know where you're going, and you'll end up wandering with no purpose or direction. I think this is a good place to pause and reflect, because there is still lots of walking in the dark up ahead that I'm going to challenge you to embrace. But also, I want to pray that as I share more of my own discoveries of how I was able to find this contagious courage and unlock a level of freedom that I didn't know existed, it will help you in your journey to see that freedom is within your grasp. And so I will end with this, and with all due respect, I will ask, what's stopping you? Chapter 9, Win the Day. What if I told you that I bought a gym membership last January? Would you be impressed? Maybe not. I mean, everyone buys a gym membership in January, right? Like many others, when I see those commercials with people and their well-toned and fit bodies, it really motivates me to hit the gym. Now, what if I told you that I go every day without missing once? Would that impress you? Okay, now that I have your attention, I want to tell you I've got my routine perfected. Check this out. I sit at the edge of this giant gym and I watch everyone else work hard, sweat, and get fit. I even cheer some people on. You're probably saying out loud, Vianne, that's absurd. You can't get fit that way. You're just wasting your gym membership. Of course, you're right. Attendance and motivation alone are not enough. We actually need to do the work in order to grow. I was sharing my struggles about my exercise and eating habits with my sister, and we both acknowledged that the struggle to be healthy is very real. We agreed that we definitely needed a new plan. So, you know what we did? We gave each other full rights to get in each other's business, if you know what I mean. We even created a Facebook group called We Actually Love Working Out. And in this space, we would tell each other when we were working out and what we were eating. We even give ourselves permission to fail and not beat ourselves up if there were days when we just couldn't do the right thing. I'm embarrassed to tell you how long we actually lasted. The daily struggles of life and lack of discipline would constantly interfere with our desire to do better. I finally reached a point of saying, what's the point? Yes, I have climbed on and off that wagon more times than I'd like to admit. But I am still getting up and I'm still getting back on. While I do have a long ways to go, trust me, I am happy to say that I have been back on the wagon with some consistency with my eating habits and working out. And I'm actually back doing physiotherapy again. I am focused on winning the day. I call it stumbling forward. Let me tell you a few things about that because I had the privilege of interviewing Matt Embray. He is a documentary filmmaker. After receiving a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, Matt set out on a journey to find the best treatment to manage his own health. Matt is a trailblazer and a strong advocate for change in the world of treatment for MS patients. One thing Matt said in our interview that really stuck with me was this. He said, "There are no cheat days." What do you mean, no cheat days? The first time I heard Matt say that in a social media post prior to our interview, I jokingly dismissed it as my response was, everyone has cheat days, right? But as I interviewed Matt that day and spoke the same words, they rang volumes to me. He said, Vianne, just think about it. If you have one cheat day a week, that works out to be roughly 15% of your life. So if you want to be 100% health, how do you expect to get there when you are only trying about 85% of the time? I want to tell you that I wish I was even disciplined enough with my eating habits and my diet and exercise to even warrant to say my cheat day. However, if I'm honest, for far too long, every day has been a cheat day for my physical health. So when I heard no cheat day, all I heard was, I'll never see that giant fall in my life. And while I was trying, I knew it wasn't enough. Too often I'd end up back in the same place, feeling even more frustrated. As I said in my introduction, if you're not moving forward, you'll eventually go backwards. In 2016, I progressed to 11 unassisted steps. Amazing, right? And I was able to walk the block with my walker in 20 minutes. Fast forward to 2020, before returning to physiotherapy, I could make maybe 1 or 2 unassisted steps on a good day. And walking outside with a walker, impossible. I could barely make it to my kitchen and back without being winded. Laughing and dismissing the no cheat day rule now doesn't seem so funny to me. And do you want to know something ironic? After talking with Matt, I realized that I actually hold to the no cheat day principle spiritually. This definitely required something of me. The struggle was indeed real. I had to fight to sustain the no cheat days in my relationship with the Lord because the distractions, you guys, are endless. But I have disciplined myself not to take a break from his presence. God gets me every day. I talk to him every day, all the time, and 99% of the time, he gets the first of my day. I know, that he's with me all day, but I like spending time with him the first thing in the morning so I can feel confident that I'll have the strength for the day ahead. And have I always had this view? Not even close. I've been on and off this wagon more times than I can count. I would live from experiences and emotions until my feelings got the better of me, and then I would find myself running to God when I really needed him. Sometimes in my frustration, I would conclude, well, what's the point? Growing spiritually isn't much different than improving physically. Would you agree? It's easy to apply that same faulty thinking of expecting instant results with our spiritual growth, right? We want to be spiritually strong, and we even look at others who we would love to be like, but we want it now, don't we? Rarely do we want to wait and accept the work required to grow. You see, the motivation we get once on Sunday or from an inspirational podcast is great, but we actually need to spend time every day with God, actively putting into practice what we learn in order to grow spiritually. I received this message from someone who read my first book. They said this: I finished reading your book. Although I'm sure it was not your intent, it's pretty much convicted me that I've all but given up on the ministry work I set out to do. Not because I want to give up, but because I feel I've gone in so many wrong directions trying to find what God has for me. I also get jealous of people who say they've heard God speak to them, as I never have, despite praying and asking him for guidance. You see, I wanted his direction in this, but I'm not a one to sit around and wait. So when the answers don't come, I'm substituting my own or doing what others I respect feel I should be doing. Did I mention that I'm impatient? He said. In all the times that I have had to start over physically, what if I had quit? What if I had continued to beat myself up for what I didn't do or I failed at? I wouldn't be able to get back up. And like I've heard Matt say, you just have to win the day. And that's the same for you in your relationship with God. You just have to win today. So be intentional. Spend time with him today. He will always give you what you need for this day. And what you receive from him will have a positive impact on your next day. Keep in mind, however, that what you receive from him might not be the answer you're wanting or expecting. But you have to trust that God desires only the best for you. You see, recommitting my life to Christ and asking him to heal the broken parts of me was one part of my journey. But growing stronger and going farther in my relationship with him daily, well, that required a whole other level of surrender and discipline that initially I didn't think was possible. I can totally relate to Paul in Romans 7:15 when he said this: I don't really understand myself, for I want to do what is right, but I don't do it. Instead, I do what I hate. When I read this verse, I think about all the things that we could possibly struggle with, like a drug addiction, pornography, emotional eating, people-pleasing, or any number of things. I have come to see how relevant this scripture is when applied to maintaining discipline in other areas of our lives. You see, discipline to exercise and eat right, or the discipline to maintain my relationship with the Lord, all seems to fit with the struggle of this scripture. I don't do what I want to do. And yes, that has been illustrated in my life more than I've even been bold enough to share until now. But what I want you to know is that, like me, you too can be a giant slayer in training While you might not think skipping 1 or 2 days with God will matter in your overall spiritual health, consider the parallel in your natural disciplines. You might feel you can get away with choosing a bag of chips to replace a meal rather than taking the time to make a proper one. It might be assumed that such a compromise will go without consequence. But it is a big deal for your overall physical health, especially if that once in a while turns into often. If you are in training to be an athlete or preparing to climb Mount Everest, the training you must subject yourself to trickles into every area of your life. You need to be physically and emotionally strong in order to go farther or at times even survive. And you're probably thinking, Vian, I'm not training to be an athlete or climb Mount Everest. That's not going to apply to me. Okay, no, but this is also true for your spiritual muscles. Don't eliminate yourself from higher levels of training, because spiritually you are training for something bigger, your ongoing freedom. This is why change can be so difficult. You have to decide very intentionally every day who you are going to be every single day. If you don't make the decision who you will be and how you will act, then your body will go through this cycle, seeking the same chemicals and emotional states that it has become accustomed to. And if you don't start your day with intention, you're going to live in survival mode. Your time is, without question, moving faster than you want it to, right? You're stuck in the past. You're stuck living out the same experiences and emotions and patterns over and over and over again. See, our courage and freedom do not automatically happen as a result of just one big choice. No, it's not about one big choice that we make. Rather, it's about finding the courage to be strong enough to conquer all the little ones along the way. Just like how the little compromises in your everyday thinking can limit you from reaching your full potential and full freedom, little compromises, little choices that we make to adjust our thinking will set us free with limitless potential. Now back to my current journey. I have just shared with you how I've struggled with my exercise, eating habits, and walking. Well, I actually have a praise report. I am back to making unassisted steps. Can I get a woot woot? And I'm super excited because I started doing the work. And while it was only small baby steps, I am seeing improvements. I am now up to 7 unassisted steps. And who knows where I'll be when you actually read or hear this message. Regarding my eating, do I always say no to eating that cupcake or jujubes I want? No, but I am making better choices for my overall health. While my new pattern of self-discipline are still in process, I am making progress. Therefore, I give you full permission that after you read this or hear this message, I want you to ask me how my health is. Ouch. That may be actually a little uncomfortable to say, but I am open to making myself accountable. And isn't that what I'm asking of you? Intentional effort and accountability. So keep trying and keep winning the day. And now I want to offer you some additional tools as you consider ways to keep getting back up or win the day. I want to introduce you to a visual tool called a balance wheel. You've probably heard of it. It's simply your life at a glance. Let's begin by looking at my chart. I have chosen to write in 6 areas that are important to me or ones I would like to improve on. I continue by giving each area a number from 1 to 10 on how well I'm doing in each area. 1 means I'm in desperate need of help, and 10 means I'm good and I don't think I could possibly get any better. However, I always hesitate on a 10 because I feel there's always room for improvement, right? But for further evaluation, I answer 2 probing questions in relation to my current situation that I hope will help you. So here's my balance wheel. My balance wheel is my own chart of areas that I have selected and how I rate my levels of satisfaction for each. I include it here, so I want to show you, along with some additional tips for goal setting to help you see how valuable this exercise can be in helping you move forward. See, the times that I've acknowledged where I am or how I am doing in a particular area and setting goals to improve have been when I've experienced the most success. I have my marriage and my spiritual life now marked with a 9. And from what you have just read of my life, you have seen why I am so excited to be able to celebrate that 9. Yes, there is always room for improvement, but I have also learned to acknowledge what is going well and to be proud of it, because it is important to celebrate your successes, right? My weakest is my health. I gave myself a 5. I gave myself a 5 in the health department, and I have chosen to illustrate it further here, since this is an area that for me needs the most improvement. And as you have also just read, it's my biggest struggle. I also want you to see here, which is why I brought this, I want you to see my weakest area is also the area that I can experience the greatest rewards. And I want you to see that in your life too. And let me illustrate it by sharing a few comments regarding my physical health. So I want to start with this. What's going well? And so in my life, I said this: I am alive, I'm independent, and the doctors didn't even think that I would live. Never mind being able to take care of myself or accomplish all that I have. While I'm not where I want to be, I'm not walking, I am maintaining my overall physical health. I am not where I was. No, I am learning discipline, and I am doing what I can. And I'm not beating myself up for what I can't. That was where I was, and that was my starting point. And so in that time, I said, what's not going well? In this area, I am easily discouraged, and that's one thing that I know I struggle with. I am easily discouraged and often tempted to quit. That is why I fall off and on the wagon so often. Yes, and even eat a bag of chips for my meal replacement. Therefore, if I'm not careful, it can affect me even physically, but yes, it also can affect me emotionally and spiritually as well. Then leaves me feeling bad about myself and feeling like I just can't. So now I want to offer even a few more little goal setting tips that helped me. See, for me, it's about planning the different things I need to do the night before. Like planning when I will do 15 minutes of strengthening exercises or whatever it is I chose to do. And yes, even scheduling the times that I am to stop and actually eat. I don't know about you, but that's sometimes what I have to do to stay focused. However, what is also important in this initial steps, like when you're just starting to get going, is understanding that there may be days that you just can't. For example, I have experienced this when I'm traveling, right? And you know that journey with me is hard. Or when I know my body is exhausted. Maybe I'm mentally fatigued and I can't possibly do something physical. Sometimes there are random days when you just can't. You will need to have the grace for yourself on those days. And trust me, that's a whole new learning experience for me too. This is why small, attainable goals are so important. And this might not sound like a whole lot to you, but doing something small consistently will build discipline. And that discipline will build confidence, and you'll start to add more to your routine, like me. Can I just pause here and say for a moment that when we say I can't, because there's something that you physically, seriously can't do, is different than saying I can't because you're holding yourself back out of fear. But another important tip when we are setting goals is not to compare yourself with other people's goals. If I asked you how many steps you did today, and you said 10,000 steps, or whatever, do you think it would be realistic for me to get discouraged because I only did 11? Man, if I did 11 unassisted steps every day, you can be sure that you'd see this girl celebrating. But if I compared myself to Matt and his no cheat day discipline routine, I will miss celebrating the days that I actually ate my meals and did my workout for the day. You see, I used to fixate on all the things that I couldn't do, and I would always get so overwhelmed and say, what's the point? And I would quit. So when I was successful in doing 5 minutes of something every day, I thought to myself, now what else can I do? And because of that mindset, I was able to walk and make unassisted steps. If I would have listened to the doctor's prognosis and quit then, I would have not been where I am today. Even with all the times that I have fallen off and on the wagon to get back up, you can imagine the excitement when I feel that I can give myself a 9 in this area. I can't give myself a 9 in this area yet, but the excitement I will feel when I am healthier and making even more unassisted steps, incredible, right? And now it's your turn. Let's get started on your self-assessment. Your balance wheel. Consider the possible areas you wish to assess and fill in your own chart. For example, it could be family, career, spiritual, physical health, mental health, education, financial, could be recreation and leisure, or simply relationships. You can even break that down further by adding marriage, spouse, sister, mother, the list goes on. Now continue by giving each area a number from 1 to 10 on how well you're doing in each area. And as you've heard me say before, 1 means, oh, I need desperate help, and 10 means I am good and can't possibly think about getting any better. Well, if that's the case, congratulations if you scored a 10 in any area. However, like I said, I always hesitate on a 10 because I feel there's always room for improvement. Okay, next, I want you to write down 1 thing that's going well and 1 thing that's not going well, like I'd already mentioned, or that you wish to change or improve in each of these areas. After you have done that, write 1 small attainable goal for each area. My recommendation for goal setting is to focus on only 1 area at a time and set small attainable goals. This will be key for sustainable growth. My recommendation for the goal setting part would be to focus only on 1 area at a time and to set small attainable goals. This will be key in sustainable growth, but devoting time to each now will mean you will have that momentum available for you when you are ready to add more to your routine. So what is going well and what's not going so well? You might want to take some time with that 1 area that you scored the lowest on and ask yourself the following questions. Was there anything that didn't go well today that you can let go of to help you start better tomorrow? And what 1 thing can you do today, now, that will help you win the day and feel better today? That could be as simple as making a healthy lunch or finally getting that pile of laundry done. I challenge you to look at all the areas that you are weakest in, and rather than condemn yourself or resenting these areas, think about the overwhelming blessing that you can receive from them if you're willing to work at it. At one point, my marriage and my relationship with God were both between 0 and 1. And now they are my strongest, and they have brought me the most joy. From reading my story, I am sure you understand why I can celebrate with such passion. I have learned to manage this area with the mindset to win the day and to do what I can and let God do the rest. I don't beat myself up for what I can't do. This mindset has really helped me to keep moving forward, and I'm hoping it will encourage you to do the same. So my final thoughts as we leave this section would be this. 1, start out small. Don't overdo it. Number 2, don't be too hard on yourself. Give yourself some grace. Number 3, reward yourself for your accomplishments. And when you can do that, whoever's listening right now, when you can do that, you are already in motion to win the day. Chapter 10, grow through what you go through. When I first started sharing Vaughn and I's story of what we went through as a couple, I would often get responses like, "You're so brave," or "Aren't you afraid to share these struggles with the world?" Followed up by this awkward moment where they would feel sometimes inclined to say, "I don't judge you." Or sometimes I would actually have people get annoyed with me when I would tell them that I'm confident that I would never be unfaithful or lose my faith in God again. Some wonder how I could make such a claim. I would tell them, it's not that I am invincible, it's that I am grounded enough in my relationship with God, with the confidence in Him, to say that I never have to go back to that life again. How awful would it be that I would live my life in fear and not know the joy of true freedom from the chains of my past? That would be classified as merely surviving, and I wanted to thrive. 2 things I started to see early on were this. If you never know true freedom, you can't understand true freedom, especially when it comes to the big stuff, right? The other thing I started to see was that if I constantly worried about whether or not someone would judge me for a bad choice I made, I would still not be living in freedom. It would limit my freedom, and I wouldn't be able to experience it as I'm experiencing it now, and or into the future. I started saying, I am glad that you don't judge me, but if you did, that would be your burden to carry, not mine. Can you imagine if every day I said, boy, I'm glad I made it through another day without sleeping around? Can you imagine? I'll be honest and tell you that initially that was exactly how I felt. But that's not freedom. However, once I was free, I wanted to tell everyone, not because I wanted to air my dirty laundry, trust me, but because I knew I had overcome that battle, and that if I could be free, others could be free also. I know that if we are prone to fall back into old patterns, or our spiritual growth is a slow process that requires a lot of work, wouldn't it make sense that God would want to help us? He wants us to be grounded in Him and have deep roots so we can withstand the pressures of life and walk in freedom. But how is that possible, you might be thinking? How do you develop deep roots? Let me begin by telling you where the roots grow. And you probably already know this, but roots grow in our hearts. Luke 6:45 says this, "A good person produces good things from the treasury of a good heart, and an evil person produces evil things from the treasury of an evil heart." What you say and do flows from what's in your heart. Jesus tells a parable in Luke 8 about a heart being the soil and the word of God being the seed. He said, a farmer went out to plant his seed. As he scattered it across the field, some seed fell on a footpath where it was stepped on and the birds ate it. Other seed fell among the rocks. It began to grow, but the plant soon withered and died for lack of moisture. Other seeds fell among the thorns that grew up with it and choked out the other plants. Still other seed fell on fertile soil. This seed grew and produced a crop that was 100 times as much has been planted. In Luke 8:5-8, he goes on to explain that these different soil types and how the condition of our hearts will determine how we respond to God's word. For example, the seeds that fell on the footpath represents those who hear the message only to have the devil come along and take it away from their hearts. This prevents them from believing and being saved. The next, rocky soil. The seeds in the rocky soil represent those who hear the message and they receive it with joy. But since they don't have deep roots, they believe for a while and they fall away when they are faced with temptation. Then the thorns. The seeds that fell among the thorns represent those who hear the message, but all too quickly the message is crowded out by the cares and riches and pleasures that this life offers. And so they never grow into maturity. But the good soil, the seed that fell on the good soil, the fertile soil, represents honest, good-hearted people who hear God's word, cling to it, and patiently produce a huge harvest. You can find that further down from verses 12 to 15. For me, my heart's default mode mostly resembles the seed that fell on the rocky ground. Yes, I would get excited about the message and accept it. I would believe for a while, but as soon as life got hard, I gave up because I didn't have deep roots in my heart. See, when I accepted Christ and his help during that major time of rebuilding in my life and my relationships, that's actually when he began to work in my heart. I learned that if we aren't continuing to guard our hearts from all the thorns choking us out, the good seed won't be able to take root. God's desire is to cultivate the soil of our hearts so his seed can grow and multiply through us. As we surrender to his presence within us, his spirit produces his fruit of love, joy, and peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, meekness, and self-control. You can see Galatians 5:22 to 23 for that. But did you catch how we grow? With surrender and patience. Even though it's tough, keep trusting in God. Keep waiting because the seeds, they are growing. I have allowed bad seeds of insecurities, self-doubt, fear, bitterness, pride. The list goes on. I've allowed these things to take root in my life for far too long, and I've blamed others for my pain and let the seeds of unforgiveness grow even deeper roots, which caused even more pain for me and those around me. Does any of this resonate with you today? Even now, I have to be careful because where faith and hope and love are blooming, we are still at risk of sowing seeds of doubt, faithlessness, or unforgiveness. Yes, even now I'm prone to that in my own heart. You see, no matter how beautiful your garden is, there is always a risk of weeds growing and overpowering the beautiful garden. And all you with a green thumb, you understand that, don't you? You just have to learn to dig those weeds out before they choke out all the good things that God is growing in your heart. Again, I feel the need to say, above all else, protect your heart, for everything you do flows from it. You can find that in Proverbs 4:23. I want to talk about the right environment for growth and how it affects our growth. Have you ever witnessed the delight of a toddler learning to walk? Do you get upset if they don't get it right on the first time or even the fifth time? No. My guess is that you're grinning from ear to ear and loving the beauty of the process with them. You're probably laughing with them and loudly cheering them on, and you don't even care what you look like or sound like. Even if you look funny doing it, it doesn't matter. Saying things like, "Aw, look, oh, almost, oh, you got it. Side note, that's exactly the words I hear when I'm in physio as she's cheering me on. And her exact words are, "Go, Vianne, go, you got it, great job, Vianne, go." In my feeble attempts, she's cheering me on as if I'm crushing it. You see, the ideal growing environments are the ones where it is a safe place to fail. Some of the best teachers I've had in school or in any training were the ones who said, "This is a safe place to fail." They understood the intimidation that comes with learning or trying something new. Am I ever glad that God has the right environment for you and me to grow in? Don't be afraid to fail or fall. Get back up and try again. Sometimes we are placed into environments that push us to grow, that may seem anything but good at the time, from our perspective, but I totally understand that, because before my first book was launched, I remember asking God to remove me from a toxic work environment. I wanted to be out of there doing ministry, and I started praying, "God, I'll go anywhere, just get me out of here." Many times I wanted to quit. However, the Lord's reply was constant and clear. "Vienne, this is your ministry. When it's time for you to go, I will let you know." Don't let me mislead you. I played my role in that toxic environment just the same. I contributed to the office gossip. My character was not what it should have been. You see, learning to say no was my toughest challenge, because I learned that in my efforts to defend myself, I was disparaging someone else. Even when I was speaking up about what I thought I was helping, my help was not helping. I was only adding to the tangled web that I never should have been caught up in. I had to learn that when it was time to speak, or when it wasn't. That has definitely been hard for me. Those were vital opportunities to learn the dynamics that would help me in the next season of my life as a leader. Let's unpack this a little bit further by talking about embracing discomfort and being willing to wait. It really is a lifelong process to learn to wait for the Lord's timing. Can you agree? I remember being introduced to this concept in my first year living away from home. It was in my first year in Bible college, and I remember sitting on the steps watching my parents drive away. I was like sobbing. The only life I knew was small town Newfoundland and Labrador. And yet here I was in this big city so far away from the comforts of home. It was terrifying, you guys. My friend's dad, who was also a pastor, saw me crying. He came over and sat beside me and said this: "Vienne, in your walk with God and in your future ministry, there will be many moments where you will feel stretched like an elastic band. When you think you can't stretch anymore, God will take you farther. He'll stretch you farther and farther." But he said, you know what? He said, stay close to him and he will sustain you. He will not let you break. You will grow stronger in him. Trust me, he said, he will not let you break. Little did I know how powerfully that message would play out in my life today. This advice that I have often looked back on, although it didn't make the pain of that growth process or the experience any more bearable, it did help comfort me, knowing that I was not alone in feeling stretched. Just knowing that you will have many unwelcomed pauses of waiting along your spiritual journey will be most beneficial, I assure you. The more you embrace the process, the easier it will be. Okay, maybe not easier, but when you embrace God's strength and guidance in that process, you will get stronger, trust me. Whether it's bad soil, unsafe environments, or impatience, there are always things that will threaten to destroy the good seeds that have already started taking root in your heart. Allow me to share from a devotional that I read when I was in another painful, stretching waiting time. The devotion was titled Divine Guidance. Yes, Divine Guidance was actually the title. It began with this Bible verse: God is working in you, giving you the strength and the desire to do what pleases him. That's found in Philippians 2:13. The author acknowledged that working in you. That phrase in the scripture, working in you. And he went on to say that God does this as you engage your mind, open your mouth, and move your feet. And use your hands to do what he has already put in your heart to do. It went on to say, the moment you say yes to God and do his will, he gives you the ability to perform it. Notice, he doesn't reveal his will to you and then call you. He calls you, and as you step out in faith and obey him, he reveals his will to you, step by step, empowering and equipping you as you go. If you're thinking you'd like a little more detail before you make that commitment, take note. God may make you very uncomfortable where you are. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest to teach her children to fly, a mother eagle literally pushes him out of the nest. Talk about being forced out of your element. Can you imagine what these baby eagles are thinking? This is my mother doing this to me. But until the baby eagle is forced out of its comfort zone and forced out of that nest, it doesn't realize that it was born to fly, spread its wings, release its power, and take its place in the heavens. You see, our uncomfortable situations are the unwanted yet precious ways God will use to prepare our hearts and grow those deep roots. Yes, I said, Lord, I'll go anywhere. Here I am, send me. But I had to learn to wait, as Psalms 27:14 says. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. Yes, wait patiently for the Lord. While I was working in that toxic work environment, I finally accepted and was ultimately willing to embrace the discomfort of the waiting process. I decided to start to write my first book during that time. And then shortly after that, God said, okay, now it's time to go. And I was laid off from that job actually, and was able to finish my book. See, if I had quit, as I have begged God to allow me to do, I wouldn't have grown in patience and self-control or gained more understanding of love and forgiveness. I also learned the beauty of what God does in a situation when we are willing to let him. Another neat thing was that I wouldn't have even been able to receive unemployment insurance as income in that transition before my book if I refused to wait for the Lord's timing. And the best part of waiting was gaining the new relationships that were developed as a result of hanging in there. I had the best send-off from my workplace that I could have ever asked for, and receiving a journal with the inscription, just a girl who decided to go for it, and a card with more precious words of affirmation and support than I felt worthy of. Remember that Hope conference that I told you I was involved in planning and coordinating? No one really knew just how insecure I was feeling that day and going into it. This was my first big event, and no one realized how challenged I felt because of the responsibility of managing all the details of the day. I was so aware of how important this day was, and I wanted to do a good job. How empowering it was to have words of encouragement spoken to me that day when I needed it in order to feel confident about the task. I remember one moment as I was speaking some negative words over myself, and my co-MC Jesse said this, Vienne, you're a natural host. Just be yourself. You're doing great. His words encouraged me in the midst of this bigger than me day. Having people who create that safe place around you as you're trying to figure out things and grow, that's priceless. Yes, I really appreciate having a safe place in my growing times. However, what I have learned to value even more is the grace to grow in an environment that may not feel comfortable or even safe. And while we are learning to embrace the waiting in that uncomfortable place, we should treat ourselves and others with grace. Which brings me to another great point about growing, and that's enlarging our capacity. When you are growing, you may feel like you're being stretched beyond capacity, and at times you may experience more emotion than you feel you can handle. You may even feel out of your element and extremely uncomfortable. But when God is stretching you, He's actually enlarging your capacity, plus your roots are growing deep. You can trust the Lord. He won't fail you. Trust and grace are vital elements as you are growing. It's absolutely true. We grow through what we grow through, but growing is never easy and predictably uncomfortable. How then can we prepare and even cooperate with God for this increased growth? Let's review 4 steps we've already covered to help us understand a little bit more about this whole grow through what you go through process. First of all, don't resist the process. Our capacity won't be able to grow without it. Secondly, if we continue giving God only our weak, hollow prayers mixed with only a little obedience and expect our confusion and pain or stress to subside, we'll continue to get uprooted and stay in constant state of frustration and not be able to grow. John 15:5 tells us this, that I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. And thirdly, make that fresh surrender of your will to the Lord. Allow Him to be the master of your destiny each and every day. You see, for many years, the soil of my heart was hard and I was unable to grow in anything good. But when I surrendered my will to Him and His will, I was able to grow and He was able to transform me. He dug out all the anger, bitterness, pride, and my need for control that was cemented in my heart. Only then were my roots able to grow down deep and make room for the contagious fruit of love, joy, and peace. And lastly, are you placing more value on relief from the pressure of your situation rather than on the potential to benefit from it? Are you simply begging God to just remove you from that difficulty? Or are you willing to wait until He says it's time? Would you like to see how God can turn your amazing situation into something amazing? You don't have to like all the things that you might be going through, but I pray that you'll be brave enough to ask God to change you and allow Him to help you handle the situation. I want you to see that it is more than just being willing to stay and endure a situation. The key is to embrace God's strength so you are truly able to what? Grow through what you go through. Chapter 11. What does your fruit taste like? Have you ever bought fresh fruit from the grocery store and then take a big bite anticipating some juicy goodness? But with that bite comes a sad realization that your fruit isn't so fresh tasting after all? Disappointing, isn't it? I think it's interesting that in the scriptures, our lives and how we are to live are compared to fruit. Psalms 34:8 says, "Taste and see that the Lord is good." How can others taste and see that He is good, you might be thinking? You guessed it, by our fruit. With great humility, I humbly confess that the biggest struggle in my Christian life is being right about everything all the time. You might be laughing at my little humility cartoon, but let me just say that when the fruit of our life isn't good, other people will know it. They will leave our presence with a bad taste in their mouth. In the previous chapter, I mentioned that we need to ensure that our hearts are good soil, so our roots can grow deep and produce good fruit. Fabian Fredrickson said this: "The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. Be patient and stay the course." Ah, yes, that painful growing process. That process, along with the waiting, was something I also covered in the previous chapter. What is the expression of good fruit in our lives? But first, how many of you have even heard of the fruit of the Spirit? If you have, can you list them all? I mentioned a few already, but I'll list them here again. But you can find them also in Galatians 5:22-23. It says, "But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control." They do sound nice, don't they? But I wonder, have you ever explored the meaning of each of them? If someone were to describe your character, what would be the words used? Is the fruit of the Spirit evident in your life? While you may or may not be able to answer yes to the questions, I do believe we can all tell of a time when we've tasted the bitterness or the sweetness of the fruit of someone's life. Now, here's my next question. What does it look like when God is preparing your heart to grow good fruit? The verses in Jeremiah 17:7-9 tells us about both the good and the bad that can flow out of our heart, and says, "But blessed are those who trust in the Lord and have made the Lord their hope and confidence. They are like trees planted along the riverbanks, with roots that reach deep in the water. Such trees are not bothered by the heat or worried by the long months of drought. Their leaves stay green and they never stop producing fruit." The human heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who really knows how bad it is? You see, it's only in my surrender to the Lord that prepares my heart so that He can produce that good fruit in me. I cannot produce this good fruit in my own strength through merely strained or disciplined behavior. Here are a few questions to ponder before we begin to look closely at each of these fruit of the Spirit. And as a friendly reminder, this would be another great time to have your journal and pen ready, because here's the first question in helping you be mindful of the good fruit versus the bad fruit. First thing, can you remember a time when you left someone's presence with a bad taste in your mouth? Write any or all details about that experience. Question number 2. What would you say the fruit of your life tastes like? Would you say it's good, bad, or bitter? Or maybe just needs a little bit more sun to ripen? Number 3. What can you do today to ensure that the fruit of your life is good to the taste? I'll leave you with that as we take a closer look at each of the other fruit of the Spirit that I believe will assist you to see ways that we can begin to soften areas of our hearts in order to grow in better tasting fruit. Starting with love. Have you ever said, "God, I want love in my heart," but you wondering why you have to love that person? I would never tell you that you are not a loving person. However, I feel sometimes we are so consumed by our own pain or circumstance that it causes us to hate and not love. Okay, maybe hate is too strong a word, but do you withhold your love? Maybe you say or do things that you know will not help in a situation. Is your need to be right or to make them pay greater than your desire to show love? It's unbelievable to me, not once in our journey to restored marriage did Vaughn ever bring up my past or withhold his love to purposely hurt me. I was on the receiving end of love when it didn't make sense. I am so very thankful that Vaughn chose not to act out of his own pain, but instead choose to love. Remember me, that seal caught in the net? Vaughn's unconditional love set me free to love. In our journey of trying to love someone through their pain, or even in your everyday life, are you able to choose selfless love? Or do you make a situation worse by responding from your own pain, insecurities, or need for control? I do realize that in the early stages, when we are still healing from past pain and rejection, we may still have the tendency to respond negatively. However, the more we allow God's love into our heart, the softer our heart will become, and the easier it will be to show His love. I know there are many different ways that we can approach this topic of love, and I am merely scratching the surface, I assure you. However, before moving on, I'd just like to say some of the outcomes described regarding forgiveness also apply to love. Loving someone doesn't always mean returning to the same relationship as before, nor does it mean loving will happen quickly. It is a process. And as a friendly reminder, you can't truly love someone else if you aren't truly healed or know how to love yourself first. But I'll leave you to dive into that a little bit more in your own time. But just know that if you hang on to hate or unforgiveness in any area or for any reason, your heart will stay hard and you won't be able to grow in the fruit of love in your life. If you're looking for a great definition of love, I recommend you read 1 Corinthians 13, 4-7 to hear God's definition. And let me read it for you. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It's not irritable. It keeps no records of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up. Love never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. Love is something we must choose. I must choose to love others, whether I feel like it or not. Furthermore, I've certainly learned that love is essential if there's any chance for the other fruit in my heart to grow. I like what 1 Corinthians 13, 1-3 has to say about love. It says this: if I could speak with all the languages of the earth and of angels, but I didn't love others, I would only be a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I had the gift of prophecy, if I understood all of God's secret plans and possessed all knowledge, and if I had such faith that I could move mountains, but I didn't love others, I would be nothing. If I gained everything and even gave to the poor and even sacrificed my body, I could boast about it, yes. But if I did not love others, I would have gained nothing. Let's have a little visit about love, and let me ask you this. Has there been a time when you received selfless love? If so, how did it make you feel? Or when I read that God says, if you do not love, it means nothing, how does that make you view areas you are struggling to show love? Joy. The next fruit of the Spirit is joy. Let's talk about joy for a little bit. Before I went to Africa back in 2012, I was convinced that God would heal me. You see, the slightest disruption to my eating and bathroom routine would cause me to suffer for days and sometimes weeks without relief. And now I plan to travel to a third world country, only days away from my trip, while experiencing another 3 to 4 hour painful night in the bathroom with no relief in sight. I cried out to God, "Where are you? I know you see me. I know you feel my pain. So why haven't you taken this? I bargained with him and said, if you heal me, I will go and travel the world and tell the world about your love and your overcoming power. If you heal me. My joy was put to the test. I went to bed that night dejected and wondering why God didn't care about me. This was a regular feeling. The next morning, when I opened my devotional to look for something, the first words I read were, all my tears, followed by the scripture in Psalms 56:8, which reads, you keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all of my tears in your bottle. The devotional went on to say, it's a common misconception that if God doesn't rescue us from our pain, it must mean he does not care. On the contrary, he's very personal with us and cares deeply. While I still didn't understand it, I made the choice to trust him. I went on my trip believing that if he didn't take my pain, then he would be with me in it. By faith, I chose to believe. When we arrived at that airport in Uganda, I had another moment when I was having serious doubts about my decision to go there. Although we received the most amazing greeting and extremely excited to meet the people who would be our host, the emotion of it all was just too much. I actually cried all the way to the host home, feeling overwhelmed and thinking, what am I doing here? But it wasn't long before all of my questioning and doubting seemed to fade. You see, God used the people we went to speak to also to speak to me. From the first day I arrived in Africa, I had one pastor actually tell my father-in-law, what's this that I'm seeing? This girl in a wheelchair. But yet she has so much joy. When I first met you at the airport, he said, I was so overwhelmed with what I saw on her that I cried all the way from the airport. That was just one of the many stories that I have where God was using my joy to encourage others when I didn't feel it. Was that trip exhausting? 100%. However, it was during that time that I began to grasp the concept of true joy. God was showing me that when I serve him with joy in spite of my pain, people taste and see that he is good. I interviewed Philip Yancey for my Night of Courage gala back in 2020, and he said this. He said, Vian, pain redeemed is more impressive than pain removed. I was truly beginning to understand those, God, why aren't you removing this season? Yes, I was growing in joy because for the first time I was allowing, as Nehemiah 8:10 states, that the joy of the Lord is my strength. Are there any circumstances or people in your life that are making it difficult to experience joy? If so, can you explain why? Take as much time as you need, because I know this is hard work. And I know you understand that knowing is indeed only half the battle. So let me move on to peace. What would you say if we were face to face right now and I asked you, do you have peace? What would you say? Would you say, I'll have peace when my bills are paid, or when my kids are settled, or when ... You fill in the blank. Are you waiting for a situation to turn around before you can experience peace? The sad reality is that the majority of people would say they do not have peace. Life isn't easy. We all suffer in many different ways. The COVID-19 pandemic created stress and frustration on a level we had not experienced before and may still be experiencing. Maybe you said, I'll have peace once this pandemic is over. Or maybe you think, It's impossible to experience peace as a result of what we are experiencing. What I'm about to say may cause a little bit of a negative reaction, but bear with me. Philippians 4:4-7 tells us to rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, yeeks. Do I need to repeat that? But in every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And let the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. In the past, these verses would always make me feel anything but peaceful. Probably much like what you might be feeling as you've heard me say it now. Maybe, like me, you feel condemned, thinking, how would I ever be able to do what that scripture is declaring? This seems to be yet another giant that I would never see fall in my life. So I understand if it's hard for you. If we know that there will always be anxiety and chaos, how can we ever have peace? And how can we possibly rejoice and always? Do you know who wrote that verse about rejoicing always? It was a man named Paul who was being held in a Roman prison. So if anyone had just cause to be anxious, it was Paul. When stressful situations are causing anxiety to rise in my heart, the only way I have been able to hold on to any peace is to do what Philippians 4:4-7 instructs me, by praising God and by releasing my not so good circumstances. That released God's power to guard my heart so that I could experience peace. I read a great article once that said, our goal must be to know Christ in the middle of the conflict. Peace is the fruit of the presence of God's Spirit. This means you can always know peace. We may not be able to always eliminate conflict, but we can know the peace that comes from knowing the God of peace. Now, let's look at a few questions to see how much peace you have in your life. First question is, how often do you experience anxiety or restlessness that causes you to lose your peace? Is it never? Seldom? More than I would like? Or every day? The second question is this: who or what are the common factors when this is happening? And are there any boundaries you can put in place that could help you be more peaceful? Before we take a turn into long suffering, I would like to acknowledge that yellow caution sign again. You see, because when you start practicing the expressions of these fruit by faith, it may make you uncomfortable or even unbearable at times. You may even feel like a pushover or someone who doesn't know how to speak up or stand up for themselves. Or maybe that was just me, because at first, that's what it felt like. It felt like people pleasing, but I assure you it most certainly was not. You see, when your focus is shifted from pleasing people to pleasing God, you will be able to view people and your circumstances so much differently. Which brings me to my next fruit, long suffering. Long suffering can be defined as patiently enduring lasting offense or hardship. Ouch! Each of these words are tough and hold so much to ponder. Being patient and enduring lasting offense or hardship? Who wants to grow in that? No one likes waiting or enduring, especially if it's through hard times. It's one thing to wait for an appointment or wait for that callback about a job, but in my case, being confined to a wheelchair for over 20 years, or 16 years of being in a prison of the four walls of my bathroom for hours on end, these would definitely give me some education in the patiently enduring department. Was I always patient? Not even close, you guys. Not even close. But now, when people tell me I'm being patient, I simply compare it to the other things I've had to endure. And to be honest, being patient comes easier as a result of the capacity I've gained to endure lasting hardships. There are many situations that we could talk about here where we don't like waiting for the solution or a conclusion. None of these things are fun. There's a familiar verse in Isaiah 43:31. Can you say it with me? But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. Well, you probably can finish the verse without me. But this kind of waiting is all about sustaining expectation. Did you know that in the original Hebrew translation, the word patiently was intended in that verse? I struggled to get my mind and heart around that word. But the Lord is indeed so gracious to give us grace to patiently endure. And that's why it's so fittingly named long suffering. I haven't seen anything more accurately describe long suffering than what I read in a message from a friend. We were actually talking one day about trusting God and waiting on His timing, and she said this: wait, W-A-I-T, is to willingly abide in trust. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but there are some people I have very little patience with. You know what I'm talking about. Those times when you really have to dig deep, if you know what I mean. Then there are others in my life who could mess up terribly, and I would still find it easy to lavish them with grace. But with the Lord, because I am in love with Him and trust Him completely, I will wait on Him and wait for Him. And He gives me the patience I need when I need it. Plus, I am confident He'll never let me down. And if He's late, as I have often accused Him of being, I have come to understand it's for a very good reason. So I willingly abide in trust. Let's pause here for a moment. I have 2 questions for you to reflect on before we move on. Can you think of a situation when you have endured long suffering? Maybe you feel like I did, trapped in a life sentence of long suffering. What about this? I wonder, have you learned or are you still learning from your waiting experience? I said to a friend one time, waiting sucks no matter how you look at it. But if you had a friend to sit with you in your pain and your waiting, it makes the wait less painful, right? Well, we both laughed. Let's move on to a more pleasant and less triggering word: kindness. I represented Canada on the world stage in the Miss Wheelchair World pageant in Poland. I have many stories I could share, but one specific moment really stands out in my mind. That incident illustrates that being generous or kind when you don't have to be, or when it's not expected, goes farther than we may realize. It was the day before the final gala. We were on the main stage practicing our routine. As we were rehearsing, I saw one of the videos on the big screen from one of the other contestants, Miss Netherlands. She was stunning, and her beautiful smile should have been the focus. However, the bright red lipstick smudged on her front tooth stole the show for me. I immediately thought, oh my word, I would be horrified if that was me. I didn't get to see her before we left, so I decided to go right to the producers and inform them. I knew that it would only be a quick video edit, right? The next morning, when I saw Miss Netherlands at breakfast, I told her what I just told you. Her response was surprising to me. She was actually more taken back by my act of kindness for her than the embarrassment of having the lipstick on her teeth. And so when it was time to vote for Miss Kindness World, I was told the vote was unanimous. I was the choice of all my fellow sisters. Well, with the exception of my vote, of course. I like this quote by Seneca. that sums up it quite nicely, actually. It says, whenever there is a human being, there's an opportunity for kindness. Yes, I agree. If we are willing to see it, there will always be opportunities to be kind. Being crowned Miss Kindness World was the most surreal experience, but even more incredible was the way that God displayed his kindness through me on that world stage. I've never seen anything diffuse a situation more quickly or ignite hope so quickly in someone's eyes like an act of kindness. Love expressed by an act of kindness communicates that that individual is loved and is valued. No wonder God made it a point to tell us in Ephesians 4:32 to be kind to one another. Let me ask you this. When was the last time you did an act of kindness and you didn't expect anything in return? If so, how did that make you feel? Take some time to write out at least one scenario. Take time to answer that question and then answer this. Have you ever been on the receiving end of someone's kindness? If so, how did it make you feel? I imagine you felt good, right? Well, that takes me right into the next yummy fruit, goodness. Have you ever wondered what it means to be good? How many times have you heard a parent say the phrase, be good to your brother or sister? Or maybe you've heard a coworker say, oh, and by the way, be good to so-and-so, he or she is new here. Would you agree with me that the implication here is that I am putting aside my needs or natural tendencies to treat someone differently? Sometimes this happens in moments when we least expect it, but just know that you really don't know how much it really matters despite how you feel. Do you remember that trip I told you that I went on to Newfoundland and Labrador where I was gone for a whole month? Well, on that trip back home, on our third delay, with 2 or more flights before I could arrive home, there I sat in the Halifax airport, exhausted to say the least. The lady sitting next to me rather imposed on my misery by striking up a conversation, and she said, hello, I'm admiring your beautiful wheelchair. And then she continued, I have had some problems with my feet, but sitting here watching you and your beautiful smile, I feel so guilty because I often feel self-pity. She talked about some other tragic things that she had been going through. We talked, we cried, we laughed, and I even prayed for her right there in the airport. When it was finally time for us to get on that airplane, I gave her my card. The next day, I read this note on my YouTube channel. I've been blessed to meet Vianne King November 11th, 2019 at Halifax Airport, Gate 20. This meeting will be forever in my heart, she said. I was blessed to see Vianne in her beautiful wheelchair. What a great conversation starter, and what a great conversation it was. She said, little did I know at first that I was meeting someone as ordinary, yet as extraordinary as Vianne. And Vianne, if you read this, she said, thank you for your words, your time, and your attention. You were an angel that was sent across my path. I needed you that morning, and you appeared. You see, being good isn't always as fun or as easy as being bad, but expressing goodness is necessary if you want to serve good-tasting fruit. That expressed goodness benefited us both that tiring day in the airport. There is a life principle that my father-in-law shared with me one time, and it has been something that Vaughn and I have tried to live by ever since. That principle has definitely helped me be good. He said, never give or lend anything you expect to get back. That goes for money, physical items we have, our time, and yes, even our words of encouragement. There may be many different scenarios in which you can use this principle. However, the real issue is the misplaced expectations. What about when you volunteer your time or encourage someone and we're not rewarded as we had hoped or expected? Are we still able to do good to them? Or are we still able to be good to them? Or do we begin to resent the person and the time we spent and complain that we are not valued? Are we able to truly release these expectations? Who are we trying to please and for what reward? If we want to be good, we must learn to give with a pure heart and with the right motives. 2 Corinthians 9:7 says this, that God loves a cheerful giver. So choose goodness and give with a cheerful heart in all areas of your life and leave the outcomes and rewards to God. Learning this valuable principle is a process. It's slow and hard, and it will take time. So as we move on, let me ask you this. Are there any good works or good deeds that you have done which have left you disappointed because you didn't get what you were expecting in return? And does that experience stop you from doing or being good in other areas? Next, I want to ask you this by starting with Matthew 6:4. It says, "Give your gifts in private, and your Father who sees everything will reward you." Write down one thing that you're willing to try today that will help you embrace and express goodness in your life. Let's let out a big sigh together here, can we? Because I understand this ain't easy and it's deep. So take a little breather or get a refill of your hot beverage of choice and let's continue on to faithfulness. Faithfulness. When I first told Vaughn that I didn't know if I was able to remain faithful, it was because I was only relying on my own strength. I genuinely doubted myself. But as I put my trust and faith in God again, He taught me how to be someone who could be trusted. But as I put my trust and faith in God again, He taught me how to be someone who could be trusted. I had someone ask me, as I was writing this chapter actually, how do you prove to someone you are trustworthy after you have hurt them? I said, you simply stop focusing on trying to convince them with your words that you are changed, but instead focus on changing you. Your life becomes the evidence of change. Only time really reveals the true nature of someone's trustworthiness. I also heard someone say the only way you can know if you can trust someone is to trust them. Are you a trustworthy person? The fruit of faithfulness applies to all areas of our lives. Would you say something behind a friend's back that you wouldn't say to their face? It's embarrassing to admit that you are not faithful, isn't it? Trust me when I say that that was a quality I hated about myself. I found it so difficult to change. The truth is that at some point in our lives, we have all been unfaithful in some way or another. Being aware of these areas and acknowledging them is a major step forward. How do you grow in faithfulness? The foundation is formed by looking afresh at the Lord as the ultimate definition of faithful. The Bible reveals examples of God's faithfulness. Secondly, we grow in expressing faithfulness as we become more confident of who we are and whose we are. That will send us back to the Word of God every time. That's where the Spirit reveals those areas where we are tempted to either throw other people under the bus, failing them, or to devalue someone else by not being trustworthy. And we in turn devalue ourselves. Once we learn the value of being a faithful person who is trustworthy, it will be worth more than fame or money can buy. Take a moment and let's ask some more questions. Can you list some areas where you feel the quality of faithfulness is important? Now, in that area or areas that you have listed, how faithful are you in each of these areas? Now we are almost done with only 2 more fruits of the Spirit to cover, and you can probably guess where we're headed next. Gentleness. Have you ever held a newborn baby? Chances are, when you were being handled that little bundle of joy, you instinctively knew to be gentle with it, right? I wish life were that easy. However, while our words or actions that pass on to others do not come with warning labels, we most definitely need to be gentle. Philippians 4:5 tells us, "Let our gentleness be evident to all." Is your gentleness evident to all? That is a good question. When we are not gentle, we actually have the power to damage someone's heart. When we aren't gentle with someone, why do you think that is? Is it because we think that they should know better, or we simply think that we are better than them? Perhaps those seem like harsh words, but whatever the excuse we make for not being gentle, the root cause may well be that we are holding on to pride, anger, insecurities, or our need for control. There are many different scenarios I could suggest where expressing gentleness is important, but a basic trait that will help us with our gentleness, and a good place to start, is with our humility. So I want to ask you this. Would you consider yourself then to be a gentle person? And are you able to speak and respond with gentleness in situations? Or are people left with a bad taste in their mouths because of your bitter tasting fruit? Which takes me into the last fruit of the Spirit. Are you still with me? We're almost done. Self-control. Have you ever lost control of yourself? Maybe you said or did something in the heat of the moment and found yourself having to apologize after the fact. Yes, I get it. It's tough and we've all been there, yours truly included. When I was first in the hospital having to experience the daily routine of getting my intravenous needles changed, I remember this one day getting this nurse, and let's just say she was not gentle with me. I was feeling like a pincushion, to be honest. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I blurted out, "Apparently they didn't teach bedside manners in your training, did they?" Oops. Of course, no one is perfect, but the more you are yielding to the Spirit for His fruit of self-control to grow in your heart, the better you will become at denying yourself or having better self-control. As we are growing in expressing what He is growing in our prepared hearts, we also grow in seeing situations through a different lens. And while there are areas which we could consider a safe place or a safe environment for growing, the reality is, quite often, you don't have the luxury of that safe place. But we can always make it our goal to be a safe place for others, even under the pressure. As you have already heard me say, that traveling is hard on me physically. So the normal everyday is not so normal for me. This is what I was contending with when I was on another one of my speaking tours. My mother and I were driving to the next town for the location where I was scheduled to speak. We decided to stay overnight at a local inn. We arrived early, got settled, and looked forward to a great meal after a long day of travel. I remember looking at the menu and wanting everything. Can you relate to that? The selection process was difficult, but I finally decided and placed my order. When the plate of hot stew and fresh dinner rolls were placed in front of me, I didn't even pay attention to how fast I was eating. After I took a few bites, I stopped and I hesitantly asked my mom if her meal had an odd taste on it too. I said, "I can't quite tell what it is, but I know something isn't right." It didn't take long for us to realize that it tasted like mold. Mold? I knew I had to tell the waitress why we had stopped eating our meal, especially after expressing how hungry we were. Even though we had every right to complain, I decided to simply inform her rather than to sharply complain. She apologized profusely and didn't know how this could have happened. We finished and we still left her a good tip. I knew that I could have shown God's love by not complaining or making her feel any worse than she already did. Did I always get this right? No. But after what came next, you can be sure I now always try. I spoke at the event and we continued on, and much to my pleasant surprise, the next day I found this note waiting in my inbox from the owner of the inn where we had stayed. Let me read it for you. Vienne, it was a pleasure to meet you. You truly are an inspiration. I want to apologize for the meal you had because this was in no way our standard or what we pride ourselves for. Please come by again on your travels and allow us to treat you properly, free of charge. I do hope you come back and see us again, and having an awful stay, you were gracious, sweet, kind, and forgiving. It was our pleasure truly to meet you. God bless. Now, there might be some of you saying that I am just a pushover, afraid to speak up because of my people-pleasing tendencies, but I assure you that not responding kindly in these situations, it's much more the heart of God than if I had ranted about it. I love how we have the opportunity to feed people good fruit, even when we least expect it. Because my heart was soft with love and patience, I was able to offer good fruit. What does your fruit taste like? And please understand that this is not to judge you or make you feel bad. It's to help you. So when you're ready, let's close out the chapter with a few questions and final thoughts. First question is this. Has there been a time when you have allowed your emotions to control the way you responded in a situation? And if so, explain what you were feeling when you lost control. Why do you think you couldn't control yourself in that moment? And lastly, on a scale of 1 to 10, what does your fruit taste like? 1 to 2 is, no one wants to eat my fruit. 3 to 5 is, I have a seed, but the soil of my heart still needs to be softened. 6 to 7, maybe it's bitter to the taste, but I'm still growing. 8 to 10 is, my fruit is ripe and tastes sweet. Without a doubt, God is preparing your heart in order to grow good fruit and to keep producing good fruit. And don't forget, it doesn't matter, how much you say. Jesus loves you. No one will believe you if the fruit of your life does not taste good. As you learn to view yourself and your circumstances differently, it is my prayer that you'll either see Jesus more accurately or you will represent Jesus more accurately. Either way, my prayer today is that people will taste and see that He is good. I know some people get uncomfortable talking about how Jesus can take your pain or that He gives strength. Maybe I would suggest that it's because you have had a bad experience with bad tasting fruit. Thus, if you have not been properly introduced to the one who can really make the difference in your life, if that's the case, let me say that, first of all, I am sorry that you've had a bad experience. May I have the privilege to ask you to consider Jesus as an option if you are struggling to find that love, joy, or peace in your life. My last little morsel of food for thought as we journey on is this. I pray that you begin to see Jesus for who He truly is, because no matter what lies ahead or what lies you've believed about yourself or your experience with bad tasting fruit, He wants you to know that He loves you unconditionally, and He wants you to taste and see that He is indeed good. What are you seeking? Following the Lord is an amazing thing, but going farther is demanding. And sometimes it's a lonely road and the stakes are high. In the words of my editor and dear friend Peggy Kennedy, she says this: "For all of us who know the amazing yet demanding privilege of partnering with our God, the stakes are high. Let us allow His Spirit to sharpen our capacity to receive and respond to revelation. He is fine-tuning us all to receive what the Spirit is revealing." She goes on to say that when we hear His voice calling us to come higher, will we obey? She ends by saying, "It will be said of us that we have done what He desires when we embrace His ways above our own." I acknowledge that we have covered some pretty heavy topics in this last 3 sections. And now, moving into the final stretch of this book, you will be getting a glimpse of what it cost to cross over from merely surviving to thriving. I am confident that you are seeing the choices that are essential to maintain a life of freedom and contagious courage. When I was about 7 years old, I received a very important life lesson that rings louder to me today as an adult. I remember sitting on the front seat of church and being so excited to see the visiting pastor. He was very interesting to listen to, and that might have had something to do with the fact that he would often ask questions and sometimes engage the audience by asking for volunteers to illustrate his point. And this time, when he asked for a volunteer, without hesitation, I was the first to put up my arm high in the air. My chubby cheeks and ear-to-ear grin only got bigger when he chose me. When I went to the front, he said, "I have a choice for you. I have 2 things in my hands and you get to pick one," he said. "Here in this hand, I have a Bible, and in the other hand, I have a $5 bill. You can choose either. The choice is yours." I don't remember how long it took for me to respond. All I remember thinking was, $5 is a lot for a 7-year-old, but I chose the Bible. After making my selection, he handed me the Bible, and when I opened the front cover, there was actually a $5 bill taped to the inside, with this scripture handwritten on the inside cover: "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you," as found in Matthew 6:33. I don't remember anything else about his message, but this life lesson will be forever embedded in my mind. All my life, this verse keeps coming back to me, but not always in a good way. Sometimes I would find fault with the Lord and pray, "But God, I love you. Why aren't you adding X, Y, or Z onto me?" After becoming paralyzed, I remember being in a service where a preacher actually pointed me out and said, "God wants to heal you." In the next breath, he said, "Come back Wednesday." And this was Monday. Well, you can imagine my excitement as I anticipated Wednesday night. I attended Tuesday, and finally the day came that I had waited for. Wednesday, the day for my healing. Vaughn and I arrived and sat expectantly through the whole service. And as the service was coming to a close, I wondered when the pastor was going to address me. After he had finished the message, he did address me. In front of everyone, he said this: "I am sorry, I don't have it." But he did continue by saying, all I felt God wanted me to say was this: "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." If the pastor said anything else, I don't remember. But I will tell you that hearing that scripture this time did not have the same effect as it did on my 7-year-old self. And I can assure you, I did not leave grinning ear to ear. I did everything in my power to hold back the tears welling up inside me, because all I heard was, you're not good enough for God to heal. Maybe those people who told you that there was something wrong with you were right, and that's why God didn't heal you. I didn't understand. I thought, I was seeking God. What was I missing? Well, years later, I heard a very convincing yet humorous response from the Lord to answer my very intense questioning. I remember I was out shopping with a friend and found this amazing purple patent leather purse. It was stunning. The only thing was I didn't have any shoes to match. What do you wear with a purple patent leather bag? I was thinking, well, of course, a pair of patent leather shoes, of course. I looked in every store I could think of. This hunt went on for over a week. When I successfully exhausted the list of all the stores I could physically get to, I took my search online. It didn't take long for me to find the perfect pair of shoes. They were stunning and matched my patent leather bag perfectly. Like a kid in a candy store, I added those shoes to my shopping cart, and as I was going to the checkout to pay, I received this pop-up notification that read, "Unfortunately, this item is no longer available and we apologize for any inconvenience." I'm like, no, that can't be right. No. I even called the company hoping to hear that, there was just a glitch online in the system. Surely that's all it was, and I could get my size 7 shoes and all would be right in my world. Well, no such luck. So you'll never guess what I did next. I ordered a half size smaller. I told myself, well, I don't really stand in them anyway, right? So I could squeeze my toes into them and I'll be fine. I got them, and I confess, I only wore them like once, maybe twice. You're probably thinking, Vienne, they're not your size. I know, right? They sat in that box, getting dusty, for 2 years as I wallowed in a lot of denial. Finally, I knew it was time to acknowledge that they were just too small and I needed to part with them. Did I? Nope. Not right away, anyway. A few years after that, when I spoke on this very topic, I actually brought them as a part of my illustration. I told my audience pretty much what I had told you, and at the end of my talk, I told them that I was doing a draw for these purple patent leather bag and shoes. And for anyone who was a size 6.5, of course, for the shoes. Yes, the bag too, because what would someone wear with purple shoes? Yes, it's okay to laugh or shake your head, roll your eyes. I'm doing the same thing as I relive this absurd experience. But why did I even share that silly story with you? You see, in my life, I have sought after many things with this dog with a bone determination. But if I'm honest, I have not always sought after my relationship with God with even half of that intensity. I was reminded of this time of what my mom said to me as a teenager. She said, Vienne, if you spent half the effort on your insides as you do your outsides, you'd be much better off. Let's jump back now to 2015, when I was asked to facilitate a ladies' prayer meeting. As I was praying for each of the ladies, I won't lie, I felt a little intimidated. I was like, God, there's so many needs here. What do I pray for each lady? In response, he showed me this beautiful picture of him standing right in front of me, reminding me that the ladies were coming for healing, whether it was for emotional, physical healing. Yes, I was doing the praying, but it was actually him that they were coming to see. He was the one that was giving each lady what they needed. As I rested in knowing that God was right there with me, giving me words to pray, he also spoke something else into my heart that day. He said, Vienne, these prayers of healing are for you as well. I began to weep because, you know what? I had pretty much given up on expecting God to do something like that for me. I simply didn't want to be let down again. I even said to him, God, I don't care about a healing. I just want you to grip my heart. I never want to doubt you again. I was literally just wanting to focus on seeking God and not the gift that I had thought I was supposed to get from him. But in that moment, God was showing me, that I can't be that close to him and not believe big things from a big God. He was telling me in a fresh new way, it's okay to ask. And that night, as he spoke those words, I felt something, not only in my heart, but I felt something physically that I hadn't felt before. That night when I got home, and I'm going to tell you a disclaimer, TMI alert coming up. I used the bathroom on my own for the first time in 16 years without medication. I was in such shock. I was trying to explain it away. I would like to tell you that I embraced it and was so thankful, but unfortunately, I believed the lie that one time wasn't really a healing. But the funny thing was, one time, after no time, in 16 years, was indeed a healing. However, I kept this news to myself. I journaled my routine for 3 weeks before I actually believed that I was healed. At which point, I remember being in the front room working out, and I felt God say this to me. Why don't you believe what I'm doing? With that, I felt the release to share with some of my close friends and family. But the sad thing was, I still waited 3 months before I could stop journaling about my routine. No medication, no medication, no medication. Literally journaled that for 3 months. Because you know what? I was so afraid that I would be let down and would have to go back to that prison that I had cried out to God to remove me from so many times. And I wanted to know the day that I was going to be sent back. Could I actually believe that this prison was gone? I no longer had those 4 to 5 and sometimes 8-hour bathroom visits. Wow, can you imagine the emotional brain space that freed up for me? What was I to do with all this extra time and energy? You might be thinking, oh wait, I know. I now had the energy and the strength to actually finish writing my first book, and I had the freedom to actually do a book tour. Talk about freedom. In this chapter, we've covered a lot of ground from my childhood lessons of choosing the Bible over a $5 bill and getting both to the purple patent leather purse and matching shoes. Yet all of these stories are to remind us of what seeking Him first really means. I have sought after a lot of things in my own strength or desires for many years, and it has left me empty and disappointed. Can you relate? See, but when my focus has been on my relationship with the Lord, He would always add to me. Reflecting on my journey and the message of Matthew 6:33, I hope to remind you to not let the things that God would add onto us become the things that we seek. And as you think about my experiences, I want to ask you to sit in this moment, search your heart, and answer this. What are you seeking? Chapter 13. What's your muster point? Do you have a comfort food? That snack that you're drawn to when you need that extra something? I find it hard to pick just one, but if I had to, it would be jubes. There was a time when I would literally get Vaughn to put them out of reach before he left for work so that my consumption could be monitored. Okay, you're probably thinking, Vianne, that's not comfort food, that's an addiction. And you're right, I have been working on reducing my sugar addiction, but I'm sure that even the healthiest people have their comfort foods, right? Well, what's yours? If I had to choose just one, it would be my jubjubs. If you had to choose just one, what would it be? Oh, and what about after a long day? What is it you do to unwind or shut off the brain? Do you flop on the couch and watch your favorite TV show or movie? Do you sit with your favorite book and a glass of wine? For me, my favorite times are when Vaughn is home and we just drop everything and we play a game or a movie. Where there are times we laugh at the fact that we're sometimes like two teenagers with no parents in the house, eating whatever we want, doing whatever we want, and whenever we want to. It's great. You see, we all need comfort food and self-care plans in place. That is true. But my question is this: what happens when what we use to unwind or relax becomes a place of escape? You might be thinking, well, what's the difference, or what's the harm? Well, let me explain. It was in the summer of 2019, and I was taking a day away to turn off the brain, if you will. While I was sitting and having lunch, I saw a sign out the window. Muster point. We all know what a muster point is, right? A designated place to run to in case of emergency. For the rest of the day, the phrase, "Where do you run to? Where do you run to?" kept replaying in my mind. I thought about when I was diagnosed with transverse myelitis and my life got turned upside down. I lost my independence, my self-worth, and my identity. I gradually started removing God from the center of my life. I started running to people and things for the emotional fulfillment that I needed. Yet, all this was only leaving me feeling even more empty and alone. God was not my muster point. Where do you run to when life goes sideways and there's an emergency? What's your muster point? To my surprise, once I was back in the right relationship with the Lord, I realized that I was still running to counterfeit muster points. None of these were valid replacements for the true relationship that I desired with the Lord. You see, for longer than I would like to admit, I thought I was totally free. But that day, as I saw that sign, I had a harsh reality check that even though I intended for God to be my muster point, in actuality, He was not the first place that I was running to. Where do you run to? There is a story in the Bible about two women who were married to the same man. Their names were Rachel and Leah, and they were married to Jacob. You can find the story in Genesis chapter 29. See, although Rachel was the favorite, she was unable to have children. God saw Leah was treated with much less respect and value, so He enabled her to start having children, while the other woman, Rachel, could not bear any children. Check out the names of Leah's children and what they meant. The first one was Reuben, which means, because the Lord has looked upon my affliction, and now my husband will love me. Her second child she named Simeon, which means, God heard. She said, the Lord has heard that I am hated, and He has given me a son also. Then the third child came, and she called him Levi. She said, now, this time, my husband will be attracted to me because I have given him 3 sons. Do you see what's happening here? She was actually placing her self-confidence in the birth of each son to win her husband's heart. But it wasn't working. Then she had another baby, and she called him Judah, which means praise God. She said, this time I will praise the Lord. See, she finally understood where she needed to run to find fulfillment in the Lord. Little did Leah know that the Lord was working out a much bigger plan through the waiting womb of Rachel. But yes, God still had something special for Leah. He was simply monitoring her self-worth and value because she was still in her own lane of striving. Can we relate to that? You see, she did, however, ultimately come to the realization that this was not her battle, nor even a contest for her husband's favor. I felt like Leah, and maybe you have too. You see, for me, after years of running to people and things to seek validation and approval, I finally realized that the only place that I can truly find fulfillment is in the Lord. And when I saw the sign that day, it hit me. God, you are my muster point. You are my safe place. And now I find my value, my self-worth, and everything I need from you. You see, that is the only way that I can continue on when my life gets turned upside down or when others let me down. What about during the COVID pandemic? That situation left us in a state of emergency like we have never known. I ask you, who and what did you run to, or do you still run to, for safety and protection? And is it providing you the comfort and support that you need? Maybe the people or the places you ran to for safety were no longer accessible. Or maybe they were no longer comforting to you. Or maybe you experienced something worse, like losing a job or a family member. You see, during the pandemic, someone asked me, Vian, how do you sustain your strength to keep pouring out? And in short, I said, I keep running to the source. I know where to run to for what I need. I like what my pastor said one time. He said, God wants us to live from rest, not for rest. Regretfully, there are many who know Jesus, yet don't know Jesus as their muster point. And the only way I have been able to keep going or to keep pouring out is by running to my Heavenly Father for strength, because He alone is my muster point and my safe place. I remember I was in the middle of an unexpected but very heartbreaking situation. I couldn't find any peace or comfort to resolve it. Vaughn thought about my struggle and said this. He said, I read somewhere about a family who spent 1 hour reading their Bible or praying for every hour of TV they watched. It was to help them keep their life balanced. Wow, I knew he wasn't trying to judge me, but it did help me adjust my perspective to view God as my muster point. You see, another time I remember receiving a message from my editor where she wrote this. She said, I felt that I needed to tell you to step off the hamster wheel and keep moving forward. There was never more powerful words spoken at the perfect time than that moment. Step off the hamster wheel. I was not only running to the wrong places, I was allowing my mind to keep running and running in circles on that hamster wheel, and it was keeping me stuck. Where do you run to? I believe God is asking us a weighted question today. What is your muster point? Are you tired of running to people and things that leave you feeling empty, frustrated, or worse? Tired of living without joy or contentment because God isn't the place you run to? Maybe tired of not being able to move forward because you can't get past your hurts or anxious thoughts. You see, until I was stripped of the things that I ran to for validation or approval, I would never be able to grow in my confidence and trust in the only validation or approval that matters, His. Don't get me wrong, we do need people. We need support, but they can't be the source of our strength. Someone asked me in an interview once, do you have a spiritual mentor that you go to for guidance? And What do you find special or important about these kinds of relationships? I responded, God gives us people for reasons and seasons, but God is my person. Honestly, I like to look at all of my relationships like the proper use of a credit card. Hear me out. See, when the money is there on my account, then I can make choices about how I want to use it, right? And all is well. However, if I exceeded my limit or exhaust my funds to buy things that should have been left on reserve for other commitments that I needed, I am pulling from an empty well of resources and falling deeper into that well. Do you see how that relates to drawing from other people? If I'm continuing to draw strength or encouragement from others, which I can only receive from the Lord, I will always feel empty and frustrated. What happens when our dependency is misplaced? We put way too much pressure on our relationships as we attempt to receive what we should have been withdrawing from the Lord. See, Jesus tells us in Matthew 5 and 6, blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. And when you hunger for God, you will run to Him, and you will never be left empty. And when you are strong in Him, you are then ready to have those healthy, strong relationships that you are so desperately desiring. Yes, there are people who will graciously hang on to you or breathe for you in times when you can't, like Vaughn did for me. But you know what? That can't last forever. That can only last so long. You see, eventually, you will need to learn to access the strength that only God can provide for you, like I did. Are you ready to make Jesus your muster point today? I promise you, you'll find that there's no safer place to run. Chapter 14, Keeping in Step. Do you remember that kids game, red light, green light, 1, 2, 3? One person is chosen to stand at the front with his or her back to the group and act as the traffic light, if you will. That person then says, as slow or as fast as they want, red light, green light, 1, 2, 3, and then turns around. The players have to run as fast as they can until the person given the command turns around on 3. The object of the game is to see who will be the first to get to the front without getting caught moving. And here's the trick, you see, if you get caught moving when the traffic light sees you, you will have to start over. If you're lucky enough to stop on 3 and not get caught, the next challenge is waiting. Waiting until you hear the command again before moving. You see, the person who does the best at this game is the person who's really good at listening, waiting, and obeying the instructions, all while adhering to the timing. Some people even get sent back during the waiting. Why? Because they were caught moving before the one giving the command had their backs turned again. If you were caught moving, you could complain and get frustrated, yes, but the fact is, you must start over if you didn't follow the guidelines to stop, start, or wait as the guidelines of the game required. I have come to understand that same principle is true in my journey with the Lord. Sometimes He says go, and sometimes He will say stop, and other times He will say wait. However, learning to trust Him through that process is the hardest part, let me tell you. I know you understand that, especially when you know you've heard green light. So, why is He now telling me to stop? But I heard green light. Why is He now telling me to stop? We learn quickly that while this is definitely not a game, but a very central element in our walk with the Lord. And the parallels from this game have helped me learn to keep in step with the Lord. As I have shared with you from my story, I spent 6 years running from the Lord, but after I surrendered that to Him, God not only took my brokenness, but He also showed me a better life. He replaced the brokenness with so much passion. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I was meant to share my story with the world. But even with all that passion and vision, I didn't have an audience to share my passion with. See, I'm just a small town girl from Newfoundland and Labrador. Who would want to listen to me besides a few family and friends? Who could I really tell? There were many places or platforms that I was convinced that I should be on. But time and time again, the door would remain closed. How could I be so right about hearing green light from God and yet be seeing an even brighter red light? I would see other people leading and using their gifts and wondering why I had to wait. Many times in my prayers or one-way conversations with God, I would say, how can you give me all this passion with no platform? I didn't understand the red light. The red light was causing me a lot of frustration. And I kept telling him, I'm ready when you are, God. Anytime now. But please, please help me wait. It was in the summer of 2011 when God opened a door for my friend and I to go to Newfoundland and Labrador to do some speaking. We were headed to my parents' place because they were pastoring at this church. We both grew up in a same town, and our first stop was the church of our childhood. So let's just say it was a safe place to practice. We had an amazing time and our tour was amazing. However, the irony of it all was when my friend and I were on that flight home, I turned to her and I said, I'm emotionally, physically, and spiritually exhausted. And if this is the amount of energy that's required for this type of ministry, then I don't think I can do it. Yes, I was getting the platform I was so desperate to receive. Yet here I was saying, I don't want it. Do you know what God spoke into my heart in that moment? Good. I was like, what? What do you mean, good? He said, now you are beginning to understand the waiting and how waiting is even more important than the going. He followed it up with this. You can't, but Vienne, with my strength, you can. See, I grew up going to church a minimum of 3 times a week, and I graduated from Bible college. But until that moment, I didn't truly understand what it meant to wait upon the Lord. I had never understood what it meant to allow Him to renew my strength. Waiting had always been this painful thing that always actually felt like a no in my mind. I would read my Bible and pray, but I never understood what it meant to come to God for my daily food or spiritual strength. I didn't know what it meant to walk in step with Him or keep in step with Him. I hadn't learned how to let Him lead or give me instructions. I'm embarrassed to admit I was that person who wanted the results of the fit body without putting my time in at the gym. I wanted the platform, but I didn't have the character or deep roots to stand on that platform. Nor did I truly understand what was required of me to be strong enough to stand there. It was through that experience that God showed me that my platform was literally everywhere that I had the privilege of setting my foot. And in order for Him to work through me, He first had to work in me. Trust me, you never want your platform to outgrow your character or faith in God. It was shortly after that trip that I realized that making daily time with the Lord was so important. I can't believe the difference it was making in me. While it wasn't an overnight change, I assure you, I did start to see and feel my heart change. This new shift in my heart caused me to start looking for ways to serve God in my everyday life. God was teaching me what it was to first lead myself before I could ever lead others. That meant I was to simply keep in step with Him. as I walked out my Christian life. See, one thing that I'll say now that you'll probably hear me say again and again is this: God is much more concerned with what he's doing in you than what he wants to do through you. So before he gives you that green light to follow the passions in your heart, you can be certain he'll make sure you're ready to receive it. At times, you may feel like he's taking it back or saying no. You might even begin to question if you heard him correctly from the beginning. This is especially true if you don't understand how to prepare to even receive your God-given passions and dreams. And if you push forward without waiting for him, that will be something that you most certainly will be sent back to start again. Just like that childhood game. See, long before I even knew the words of Galatians 5:25 that tells me that if we live by the Spirit, let us also walk by the Spirit. God was teaching me to keep in step with him. And that had so much more to do with me also learning to listen. This season of learning to keep in step with the Lord was also when he was teaching me to listen. Listening is the first step of being able to follow instructions, wouldn't you think? And as I have mentioned before, this is an area that I have really struggled with. God, is that you? And when you start tuning your ears to listen to the Lord, you can be sure that there will be other voices that will try to distract or derail you. I remember a time when I was bombarded with negative thoughts and I didn't know how to discern the truth regarding the decisions I was trying to make. I was so overwhelmed and I couldn't quiet the noise in my head. It was in that time that I had a dream. I was in a room and there was just chaos and noise everywhere. The room was filled with people yelling at me, telling me what they thought I should be doing. I was getting more and more overwhelmed and confused. It was so loud, I couldn't even think straight. As the noise got louder and louder, in the distance, I began to hear ever so slightly a voice saying, "Listen, listen." And the more I focused on that still small voice, the quieter the chaos and the noise around me became. And little by little, I began to clearly hear the word, "Listen, listen." Finally, the only thing I could hear was, "Listen, listen." And the chaos was gone. I woke up from that dream with the words, "My sheep hear my voice. My sheep hear my voice." This phrase repeating in my mind. I found the scripture. It was in John 10:27 and 28, and it reads this: "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand." God was trying to get me to listen to him over the confusion and chaos that often overwhelmed me. But honestly, I wasn't yet grounded in God's word. I didn't understand the value of being in God's word and developing the discipline that would actually help me hear. You see, only then could I be confident in what I was hearing so that I could keep in step with him. If we stay focused on the shepherd's voice, we will never go astray. Which makes me think of obedience. Listening and following starts with obedience. My journey may be different than yours, but the principles of what's required remain the same. And allow me to do the parallel of the game with these three principles. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Red light, green light, 1, obedience, 2, faith, and 3, discipline. Never again do I want to get distracted by my own pain. that would result in me not being able to hear or discern the Father's voice from all the others. When you start to be obedient in the small things God asks you to do, you will be obedient to do the bigger things He asks. When my friend and I were in Newfoundland and Labrador on that speaking trip, I remember we were driving around one of the small towns, and as we were driving, I looked and saw a man sitting on his front porch. And when I saw him, I instantly felt that we needed to stop and say hi. I didn't know what I would say. I just had the feeling that he was lonely. We circled back around and got out of the car and went over to him. We told him who we were and why we were in town. I casually also mentioned that I felt to stop and say hi. You know, the first words out of his mouth? Thank you so much. I sit here day after day and no one says hi to me. I feel so lonely. We stayed and talked a little while. I told him about my dad and how he was a pastor and gave him his number and said he could call him anytime. I assured him that my dad would love to come and have coffee with him. He was so blessed that day, and you can be sure that so were we. Obedience in these little things help us trust God and obey Him in the bigger things. Like being okay to wait, stop, or maybe even brave enough to go. It's about keeping in step. Faith. Faith is such an important principle. When I was in the beginning stages of writing my first book, I had no deadline set or no timetable. To be honest, from the day I said, I have decided to write a book, to the time I actually sat down to begin writing, was 3 months. Yep. I was so scared. The thoughts of what I had just decided to do was terrifying. My husband knew this, which is why he challenged me to set a deadline. So I did. I connected with the editor I was working with at the time and told her my idea about a summer-fall launch in 2015. I asked her if this deadline was possible. I took a step of faith, not knowing what would happen. Within a half an hour of sending my message to her, I received this response. Vianne, I am so sorry to have to tell you this, but I am struggling with the biggest bout of depression I have dealt with for years. I am unable to help you reach that deadline. I am so sorry that I am letting you down. I would completely understand if you choose to go and get someone else to help you. You know, without hesitation, I knew I was not to move forward on my deadline. Rather, I needed to support her where she was. My book could wait. My response to her was, I am so sorry that you are struggling this way. I want you to know that I will not be getting anyone else. I continued with, I feel God wants me to love and support you now and not move on. I said, I know that if I were to move on, I don't deserve to write this book on love and healing. What an amazing experience for us both. She felt supported and loved when she needed it the most, and I was growing in understanding how to keep in step with Holy Spirit and walk by faith. I knew I had the green light to write my book, but now I had to trust God and wait for His perfect timing. And He totally had the best timing. That's a whole other story, but God brought another editor when it was time to transition. The transition had nothing to do with me meeting a deadline. As I said before, God is much more concerned with what He's doing in us than what He's doing through us. And sometimes waiting in faith is just that, trusting God, no matter what. It's in the waiting that we have the biggest temptation to take things into our own hands. But when we are willing to keep in step with Him, we can be sure that we'll stay right on the path and avoid some unnecessary frustration. My understanding of Proverbs 3 and 5 is this: when you trust in the Lord with all your heart and not on your own understanding, and you acknowledge Him in all your ways, He will direct your path. Which takes us to the next valuable principle, discipline. There's that D word again. Let's go back to that moment on the flight home and my statement to the Lord. If this is the amount of energy that's required for this type of ministry, then I don't think I can do it. That was the turning point of when I began to understand the necessity of discipline on a level I had not ever experienced before. It was during this season that my father-in-law mentioned in conversation about different ways that he reads the Bible through so we can gain a different perspective. He said, sometimes I read it chronologically, other times I read it topically, etc., etc. I was so convicted because I was embarrassed to admit I hadn't ever even read it all the way through, not even once. I had graduated from Bible college, but not once did I feel the need to read the Bible all the way through. No, my Bible reading consisted of whatever scripture was in the devotional that day. Other times I would attempt a Bible in a year plan, but I was never successful. I also would just like to read the parts I liked or when I felt like it. And what was wrong with that? At least I was reading the Bible, right? And while that was a great way to start, it wasn't enough to grow deeper. It wasn't enough if I was going to keep in step. So that's when I was determined that this was the year. This was the year that I would read the Bible through cover to cover. I will be completely honest with you and say that starting was not that bad. I mean, I've done that before. But the test came when I endeavored to be consistent with reading, even when I didn't feel like it. That's when it really got tough. There were times when I felt I was just reading words on a page. I wasn't hearing anything, maybe a few crickets. But as I pressed through and stuck with my goal, I was developing discipline. It was just like hitting that wall when you're starting to work out, right? And if you don't push past it, you will quit. But this time I was not quitting. Eventually I started seeing and hearing God in the little ways. I would start to see scripture speak to me on the day that I needed it. Coincidences? No, I didn't think so. However, my biggest discovery was when I neared the end of my 1-year reading plan. My first thought was, yay, I did it. Now I can go back to the way I did it before. But even as I thought that, something inside me screamed, no! I realized that the Word of God wasn't just a task to complete, but it had become my daily bread. I was being sustained and nurtured by God in His words. This time that I spent with the Lord became the food that helped me grow stronger. I was developing the discipline not to quit when my roots were growing deeper. I understood, as John 15:5 states, that apart from Him, I can do nothing. And He was right. I couldn't do this ministry in my own strength. The thing is, I didn't realize that's what I had been attempting to do. I was like those seeds that fell on the rocky path. I didn't have deep roots, so that when times got tough, I would get swept away. You might have all the same questions that I've had. God, how long do I have to wait before ... Or, how long do I have to suffer this pain? You can remove it. How long do I have to wait? My journey may be different than yours, but the principles of what's required remains the same. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Let me repeat that. Red light, green light, 1, obedience, 2, faith, and 3, discipline. And let me repeat also my declaration. Never again do I want to get distracted by my own pain that stops me from discerning the Father's voice or that keeps me out of step with Him. I want you to pause here and do a listening prayer exercise. And if you've never done this before, don't be afraid to try. There is no right or wrong way. You're just learning to listen. Or maybe your listening is rusty or maybe long overdue. Take some time now. And first thing I would ask you to do is this. Take some time in a quiet space. And the first thing I would like to ask you is this. Write down something that you're waiting on an answer for. It could be several things, but write down at least one thing. Then answer this. Do you find it hard to quiet the noise? If so, when was the last time you sat in silence with the Lord and asked Him what He thought? And next, I want to challenge you to ask God some questions and sit with Him to test your hearing. Maybe questions about what you are waiting on. And then, when He speaks, be obedient and step out in faith. And don't forget to journal your experience of what you hear. That will prove to be very valuable to you. If you would like a guide for your prayer time, or maybe something that will help you understand what it means to listen, here is a listening prayer that I have for you that I think will help you as you are learning to listen and keep in step. How many of you have experienced God speaking to you other than by Scripture? Maybe through a dream, an inspirational message, or simply a still small voice like I had described above. Maybe it's something else. Ask God to remind you of anything that you may have forgotten and write it down. Take some time. Another prayer exercise, maybe for another day, could be this. Is there something that you have been wanting to ask God, but you're afraid to ask? Write down your questions and then under it, just start writing what comes to mind. If you don't have a question, maybe consider asking one of these following questions. God, is there someone you want me to give a word of encouragement today? And if so, what do you want me to say to them? And another important question to ask God could be this. What would you like me to stop doing, start doing, or do differently in my life? And what steps should I take for doing this? I would like to suggest you consider spending a set amount of time every day to sit and talk with God, to practice your hearing. You can ask your own questions or use the ones I've suggested. You also might want to go back and review the additional exercise that I included about goal setting with the balance wheel in chapter 9. Do you remember that? But it could help you in your time with the Lord. But don't feel bad if you don't hear anything right away. It takes time to quiet the noise. But please understand that God is more eager to speak to us than we are willing to listen. But I want to tell you, as you practice listening and learning the 1, 2, 3s of obedience, faith, and discipline, I promise you, you will find it easier to keep in step. Chapter 15, there's always another way. Have you ever said, my mind is made up and that's it. I'm not budging. But then someone comes along and provides you with some new information and with a convincing case for why you should consider another point of view. And you think, I didn't see it that way before. Or what about your mood? Has someone ever changed your mood, either for the good or for the bad? My husband has this uncanny ability to make me laugh when I don't want to. When Vaughn and I first started traveling, after me becoming a person with a disability, my first trip to the airport in my wheelchair was quite the experience. We went to the baggage counter, and the lady told me that I would have to check my chair, my cool chair, with the baggage and sit in this ugly, oversized wheelchair. It was gray with a bright orange flag waving about 6 feet high above me. I was about to lose it when Vaughn saw the tears in my eyes and knew I was about to have a moment. So he leaned over and he said, "It's okay, sweetie. They have to save all the ugly chairs for the pretty girls." I went from almost bawling my eyes out to laughing. Yes, it was great that he shifted my perspective in that moment amidst the flowing of what I now know is my new normal life. But in those early stages, I couldn't see past my disability and how it was defining me. I was consumed with fear and insecurities daily. And the perspective I had about myself and everything in my life was that it was this big hopeless mess. I think of all the things that could cause us to keep the perspective of fear, worry, or overwhelming anxiety. The list, I'm sure, is endless, but my discovery is that our perspective of ourself or our circumstances, and yes, even our perspective of God, can limit us and hold us back from receiving full freedom. I'm praying that I can provide you with some new information that will help you change your view of you, that will in turn help you change your perspective on the things in your life, if you're willing to see it another way. I want to talk about a few things that we need to change our perspective on: ourself, our circumstance, and God. But I want to talk about our view of self. And I know that it will be hard because I know how hard it was. How hard do you think it was for me when I was first paralyzed? You see, I spent the majority of my time and energy focusing on all the things I couldn't do. I was limited because I didn't want to do things if I couldn't do them the way I did before. That approach was keeping me stuck, and it left me feeling even more overwhelmed and insecure. You see, that mindset affected everything I did and limited my independence even more. I remember saying, "I don't even want to drive unless I can drive with my feet." I wanted desperately to be independent, yet I refused to do it differently than I did before. I had the perspective that doing it differently made me less of a person. This perspective was more paralyzing than my disability, or more limiting than this chair I'm sitting in. When I first started seeing other people who had less mobility than me doing far more than what I was doing, I realized my view of myself was holding me back. I knew I had a choice to make. I could stay focused on all the things that I couldn't do and remain stuck, or shift my focus to what I can do. You see, I wanted to drive, but to move past my self-imposed limitation, I had to find another way. If I refused another way, I wouldn't be driving today. That choice to accept driving with hand controls instead of my feet gave me so much more independence. This independence unlocked some freedom in me, and it boosted my confidence. This change in perspective enabled me to have courage then to try other things. Now, not only am I driving, but I have been rock climbing, downhill skiing, zip lining, and yes, even skydiving. And I didn't want to drive because I couldn't do it the way I did before. What was I thinking? And that list of physical achievements don't even mention becoming an author, motivational speaker, or starting my own nonprofit organization. No, I may not be able to do things the way I did them before, but I know now there is more than one way if you're willing to accept it. Get this. I returned home from running errands one day. I pulled into my garage and I got out of my car, rolled onto the lift that allows me to access my home without having to climb stairs. Well, the keypad to the side door of my house didn't work. Apparently the battery died in the keypad. and it wouldn't let me enter the code to get in. Yes, I could have called my neighbor to come. I could have called any number of amazing friends who have always been so willing to help me. Yeah, there were times in the past that I have, but this particular day I had a thought. I bet you I can get in that front door. So I went around to the front door, got out of my chair, bumped my way up the steps, and stretching as far as I could, I managed to unlock the front door. Then wormed my way into the house and unlocked the garage door. Then, sliding back down the steps, I got into my chair and returned to the garage door to find it open. Mission accomplished. No, I couldn't get in my house the way I had before, but I found there is another way. Like the old saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. You see, these stories might not seem like life-changing situations to you, but for me, they were. There was a time when I actually needed 2 nurses to change me. That process left me feeling like I would never get my confidence or my dignity back. These insecurities and fears were magnified when I was told that I would always have to be dependent on others for my personal care and mobility. Now, every step forward is a valued treasure to me. Gaining my independence in these areas, after seemingly losing it through the initial paralysis, was life-changing for me. My husband told me about an experience his dad had when he visited India many years ago. He described how the locals were moving dirt in bags on their shoulders from one location to another. John asked them, why did they do it that way rather than using a wheelbarrow? He soon realized they didn't even know what a wheelbarrow was. Without that equipment, their way was the way they'd always did it. I guess this illustration could be used with us in life, right? People naturally, they don't like change, but God knows there is another way, a better way. That better, yet unknown way holds the potential to bring improvement into many areas of our lives. And once we discover the better way, we must then be willing to accept it. You see, if I didn't change my perspective and find another way to view myself, my circumstances, I would still be at home on my couch, consumed with fear and still depressed. I never would have discovered that I have access to this extra strength and courage if I didn't try and find another way. Okay, you're going to laugh at me for this next story, but I believe that car trouble or things breaking down in general is something that follows me more than the average Joe. And if you know me, you know that's true. However, whether you are willing to find another way to view your unwelcome circumstances or not, I think we can agree that they make for some great stories after the fact, right? So let me tell you one. One morning, I was up and ready for a full day of meetings. My first meeting was across town, and since I pride myself in being on time, I was actually ready and heading out earlier than usual. I went to start my car, but unfortunately the battery was dead. I quickly called roadside assistance and thought that maybe I could still get to my meeting and on time. That was truly wishful thinking on my part. You see, before long, I was beginning to get frustrated by this disruption in my day. I thought to myself, okay, I can't change this, so I might as well embrace it. I even prayed. I'm like, oh God, help me out here. Help me be okay with this delay and help me overcome my frustration now for missing this first meeting. The gentleman who came to help with my car had to get something out of my trunk, and he saw my box of books. With excitement, he asked, hey, is that you on the cover? Did you write this book? Well, that sparked a wonderful conversation that included him sharing his own pain journey. He ended by saying how honored he was to have met me. He thanked me for the courage to keep going so that others can be encouraged to keep going. Looking for different ways to view myself or my situation has indeed given me a courageous perspective. I also found that afterwards, missing that meeting turned out to be a blessing, actually, in disguise. Without getting into all the details, I'll just say this, that I'm glad there was a better way for my morning to begin that day. And even though I had been frustrated, without the Lord's better way to try to view our circumstances or ourselves, you see, I would have missed out on that beautiful experience and the opportunity to see my situation another way and not see that man who needed encouragement. Do you feel trapped in the emotions you are feeling because of the way you view yourself or your situation, or maybe even God? I think about all the things that you may have experienced in your life, and especially during the COVID season, right? These things may be causing you anxiety, but maybe I suggest that it's because you stay focused on all the things that you can't control. That indeed will heighten your anxiety. And before we head into some reflection time, I want to remind or maybe encourage you to remember the promise of 2 Timothy 1:7 that says, God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. Please allow yourself some time to sit and reflect on your current mindset or situation as you consider the following questions. First of all, I want to ask you, what negative view do you have about yourself or your circumstance that's obstructing your ability to find another way? The next thing I want you to reflect on is this. What one thing can you do today that can help you consider the possibility of finding another way? And lastly, I want to ask you this. What positive effect do you think that your courage to find another way could have on someone else? I want to challenge you to look at the obstacles or giants in your path and tell yourself this. There's always another way if we're willing to see it. And with God's help and this shift in perspective, it's not only another way, you guys, it's a better way. Chapter 16. You can make extraordinary ordinary. What do you consider extraordinary? Is it something like jumping out of an airplane or speaking in front of thousands of people? What extraordinary thing do you think you could never do? Perhaps the two things I've mentioned aren't really on the top of your extraordinary list. Maybe it's the idea of having courage to face that person at work or a bully at your school. What is that thing you think you can't do? What if I told you that you can make extraordinary become just ordinary for you in your everyday? Would you want that kind of courage? And do you believe it's possible? And do you know what? Even your tragic circumstances come with an opportunity to experience the extraordinary. I'm suggesting yet another slight change in your thinking to help you as you gain this courageous perspective. And I'll help you see what I am suggesting is possible. When I got my diagnosis from the doctor, I was told that I'd never walk again. Walking not only seemed impossible, I was told it was impossible. I wasn't even able to dress myself yet and could barely even sit up on my own, so for me, standing was definitely something extraordinary for me. When I heard that report that I'd never be able to walk again, something inside me screamed, no, I simply couldn't accept this. I began to tell everyone that I would walk that aisle on my wedding day. You know what? I even had a nurse approach my mom and say that she felt I wasn't thinking clearly and then suggested that I seek professional help for my mental health. True, my circumstance was very bleak, but I was determined to walk the aisle on my wedding day. I had no idea if I ever could, right? But I was not going to give up hope. But I had to try. I made that choice not to focus on the doctor's report and was determined to create a new reality for myself. And I did it. Can you imagine how incredible it was for me when I stood for the first time? If there was an Instagram story back then, that video would have gone viral. Standing that first time made me think, if I did that, what else can I do? So I set some goals and was determined to do more. Then 1 year after the doctor said that I would never walk again, guess what? Yes, you guessed it. I walked the aisle to meet my groom on our wedding day. When I walked that aisle on my wedding day, with my mom and dad on either side of me, standing became so what? You guessed it, ordinary. I've spent far too long letting the fear of my circumstances hold me prisoner. I had to change the way I viewed myself or my circumstance, or I would never be able to move forward. I wonder, are you facing something right now that seems impossible? Maybe you don't feel you're capable of making extraordinary ordinary. I would like to pause here and ask you to reflect again just for a moment on the question I asked back in chapter 6. What's stopping you? If you could do anything, if money was no object and you had no barriers in your way, what would your response be? What is your extraordinary, something that you think that you can't do? I promise you that if you tell yourself you can't, you won't. But if you tell yourself you can, you will make the extraordinary be an everyday, ordinary occurrence. Can we also pause again here? Let's share some journaling moments here together, would you? Would you write down at least one thing that you want to do, but you don't feel you can't? And also, I want you to write it as if you're already doing it. Did you catch that? I want you to write something that you want to do, that you hope to do, but write it as if you're already doing it. My first extraordinary statement is this: my story is inspiring others and empowering them to choose courage. Today's task: begin every day by telling myself that I do have a story to tell. Task number 2: look for opportunities in which I can share with people, even if it's at the mall or a coffee shop. My task number 3: stop telling myself I can't or that I'm not enough. My current extraordinary: I am not afraid of bees. I am not afraid of bees. Actually, deathly afraid. Today's task: I will go outside and sit on my patio at least once this week for 5 minutes and not run inside at the sight of a bee. Okay, my next task is during the summer, when driving, I will roll down my window at least once, and I will not roll it up when I stop at a red light or a stop sign. Would you be willing to share your extraordinary? Write down at least one thing that you want to do, but you feel you can't. And remember, write it as if you're already doing it. Then write out a few small tasks, as I have, that you could do to accomplish your dream or your extraordinary. You don't have to do everything all in one day. Trust me, I am still working up the courage for my current extraordinary. But remember, all these small things that you list will position you to make one step towards your extraordinary when you're ready. And remember, start small. I also want to share something that I hope will protect your vision to make extraordinary ordinary. And that is this. If any thoughts come either from your own mind or words from others that contradict your task or your extraordinary, I want you to tell yourself it's a lie and repeat your statement often. I literally have to say, I'm not afraid of bees. I'm not afraid of bees when I am. Do this every day or every time you're battling in that area. And one day you will believe it, because we will always believe that thing that we keep repeating ourselves. Remember, if you keep saying, I can't, then you most definitely won't. You might be laughing at courageous me with my fear of bees. And while I have completed this chart, I have only just started applying it to help me get over my fear of bees. Why? First of all, because I never even considered that I would ever get rid of my fear of bees. Secondly, I have not had the slightest desire to try because I thought it was impossible. Funny how I refused the doctor's diagnosis when he said I would never be independent or walk again. But I continue to accept my fear of bees. One summer when Vaughn and I were living in Ontario, we went out to get lunch. He went into the store and I stayed in the car. Keep in mind, it's almost a law in our world that we never leave the window down when Vianne is left in the car alone. You see, I can't just run away. Well, the next thing I knew, there was this small yet very ugly yellow thing buzzing towards me. Someone forgot to close his window. I thought I was going to lose my mind. I didn't think twice before I opened the door to the car and climbed out like Spider-Man from our car and latched onto the car beside us. I didn't have enough strength to get very far, but when I was close enough to grab that other vehicle, I hung on for dear life, wondering, when my legs were actually going to give out. My arms were really getting a workout that day. And all I was thinking was like, please let Vaughn come back before the owner of this car does. That would have been ideal, right? However, as a young man approached the car that I was draped over with a puzzled look on his face, I thought, busted. I really didn't know where to begin to explain why I was not only near his car, but draped over it. So in full speed, I said, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm deathly afraid of bees. My husband left his window down in the car, and so now I'm fleeing for my life. As I was explaining to him that I was not trying to vandalize his car, nor was I a crazy stalker lady, Vaughn returned. He helped me get back to safety, but not before having a little chuckle with the gentleman at my expense. You would think I am allergic to bees or maybe even been stung by them, but nope. I'm just terrified of the little critters. The summer of July 2020, I was telling my friend about another time when my fear of bees nearly caused an accident. I was driving. My husband's window was down on the passenger side. When it happened, a bee flew right through his open window. It's funny because we were actually just talking about my book, Contagious Courage. When the bee came in, it flew right under the steering wheel. Did I tell you I was driving, right? I started hyperventilating. I nearly passed out. I couldn't jump out this time. And my Prince Charming said, Sweetie, you are an overcomer. You have the courage to overcome your fear of bees. Trying my best not to go off the road and trying my best to remain calm, I actually yelled, This is not the time to tell me to get over my fear of bees. As I related the story to my friend that day, she really challenged me to change my approach to my fear. As I talk to you about your very real situations that are threatening to hold you back, I have now begun to believe that I can, and I am willing to try. Are you with me? Are you willing to try? Well, I'm not completely over my fear of bees, by a long shot, I admit. I have been practicing my assignment and repeating, I am not afraid of bees. I am not afraid of bees. And it has been helping. Did this work the first 5 times? No. But I am proud to say that I don't run or freak out as quickly when I see them. And you see, this is more than just convincing myself. But with each time I say it, I am making the choice. I am reinforcing what is possible. I'm reducing my expectation of a fearful outcome, and I'm believing and hoping for a better response. And yes, I'm even agreeing with the Lord's promise to me that He is with me and He will never leave me. Yes, it is making a difference. And I am confident it will work for you too. Side note, my extraordinary is not your extraordinary. So please don't compare yourself with others. Let me help you put this into perspective by reminding you about what I mentioned before regarding goal setting and not comparing your goals to others. Remember when I said, how silly would it be for me to compare my 11 unassisted steps to your 10,000 steps? I would be defeated before I even begin. But when I share my success of any steps without comparing myself to others, what happens is now my extraordinary has the power to encourage others to try. The only way you and I can truly fight those negative thoughts and experience the extraordinary is by faith. We must believe that God can be trusted. Otherwise, we couldn't be obedient to do as He leads. My time with God is super important to me. It's the only way I'm able to continue to do extraordinary in my everyday. Have you heard this scripture in Joshua 1:9? It tells us to be strong and courageous. Or Psalms 139:14, which says that we are fearfully and wonderfully made and that we are loved. What's more powerful than having the God of the universe tell you that you are loved and wonderfully created? I have grown to trust those words, and it has indeed helped me be strong and courageous. See, if you truly believe what God says about you, you won't be so affected by what others think, nor will you constantly doubt yourself because of all the negative self-talk. Trust me, when you tell you can make extraordinary things become ordinary and everyday, then you are ready to try. So today my challenge is, believe that you can make extraordinary become everyday ordinary. Chapter 17, a reboot changes everything. Have you ever had your computer freeze up on you? Frustrating, isn't it? You're going along and the next thing you know, your programs, you're all freeze up and you can't do anything. Well, you can sit there and stare at it or even yell at it, but the fact is that unless you do a reboot, your computer is useless. I wonder how many of you need a reboot in your life. Maybe circumstances outside of your control have caused you to shut down or lose faith. You're stuck in a perspective that God is not a loving God, or maybe you're stuck in believing that nothing good will ever happen for you. If rebooting allows the computer to restart to get back to working normally, what if having a reboot of your perspective of God could restore what you've lost? What if you could get back to believing who He truly is, or maybe believe for the first time? What if the truth about God began to empower you to receive more than you could ever dream or that you ever thought possible? What if you had a courageous perspective? When I went to Bible college, I had high hopes with big dreams. I even made this bold statement: God, I'll go through anything as long as I know that you're with me. I had this expectation of what I thought my dreams would look like. When transverse myelitis took my independence and nearly destroyed me, it also took my ability to dream. What remained was my perspective that nothing good could ever come from my life now. I'm guessing I'm not the only one who has cried out to God and accused him of not caring because he didn't take your pain. Or perhaps you misinterpreted his seemingly lack of response to remove you from a circumstance you were so desperate to escape. Maybe you concluded that meant he didn't care. How many times in my life have I quoted 2 Corinthians 12:9, which says this, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses so Christ's power can rest on me." Yes, I could quote it, but I can tell you I did not understand it. My perspective was limiting my ability to see God's power in my life. That limitation was keeping me stuck. I needed a reboot of my thinking. I couldn't see past my circumstances. I firmly adapted this perspective of God, and it was blocking my understanding of his power. And as a result, I could not see what he could possibly do with my weaknesses and my pain. I finally got desperate. I said, "Okay, God, you take my pain, take my need for control, take my pride, take my fear that I could never amount to anything. If you can do anything with this mess, go ahead." And guess what? He did. He gave me a reboot. He changed my perspective, and I started to view myself, my circumstances, and God differently. And as a result, he was able to do way more in me than I ever thought I was capable of. Because of the reboot I received, I was able to see my wheelchair as a platform of hope. I think about the story in 2 Kings 6:8-23 about Elisha. That really relates to how we can get consumed by our views of ourselves or our circumstances. But more importantly, it reveals what happens when God steps in and does a reboot of our thinking that helps us have a courageous perspective. You see, Elisha was giving the Israelites a heads up about when and where the Arameans would attack. Then his nation of Israel would always be ahead and have the advantage. But the king of the Arameans, he was enraged and even accused his own men of being traitors. But they told him, no. This is not us, it's Elisha. God is the one who tells Elijah what you say in your bedroom. So the king went out to kill Elisha in the city where he and his young servant were staying. When the Arameans arrived to kill Elisha, they totally surrounded the city with all their troops, horses, chariots, ready to attack. It was Elisha's young servant who brought the alarming word back to the prophet. He told him that they were surrounded by the enemy. His urgent question was this: "What shall we do?" Elisha's answer made very little sense to the young man. But he said this: "Do not fear. Those who are with us are more than who is with them." Elijah then prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." The Lord opened the servant's eyes, and then he looked again and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire surrounding the Arameans. This passage concludes with the unique victory that the Lord brought to those trusting in him. If you don't reboot your view of God, you will never truly move past the insecurities and the circumstances that continue to surround and consume you. You will remain stuck and never really experience the extraordinary things that God wants you to experience. God wants you to have peace. He wants you to know that no matter what circumstances are surrounding you, He's surrounding you. He is bigger than any giant you're facing. I think back to how afraid I was when my life fell apart and I couldn't see past my circumstances. But God opened my eyes to see things as He sees them and gave me a courageous perspective. In order to receive this courageous perspective, I had to take every thought captive and believe God's truth over the lies. I had to stop telling myself I can't or that I'm not enough. I had to change my perspective or I would never have moved forward. I have a chart with some scriptures that have helped me maintain my courageous perspective, and I suggest that you read each one. Reading each one out loud is even better. Allow yourself to really hear the words you are speaking over yourself. Compare it to the lies that you are hearing about yourself or speaking to yourself. Then go ahead and write it into the chart. Even if you don't know any scripture, you can use Google to help you. First, write the lie, then write the opposite of that lie. And you can even ask Google for the scripture regarding the truth, and you can also use Bible.com for additional resources. Before I was convinced and believed that I was loved, I would repeat these words without feeling it was making a difference. Just like my "I'm not afraid of bees" declaration. Yet I persist in declaring the truth of the scriptures. I knew God loved me, but I didn't feel lovable. Much like when you don't feel hungry, but you know you need to eat. It's not always about what you feel, but rather it's about what you know you need. That's faith. And these truths are now the spiritual food I need to consume daily. This nourishment not only keeps me going, it enables me to be unstoppable. The lie that I'm not worthy of love, God's truth says in 1 John 3:3 that I am worthy and I am loved. The lie that I am not enough. The truth responds in Ephesians 1:6. It says, I am accepted. I believe the lie that I can't and I'm not strong enough. God's truth says in 2 Corinthians 10:5, take every thought captive. Another lie I believed, I can't forgive myself. But the truth is, in Colossians 1:4, the truth is, I am forgiven. Another lie that I believed, nothing can fill the void in my life. But do you know the truth? Colossians 2:10, I am complete in Christ. There was a lie I also believed, that I will never have peace. But I found a truth in Isaiah 26:3-4 says, you will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on you because he trusts in you. What's attacking your courage or chipping away at your hope today? Don't let it keep you stuck. I know firsthand that if you don't believe the truth about yourself and find another way, you'll remain stuck and never move forward. Because of the reboot I received, I was able to see my wheelchair as a platform of hope, and I want to declare it again. You can't always control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. What I'm experiencing now goes beyond anything that I could ever have been bold enough to ask for. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that something that nearly destroyed me would provide an opportunity for more than I could ever have hoped or dreamed of. Now it's your turn. What lies are you believing about yourself or your situation today? Is there something that you're facing that you can't see your way around? I pray today that you will allow God to give you a reboot that results in a courageous perspective and truly does change everything. Section 6, A Life of Contagious Courage. Chapter 18, What's Your New Normal? Long before I had to adapt to my new normal physically, God was trying to give me the mindset of a new normal spiritually. The problem was I didn't understand it. What does that mean? What does it even mean when someone says my new normal? I've heard that phrase a lot, especially during the pandemic. But it's usually applied when someone has something happen in their life that turned their world upside down, or knocked them sideways. In their attempts to make sense of it all, people would often say, I'm trying to find my new normal. Maybe someone had said it to you in your pain with the intention of trying to help. But the fact is, it doesn't. I first experienced adapting to my new normal when I lost my independence. I have shared my story with you of how that new normal was suddenly thrust on me. You've also heard me relate to how I was certainly not happy with it. To this day, I think back to that elastic band illustration that my friend's dad spoke into my life when I first went to Bible college. There I sat on the steps of the college in tears because I was in a situation that was far from normal for me. I was very uncomfortable, and that illustration has proven to be more powerful than I could have ever imagined. Along my life journey, I have discovered just how true these words really were. Stretching is a necessary part of growth in order for God to take us farther. The key to the new normal God was introducing to me is the key I want you to receive today. After I was paralyzed, I spent 9 months in a rehabilitation hospital. I remember the challenge of trying to dress on my own before I got up for the day from my bed. But later in the day, the bigger frustration came when I wanted to take a nap. You see, I wasn't able to get back up into the bed on my own, and I hated having to keep asking for help just to take a nap. So guess what? I learned how to sleep in very uncomfortable positions. The nurses would come in and find me still in my chair, but sprawled out from the waist up with my face down on the bed and my arms above my head. Sound asleep. Do you remember that prayer that I prayed when I was first in Bible college? You see, long before I knew what it meant, I stood in front of the whole school and I said, God, I'll go through anything as long as I know you're with me. No, I didn't know what was ahead, but I knew that I would need his strength. You see, our new normal doesn't need to be defined by fear. Our new normal does not have to end in being trampled underfoot of intimidation. No. You see, each circumstance presents an opportunity to get comfortable with being very uncomfortable. You don't need to be okay with being confined or threatened, but rather grow stronger under the pressure. And we do gain strength progressively. Yes, it's an intentional process. Growing stronger under the pressure, it does matter. I have a friend who's an Olympic athlete, and during the COVID-19 lockdown, she commented that one of her greatest challenges that she's faced in regarding her training was finding ways to continue working and improving on her strength after the gyms closed. It was both funny and incredible to see how adaptive she became to her new normal. This girl was pushing cars, ATVs, flipping tractor-sized tires, and doing leg squats with pails of oil balanced on a metal bar across her shoulders. She utilized what was available to her, asked around for resources and help, and didn't let what she couldn't control stop her. We may not all be in training for the Olympics, but we can learn creative ways to gain strength under pressure. In order to grow stronger physically, you need to add more resistance or add more weight. If you are really good at lifting 5 pounds at the gym, would you stay lifting 5 pounds? I don't think so, right? No. You would need to then add extra weight in order to build the muscles to grow stronger, right? You definitely have to train your body to be comfortable, you guessed it, with being uncomfortable. But when it's internal, right, or relating to our own spiritual health and growth, we fight against it, don't we? You mean God is causing our pain? No, just like God didn't make me sick, but he allowed it. He will use the pressures of your life or our unwelcome circumstances to help you grow. The key is whether you embrace his help or not. There's this verse in Jeremiah 29:11 that we all love to quote. It says, "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. They are plans for good and not for disaster, to give you a hope and a future." Although you might not feel hope coming from that verse now or even believe it, there's much contained in that scripture. Go ahead and ask. I did. Why would God allow circumstances like this if he didn't want to harm you? And if he wanted to prosper us, why would we suffer? I want to take you back a few verses. The Israelites were sent into exile. The majority of the Israelites there had the freedom, even in their captors, to do as they wanted. In Jeremiah 29:5, it says, "Build your homes and plan to stay, plant gardens and eat the food they produce, marry and have children." But the instructions also included, in verse 6, this: "Do not dwindle away." He further instructed them with, "I want you to work for the peace and prosperity of the city." Even though the majority of exiles were not harshly treated, yet they were still away from their homeland. Plus, they were to work for the peace of their city. And for us too, we are to work for the peace of our family and our world. This is the same principle Jesus shared in Luke 19:13. "Occupy until I come." The word of the Lord continues with this: "Pray to the Lord for it, for its welfare determines your welfare." He named the number of years of their exile and then declared this: "But then I will come and do for you all the good things that I've promised." Now you can see that familiar and often quoted words fit into a much bigger context. "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. They are plans for good and not for disaster, to give you a future and a hope." The Lord follows that verse with this: "It's in those days when you pray, I will listen. If you look for me wholeheartedly, you will find me. I will be found by you, says the Lord. I will end your captivity and restore your fortunes. I will gather you out of the nations where I sent you and will bring you home again to your own land." Read that in Jeremiah 29:14. Yes, God is wanting us to be uncomfortable with being uncomfortable, but his purposes are greater than just our own comfort or lack thereof. He works in us and through us so we can bring peace and hope to this world, so we can have more than we ever ask for, so we can be stronger than we ever thought we could, but also so we know what it is to cry out to him in prayer. I don't know why we have to experience so much pain on this earth, but have you considered that this is not our ultimate home, and we never will be fully settled or comfortable until we are with Christ eternally? Through that lens, our experiences in this life take on a whole different conclusion, don't you think? You might see me in this wheelchair and think that maybe I'm still in that prison, but I've never been more free. Remember when I told you that my body confined me to a bathroom for many hours? That lasted for 16 years with no foreseeable way out. Do you remember when I told you that? That was a form of prison for me. What did I gain from it? What did I gain from that time? More strength and courage than I ever knew existed. But what I didn't tell you was that my first book was literally written in that prison. While I hated my captivity, of course, today I am ever so thankful for it. It produced in me something that I could have never produced without that intense pressure. God wants us free. He wants us to stay free. Sometimes I think we misunderstand freedom as being called to comfort. If you focus on your comfort level to monitor your freedom, it will limit your ability to adapt and be effective. If I didn't learn to be comfortable in my prison time, I would be still a prisoner emotionally, even though I am physically free. Comfortable with being uncomfortable? Yes. Since watching the very intense documentary featuring Mount Everest in 2015, I couldn't help but be drawn to the parallels of life and my relationship with the Lord. I could understand so much more about the necessity of adapting to a new normal. There are 2 quotes I found from lessons from climbing Mount Everest that challenge our views of success. We're just too good not to share. And I'll quote, "The mountains are the ultimate classroom," says Levine. "These expeditions force you to get to know yourself and to figure out how to perform when you are completely outside your comfort zone. You learn that you can push yourself far beyond your self-perceived limits." When I read that, I was like, wow, that's been my whole life. God wasn't trying to destroy me. He was stretching me. After another one of her climbs on Mount Everest, Levine said this: "It's not about spending a couple of minutes on top. It's about the lessons you learn along the way and what you are going to do with that information to be better going forward." Because of my previous failure, she said, I knew a heck of a lot more about my pain threshold and my risk tolerance. Levine goes on to say, "The only reason I made it up in 2010 when most people turned back was because I had that failed experience in 2002. That's my stance now, you guys. Because of my failed experiences and even my pain journey through the different choices of my life, I have confidence that I will survive whatever mountain or whatever giant I face. And because of that, I know a whole lot more about my pain tolerance, but more importantly, I know a whole lot more about my new normal. And it's simply that I lean on God's strength and not my own. It's time to ask those important questions again. Is God stretching you and stirring up your comfort zone today? What have you done under the pressure you're experiencing? Are you letting anxiety, fear, or frustration about the things you can't control you? Are you aimlessly letting life pass you by? Or are you letting the pressure grow you stronger? I want to encourage you to let God take you past the limits of what you previously envisioned so He can take you farther than you ever thought possible or dreamed of. My challenge today to you is to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Show the world that when you're put to the test, your faith grows stronger. May your new normal become shining brighter with greater determination and resiliency, even when or even if. Chapter 19, the strength of my weakness. How many of us have things we wish we could change about ourselves? I think it's pretty clear by now that we all have insecurities or weaknesses that we would rather hide than share, let alone boast about, right? So I wonder why we feel the need to always pretend. Allow me to boast a little for just a moment. I am a terrible speller. I don't always say the right thing. And the best part of me is that I'm in a wheelchair. Do you see what I did there? I just bragged about my weaknesses. Do you see what I did there? I just bragged about my weaknesses. And the best part of me, I am in a wheelchair. Do you see what I did there? I just bragged about my weaknesses. I also fought with my editor to let me keep those 2 misspelled words, just for added effects. We never boast about our weaknesses, do we? We live in a world where every Facebook post and Instagram story captures smiling faces and thrilling adventures. It's a picture-perfect world where we only want to highlight our filtered strengths. Maybe you're thinking, Vian, I thought you wanted us to be strong and courageous. Well, that's exactly my point. You see, we may have missed the definition of true strength and true courage. Along my own journey, in the process of understanding me, I would try to hide my insecurities and weaknesses. And that mindset left me frustrated and feeling worthless. I was in no way feeling strong or courageous. You see, when you focus on all the things you're not, or trying to portray someone that you're not, it will always limit your potential and hold you back. And as you've already seen, I have battled with many of the same fears and insecurities as you have. Okay, maybe not exactly the same, but like me, likely your list could include poor self-image or wondering if your life will matter. These lies form the walls of my paralyzing prison. What were the steps out of my prison, you might be thinking? Well, I've just spent the last 5 sections giving you a glimpse of that painful process. The short version is that I had to make some choices to embrace my insecurities and push forward. This has enabled me to reach beyond my wildest dreams and live the life of contagious courage that I now live. Was that a tough process? Absolutely. Did you know that people with spinal cord injuries are more likely to suffer from depression and mental health issues because of the trauma of having your life do a total 180? And if not treated, it can send you in a downward spiral and leave you feeling hopeless and worthless, with results leading to depression and anxiety. Well, that was my story. We all know transitions are tough. To believe that you feel valued or loved after years of holding on to the lie that you're not is a challenge that I understand can seem impossible. But let me assure you, it is not. It is possible for this transition to happen even if outside voices reinforce the less than lie you have believed. There is a story in the Bible about a man named Gideon. Do you know it? Many Israelites believe that their enemies' continuous victory over them for the last 6 years meant that this year would be no different. They had simply abandoned their fields and fled into the hills. Gideon didn't run, but he was hiding. He was hiding his harvest in the winepress, even as the enemy formed in the valley nearby. I like several things about this story, but let me tell you what I love the most. When God showed up while Gideon was in his weakest and most fearful state, God called him a valiant warrior. Are you kidding me? Gideon was, according to his own self-description, as far from living strong and courageous as you can imagine. Yet God tells him he is a valiant warrior. You see, God will always see you as you will be, not as you are. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's read on in the story and pick up right where God meets Gideon. Seated under the oak tree, God began the conversation with Gideon in Judges chapter 6. Then the angel of the Lord came and sat under the oak tree as Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress in order to save it from the Midianites. The angel of the Lord said to him, "The Lord is with you, O valiant warrior." Then Gideon said to him, "O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all the miracles which our father has told us about, saying, 'Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of the Midian." The Lord looked at him and said, "Go in this your strength and deliver Israel from the hand of Midian." Did you catch that? I think it's great that God wasn't even the least bit affected by Gideon's question or even the tone which he might have been using when talking with God. It was probably oozing with sarcasm and disbelief. I would imagine he was feeling let down by God and inadvertently saying, "You failed us, God. Why did you let this happen?" Does that sound familiar to you? Is there anyone out there who's being told that you can't get upset with God or that you can't bring your doubts and frustrations to him? You are sadly mistaken. And again, I apologize if you've not been properly introduced to God, but let's keep going because it gets better. Picture it with me. Gideon accepts the challenge to step up and lead. The Lord continued to prepare Gideon to face the Midian army by confirming that he was really speaking to him. Gideon sounds the battle call, and thousands of Israelites who had previously fled began to gather. He was looking at his army of 32,000 men. And guess what God said to him? "You have too many." And then he gave Gideon these instructions, which resulted in him reducing his army to only 10,000 men. As a side note, the Midian army outnumbered them with forces too numerous to count. Can you imagine how Gideon must have felt as he prepared for the battle against the vast Midianite army with his only 10,000 troops remaining? But we aren't finished yet. If you know the story, you know where I'm going with this, so bear with me. However, if you are hearing this for the first time, get ready to be amazed. God tells Gideon he still has too many. You're thinking, what? Are you kidding me? What is the purpose of this? God had originally told Gideon, "You have too many warriors with you. Plus, if I let all of you fight the Midianites, the Israelites will boast to me that they saved themselves by their own strength." You have to read the whole story for the full details, which can be found in Judges 6 and 7. Or you can also find a small book titled Chosen, Conversations of God with His Mighty Warrior, written by my editor, which I've listed in the resources section. But ultimately, Gideon's army was reduced from 32,000 men right down to 300. Yep, that's right, 300. By now, I'm sure that Gideon is getting quite fearful again and thinking, "God, I can't. This is impossible." Can you relate to this story? I know, I can. I know we have all pled with God, "Please let me go back to where it's comfortable," or maybe you're afraid to step out at all. I hope you're finding some courage from Gideon's story. Gideon pushes through his fear as God supernaturally gives him a word of encouragement. Then Gideon announces the instructions for battle. Get ready. Embrace yourself because it's coming to another one of my favorite parts. God sends Gideon and his 300 men into battle against the horde of Midians. However, they are going not armed with swords, but with a trumpet, empty jars, and torches. Can you imagine what Gideon must have felt? Or can you imagine the pep talk for that battle? What it must have been like standing in front of these soldiers telling them, "Well, guys, it's like this. Here we are down to 300 men, and oh, by the way, each of us will only be getting a trumpet, a jar, and a torch as weapons." That was exactly where God wanted them to be, feeling totally outnumbered, with no chance of survival in their own strength, and totally dependent on Him. Gideon and his army surrounded the camp that night. On cue, they smashed their jars containing the lit torches, blew their trumpets, and gave a loud shout. The Midianite army woke up in chaos, started killing each other, and in their fear and confusion of being under attack, and the Gideon's men chased them out of the land in victorious pursuit. Do you remember my trip to Newfoundland and Labrador when I was speaking for the first time after my recommitment to the Lord, well, my sister was there with me. She has been there with me through everything. In the moments just before we left for the service where I was going to speak, I was feeling so insecure and afraid. I felt like such a hypocrite. How could I speak about God's love and strength when I had failed so many times? And I still didn't have it all together. What was I thinking? I don't even know if I'm going to stay true to all the things that I hoped for in my life. When I told her, she laughed and said,
Vianne, nobody wants to hear from somebody who's not been through some shit.
honestly, that was my own oak tree experience. I was heading into battle, feeling totally outnumbered with no chance of survival in my strength. Yet her words lifted something off of me that day that I can't explain. I know neither of us realized it at the time, but God used her to give me that same message that he gave Gideon that day. Oh, valiant warrior, the Lord is with you. Go in this your strength. We rarely think that our strengths could be a hindrance in the work of God. Yet it is harder to rely on God when we feel we are quite capable of completing the task without God's help. My guess is that if I didn't need him, I most likely would attempt many things in my own strength. But the most amazing part is that God calls us in spite of our weaknesses. He then requires us to choose to trust him. The option then would be to obey, as Gideon did. Without God fighting with us, we have no chance of victory. Maybe we'll be okay for a while, but the truth is that if we try to defeat the giants in our own strength, we will never do it. And we will always be limited. Gideon and his 300 soldiers defeated the Midianite army without having to do anything other than blow trumpets, break jars, yell, and then charge in hot pursuit. That gave way to a dramatic conclusion of this epic victory. I did a study on Gideon by Priscilla Shire, and she said, if there was a movie review of Gideon's story, it would probably be this. From a state of fear, weakness, and insecurity, Gideon emerged as Israel's hero, filled with God's presence and his passion for deliverance. And maybe you can put your name in there too. Go ahead, reread that sentence and put your name in it. You see, I've come to realize that our biggest disabilities or limitations are often the ones we place on ourselves, you guys. My newfound freedom or success was not found in highlighting all of my strengths or filtered truths. Rather, I had to embrace my insecurities and weaknesses, and only then could I boast about God's strength in me. Gideon's story has all three of the elements that I mentioned at the start to watch for. That is faith, obedience, and discipline. Now in this final section of how to live a life of contagious courage, I'll be including more stories of how my weakness and physical handicap have become one of my greatest strengths as I have put into practice all three key elements. My contagious courage has unlocked a level of freedom I didn't know existed, you guys. But the truth remains that I am simply a confidently imperfect girl who said yes to God. I pray you also say yes to God and allow him to help you understand the strength of your weaknesses. Chapter 20, A Courageous Prayer of Blessing. Have you ever played that children's game, If You Had 3 Wishes? The idea is that you can dream about whatever you want and share the 3 wishes with your friends. I remember a time when I was playing this childhood game with some friends, and I listed off 2 wishes. But then, as I thought about my 3rd wish, I had this bright idea, and I actually said, I wish, on my 3rd wish, that all my wishes would come true. Don't you wish that life were like that? How awesome would it be if you could just ask God for things and he would grant you all our wishes? What would you ask for? I remember being out with a friend shopping one day when she randomly asked me, Vian, if God were standing right in front of you right now and he asked you if you wanted to be healed, what would you say? My jaw hit the ground, and actually with tears in my eyes, I said, I would ask him if that's what he wanted for me. What would it look like for God to show up and ask you what you wanted? What if all the prayers that you have been praying came true? What would your life be like? Would you be driving a better car, have a better job, or finally have ... You fill in the blank. Would the world around you be better, or just your world? I can assure you my wishes and even my prayers over the years were mostly about my life being better. Certainly there's nothing wrong with asking God for a better job, a bigger house, or in my case, a healing. He may very well bless me. He may very well bless us in these different ways. But what would it mean on an even bigger, higher level for God to bless us? That has been something I've actually really been challenged with in my own life. I know God is not a genie in a bottle that we can simply approach and get whatever we want. No. However, when my friend asked me that question, there was another issue actually at play. This had been a long-standing issue for me. You see, my answer to my friend reflected that I was terrified to ask for the wrong thing. You know, for a long time I desired things that took me away from God. And it was compounded by feeling I had not received that big, long-awaited answer of my healing. So from where I was sitting, literally sitting in my chair, trying not to ask too much from God was actually better than asking and getting let down. Wouldn't you agree? You see, that would only result in me not trusting him at all. It's not wrong to desire nice things. No, it's simply more about what I covered in my What Are You Seeking chapter. Did I want God to bless me? Absolutely. But you see, I've gotten sidetracked so many times with the things I thought were best for me that I didn't want to get sidetracked again. No, I wanted to ensure that I had God's best, not mine. Back in 2019, I was invited to speak at a Women of Vision conference in Montreal. The topic was No Limits, with 1 Chronicles 4 and 10 as my main focus. It's a short scripture, but holds a courageous prayer by a man named Jabez. His request was this: Oh, that you would bless me, expand my territories, be with me in all I do, and keep me safe. And God granted him his request. Why do we consider Jabez's words as a courageous prayer when he asked God to bless him? Maybe we actually see that as a selfish prayer, not a courageous one. If all we are asking for is a bigger car or a better house, maybe you're right, because before I understood what true blessing meant, I felt that way as well. You see, so here I was developing a full weekend around this concept of God blessing us from this little prayer. I went and I dusted off the cover of my Prayer of Jabez book and started digging in. And when I started looking into what blessing means, it literally opened my eyes. I realized that I had actually prayed this prayer long before I understood it. That bold prayer I prayed my first year in Bible college, do you remember? It seems to pop up again and again. I had said, God, I'll go through anything as long as I know you are with me. I didn't realize it then, but my prayer was very similar to what Jabez had prayed. I didn't pray for a life without pain. I was praying for him to be with me in whatever I was going to face. I wanted my life to be a blessing. Unknowingly, I wanted God to bless me in his timing and according to his will, not mine. As a young, vibrant Bible college student, there was no way I could have even imagined what was ahead for me. In all of the plans that I had envisioned for my life of blessing, or in all the things I could have asked for, being stuck in a wheelchair because of a paralyzing virus that contributed to my detour and destructive path, was not ever considered. And when that destructive path led to infidelity and living without hope, I had strayed far from my original vision of blessing. In those dark hours, I would often question God. I would question everything. You know, I have loved God my whole life, and yet here I was, right smack dab in the middle of some of the biggest challenges of my life. This is not fair. I didn't understand why this was happening to me. Many times I had reflected on that college prayer, and I thought, maybe all God heard was this. Oh God, curse me, limit me in all I do. Lead me right through danger and allow me to suffer physical and emotional and spiritual brokenness. And oh, by the way, I don't need your protection. If you are wondering how I could make such a faulty assumption, I simply was looking in a rearview mirror at the last several chapters of my life. But my mistake was looking through those faulty lenses. I don't want you to think that God causes us pain and suffering. No, not at all. But I want to acknowledge that he did allow this pain and suffering. And if I'm being completely honest, I can tell you now with 100% surety that I am actually thankful for my pain journey. You see, my pain journey has indeed been a blessing that has enabled me to live a life of overflow with the ability to be a blessing to others in ways I never thought possible. I keep being drawn back to what my sister had said to me before I spoke one time. Actually, it was the first time I was about to speak after infidelity and all those things. She said to me, Vian, no one wants to listen to someone who's not been through some, a colorful word. While you know that this journey nearly destroyed me, I can tell you empathetically that I would rather be on this side with all of my scars and a life story to encourage you than to have lived a life without any understanding of what you might be going through today. You might not be on the other side yet, and that's okay. It took me forever. And so be patient with yourself as you keep moving through your pain. But I can say with confidence the words of James 1:2-4. And I say it with great sincerity. I consider it pure joy because I have faced these trials, because I know that the testing of my faith produced perseverance. I've let perseverance finish its work so that I can be mature and complete, lacking nothing. There are so many ways to be a blessing, yes, and it's not only as a result of pain, I agree. You can bless someone by paying for a stranger's coffee at a drive-thru. It could mean you babysit for a single mom who needs a night to herself. Blessing someone could be as simple as saying thank you to someone who didn't even expect anything in return. The list is endless for ways others can bless or be a blessing. And if you're saying, well, no one ever blesses me, why not look for a way to bless someone else. Ironically enough, before I sat at my computer to fine-tune this chapter about blessing, I was enjoying my time with the Lord, as is my morning routine. And I was surprised and delighted to see the heading, Be a Blessing, in my daily reading. So of course, I found a little nugget that I couldn't resist, but I wanted to share it with you now. The beautiful thing about being a blessing is that people respond to the light you are giving off. They may not even realize that you are pointing them straight to Jesus. What better reason to be a blessing? End quote. Wouldn't it be a blessing to have peace when there is nothing but chaos surrounding you? People would see that unexplainable peace and wonder, how can they get it? We can ask God to remove our pain, and He sometimes might. But what about God giving you the strength to bear that pain? What about having defiant joy? Defiant joy, I assure you, is a strength like nothing I'd ever experienced. And that kind of inner blessing is contagious. When I began to view my suffering or unwelcome circumstances through a different lens, I began to see blessings beyond anything I could have ever imagined. What does it mean for God to bless you? I was in Banff, Alberta, for a week-long pastors' conference. While I love these conferences, I went there on the heels of the Hope Conference. So by the time the week was over, despite the fellowship and the great messages, I was looking forward to getting home because I was feeling mentally, physically just exhausted. However, I still needed to drive 4 hours to reach my home in Edmonton, Alberta. As my friend and I were leaving to put our suitcases in the car, I was praying, God, give me the strength to drive home. The elevator doors opened, and within seconds, my friend said, Vianne, you have a flat tire. I fought the urge to cry. We had just heard a message titled, Praise Him in This Storm. I almost, in my joking tone, but desperate to find strength to get through the task ahead, I let out this, Praise the Lord anyway. The hotel staff were great in helping me discover that my main tire had a screw in it, and they were able to install my mini spare tire for me. Unfortunately, they strongly recommended that I do not drive 4 hours on that mini spare tire. I mean, you guys all know that, but you know what? So that meant that I would need to go get a new tire before I headed home. Other friends who were leaving for the day were also trying to help me figure out where I could go. And honestly, at this point, I didn't know how to process what I was feeling. I mean, I was seriously considering driving home on that spare. So to have had that additional support was so needed and valued in that moment. But here I was. We found a repair shop in a nearby town, but they were all booked until the following day. However, after much pleading on my part about needing to get home that day, the gentleman said that he would try to get me in after lunch. I looked at my watch and it was 12:30 p.m. So I thought, that's only an hour or so wait. So by the time we have lunch, surely my tire will be ready and we can get on the road. On our way to lunch, I said to my friend, well, here we are in Canmore and I wonder what assignment God has for us. We had our lunch. It was now 1 p.m. So I thought I'd call to get some idea about when my car would get in the shop. I was assured that although they hadn't started yet, I would be next in line. As we were waiting at a nearby coffee shop, we saw 2 older gentlemen and started a conversation with them. That conversation turned out to be pretty amazing, actually. It was what we would call divine appointments. As we talked, we knew that they needed the encouragement being shared. However, we were so caught up in conversation that we didn't even realize how quickly the time was flying by. It was now 2:30 p.m. and I still hadn't received a call back about my car. One of the gentlemen said, "This is taking way too long," and offered to go and find out what the delay was. I said, "Oh no, but thank you for your offer." I didn't want to cause trouble with the shop since they were already doing us a favor, right, of fitting us in the schedule. Although still unsure, I said, "Well, let's wait until 3 p.m. to see if I hear anything." Well, when 3 p.m. came, I gave the shop another call. This time I couldn't even get through to see how long it would be. Again, the kind gentleman offered to go find out what was happening. So I agreed and let our new friends go and find out what was taking so long. When he returned, he said, "I have good news and bad news. I'll give you the bad news first. Your car isn't in the shop yet, and from the sounds of it, probably won't be in at all today. But the good news," he said, "is I called the Ford dealership because I work there, and they agreed to take you now." Long story short, we were welcomed and treated like family as we waited at that Ford dealership. The conversations and interactions with staff just made this flat tire fiasco become more of a blessing than we could have ever imagined. We got to meet all the staff at Cam Clark Ford in Canmore, and even our new friend's teenage daughter. With each delay came a new perspective on the assignment we were on. Then, as we were discussing the repair details, the manager came over and told the sales rep, "Now, if you don't give this lady 50% off, I'll be very upset with you." I had tears. He had tears. It was this beautiful moment as I tried to express my gratitude. Then, when the sales rep came with the bill, he said, "I'm actually not going to give you 50% off because I'm not charging you at all." Wow. You can just imagine. I started crying again. I said, "This is not even about the money. You know that, right?" With tears in my eyes, I looked around and saw the other staff all standing around with tears in their eyes. I continued, "This is not about the money. And you want me to tell you why? You see, God keeps reminding me, Vianne, I am taking care of you. He keeps challenging me to trust him all the time." And I said, "Today, God used you, my flat tire, and all of you, my new friends, to show me that no matter what, he's got me." So here I was in the Ford showroom telling the staff and managers about the love of Jesus. When it was time to go, the manager said, "Wow, you have no idea how you've blessed us today." We left that day knowing there were seeds of love planted. The next morning, I posted a glowing review of thanks on the Cam Clark Ford social media page, and this was the response I received. They said, "Thank you, Vianne, for your kind words. We are so grateful to serve you and your smile. Your positive outlook was contagious through the whole dealership, and all of our staff left work with a smile on their face. We look forward to seeing you again." I wonder what blessings or divine appointments we are missing out on every day because we can't see past the frustration or pain to see the true blessing. Was it a blessing to end up in a wheelchair? No. Was it a blessing to have that flat tire or be stranded? No. And it's even okay to say, "This is not okay. This is not okay, God." It's okay to say, "God, I don't want this pain journey." It's okay to say, "God, if there's any other way, please can I have that way?" Do you know why I know it's okay to say that? Because in the hours before Jesus died, for you and for me, you know what he said? The same thing. He was in the garden praying, and he cried so much he literally sweat blood. Luke 22:42 tells us what he said. He said, "Father, if you're willing, please take this cup from me. Please take this cup of suffering away," he said. "Yet I want your will to be done, not mine." That's a hard prayer to pray, isn't it? Yet Jesus' pain and suffering was necessary for our freedom. And Hebrews 5:8 tells us that though he was the Son of God, He learned trust and obedience by what he suffered, just as we do. Our pain, which can be nearly unbearable, holds the potential for us to grow and experience true blessings in our lives. When I am willing to accept this perceived negative experience in my own life and give them to God, he is able to use them to speak encouragement into someone else's life. He is still using the surrender of my disability in order to help others find a path forward. But it wasn't until I surrendered my will and what I could see that I could truly see what God sees. Only then was I able to catch a glimpse of the bigger blessing. How many would say that you feel cursed instead of blessed? Is there something that's holding you back or limiting your freedom? Maybe it's not physical. Maybe it's the shame about your past. Maybe it's depression or a broken relationship or self-doubt. No matter what it is, the enemy wants to limit you with your pain and all the negative fallout of our lives. But God has a totally different plan. He wants you to be free, to make you a blessing in spite of your pain. When I talk about growing through what you go through, I don't say that lightly. Walking through the pain to get to restoration is hard, to put it mildly. Dealing with the loss of my independence was excruciating. Walking through infidelity, do I need to explain more? But receiving the blessings of knowing true dependency on God's strength and not my own is a blessing like nothing I'd ever would have been able to ask for. This has expanded my territory farther than I could have ever dreamed. My life is not void of pain, I assure you, but I have learned to trust God in my pain, and as a result, I have unexplainable peace, defiant joy, with more opportunities to encourage others with my contagious courage than I ever thought possible. When things don't go as we planned, when people don't treat us as we think we should be treated, or when our wishes or prayers aren't answered as we hoped, we need to have courage daily to fight against pride, anger, and our need for control. While God doesn't cause these situations, no, you can be sure that once you surrender these situations to Him, He will use them to build up your faith and your character. Or He may even use it to encourage someone else or build up their faith and character. When you allow God to work in you, He will bless you and expand your territory like nobody's business, so that He can do tremendous things through you to bless others. And if you have the opportunity for your life to exemplify those kind of blessings, wouldn't you want to ask for that? I want to thank you for joining me today in this adventure of discovering the blessings of praying a courageous prayer. And before we move on, allow me to leave you with a few words of encouragement as well as a prayer as you maybe sit and reflect on what it means to pray a courageous prayer. First of all, anything that we can pray, God, you can assure, will always do way more than we could ever ask or think if we let Him. And now my prayer of blessing over you today is taken from Colossians 1:9, and it's this: I ask God to give you complete knowledge of His will and to give you spiritual wisdom and understanding. Then the way you live will always honor and please the Lord. I pray that your lives will produce every kind of good fruit. I also pray that you grow as you learn to know God better and more intimately. I also pray that you will be strengthened with all his glorious power so that you will have endurance and patience. Can I repeat that? I pray that God will give you the endurance and patience that you need, that you will be filled to the overflowing with his joy. And lastly, are you ready to move forward and receive God's intended blessings for your life? If you are, would you surrender your will today and pray this courageous prayer with me? God, I want you to bless me in your timing, according to your will, according to your way, not mine. Chapter 21, Igniting Hearts with Hope. It's truly amazing to see how step by step the way the Lord has been opening doors and expanding my reach to share my message of hope. Allow me to take you back to 2017 when my friend Bean asked if I wanted to go to Vancouver to enter the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada pageant. That was a step that I definitely had to take by faith. In fact, I almost didn't. My first response was, no. I wondered if it really was for me. Plus, I was only a few months away from becoming an ordained minister. Let me just stop here for a moment and laugh with you, but also acknowledge that our plans for what we think are best often are different from what God has planned. God's plans are not only different, but so much better. But you see, my thoughts were, is this really something a gal in her 40s about to become a reverend should be doing? Well, I had some people close to me acknowledge that it would be a great opportunity to have a voice. I didn't want to be on any platform without God's approval. So I prayed, okay, God, if this is the door that you are opening for me, then my husband and my family, they all need to approve. Plus, even though I could afford it, I said, if you make a way so that my expenses are covered, I'll know it's you. Oh, and for good measure, I added this. Oh, and by the way, I won't be asking anyone for money. I talked it over with my husband and he laughed and said, pageant aren't really his thing and doesn't understand why it's mine. He would support me if I felt to go. So I was shocked that he was so compliant and didn't even mention the finances, but I still wasn't convinced. Then came the time to tell my parents. I thought for sure they would tell me, Vian, get real. You're a grown woman or something like that. But on the contrary, my mom said, Vian, I wouldn't discount it. Maybe God will use this to give you a voice or make your voice louder. By this time, I was definitely starting to think God was opening this door. I was beginning to see that maybe he was going to use my wheelchair as a platform of hope. But I still had to find accommodations and get there. While I was talking with a friend who had informed me about the pageant, who, by the way, was also traveling to Vancouver to enter the pageant, when I mentioned that I didn't know where I would stay, her response was, I have relatives there and you can stay with us. I was shocked by how fast things were coming together, but I still had to get there. So I was not 100% convinced it was getting there, but there were still some things. Anyway, that evening I went out for dinner with two of my friends. I told them about this opportunity, but I didn't tell them about my prayer or any of the conditions. When I finished telling them, one of my friends' next words were this: I have extra travel points and I would love to help you. Can I take care of your flight? Can you imagine how shocked I was? It was at that point I broke down and cried. I only responded with this: well, I guess I'm going to the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada pageant, and then I told them about my prayer and the conditions. Soon, we're all in tears. By opening this door for me, God made it really clear that this was indeed an amazing opportunity for my wheelchair to be a platform of hope for others. I had an ample confirmation, yes, that his purpose was to expand my sphere of influence and have an amazing experience in the process. How cool is that? However, because I prayed and asked God to make it clear, I knew it wasn't me simply making it happen. He was making it happen. There's another detail to share before I move on. You see, in the midst of all the planning, my husband actually surprised me and said, "Would you mind if I came with you?" Mind? I was thrilled, ecstatic. Isn't God amazing? So, off to Vancouver I went with hubby at my side to compete in the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada pageant. So, we're off to Vancouver, and I got to stay with relatives that I totally forgot had lived there. In 2 weeks, I had not only won the first ever Miss Wheelchair Canada, I was now headed to Poland in the first Miss Wheelchair World pageant in Warsaw, Poland. Again, with the support of many, God blessed me and that trip as well. Yep, all expenses there were covered for that trip too. Then, to add a cherry on top of this whole amazing experience, my sister was able to be my travel buddy. Was another blessing that to this day meant so much to me. We will always treasure that sister experience. Through this part of my story, God used that platform to win this prestigious title of Miss Kindness World. The competition plus the title was another way God provided even more opportunities and doors to open in my future. Let me share a quote from the Miss Wheelchair World organizers regarding me winning that title of Miss Kindness World. They said, "We gave the finalists an opportunity to become the judge. They were granted the ability to vote for the most friendly, kind-hearted, and favorable of them all." The title Miss Kindness has been awarded to Vahenking from Canada. Congratulations, Vahenking. I wasn't at all disappointed that I didn't win the title of Miss Wheelchair World. Since Canada is considered the nation of kindness, this title truly was a great honor and blessing. And as a result, I have been featured on many different media outlets and platforms, spreading my message of hope and courage. What a blessing. I have also had the honor of having some of my words of inspiration translated into 2 other languages. One article was from a connection I actually made in Poland. This gentleman is the president of a networking club for the businesswomen of Poland, and he asked me to write a few words of inspiration, which would be translated into Polish. My story would then be included in an international publication featuring the top 70 businesswomen and entrepreneurs of 2017. Another article I wrote was translated into Russian and was distributed to over 36 Russian-speaking countries. I'm going to tell you, these are things that I never expected, because that step onto a pageant world did indeed open many doors and give me a voice to ignite hearts with hope. In 2019, I was honored to have been nominated for the Marlon Schneider Award. This is one of Alberta's Premier's Council's awards. It is an award given to acknowledge someone who has not let their physical disability limit their personal or professional success. That same year, I was also featured at International Day for Persons with Disabilities by Easter Seals, Alberta, as someone who is making a difference in their community. The experiences I have had as a result of conquering my fears have been incredible, to say the least. The blessings just keep coming, and yet I haven't even told you the best part. You see, people look at the highlights reel of my life with all the external blessings and titles and say, "Wow, you're so blessed," or "That's amazing." And while they are correct, it is amazing and I am blessed. But that is simply the fruit of the biggest blessing in my life. What is that, you ask? Unexplainable peace, defiant joy, and contagious courage. You see, my biggest blessings are only possible because of the amazing God that I serve. He enables me to ignite hearts with hope on my most valuable platform that is everywhere that I have the privilege to set my foot. I have story after story of the blessings I received from my contagious courage, simply as a result of saying, God, not my will, but yours. Blessings that are a result of my faith to keep going when I didn't understand. Blessings that are a result of my unreserved obedience. Blessings that are a result of discipline to keep God close and not quit when I didn't understand. You see, these stories of blessings are not about a bigger house, a better job, or a bigger platform even. They are not even about the crown and all the titles. Rather, these incredible stories of blessing are the fruit of my God-given contagious courage. Please allow me to share a few more stories that have been shared with me throughout my journey of using my freedom and courage to bless others. The first one is from a struggling wife and mother who, after reading my first book, said this: I am so impressed with your transparency in your book Going Farther. I just finished reading your chapter about your infidelity, and I am encouraged that things do get better after this has happened. You see, my husband is cheating, but it's really great to hear the other side. It's been 5 years and we are still struggling with communication and everything else in marriage, especially intimacy. It's still so hard and something that only God can fully heal, but I have my son, she said, and he is what keeps me going. I just keep praying that my marriage will one day be fully restored and healed like yours. It is so hard, but thank you for sharing your story. Please keep me in your prayers. This next story is from a husband who said this: I just wanted to send a note saying how much I appreciate your book. I must admit, I have been in tears most of the time reading it. You see, my life has been an absolute and total mess for so many years, and I have been so filled with hurt, anger, and bitterness. I too felt that God could no longer love me. All I can say right now, Vianne, is thank you for your openness in writing this book. And maybe God still can use me too. Allow me to share another story I received from a young adult in her early 20s who approached me after I spoke. She said this: Vianne, because of your courage to talk about your weakness, I felt safe to come forward and tell you that I've been battling thoughts of suicide. Until today, I never had the courage to tell anyone. That same day, she had the courage to connect with a counselor for the first time and seek out help that she needed. Then there was this other time, as I was concluding a message, I literally felt God was wanting me to make a plea to the audience on behalf of someone, not knowing who, but I felt I was speaking for someone who was maybe too afraid to speak for themselves. And with tears rolling down my face, with no real warning to the audience, I passionately gave a voice to a silent plea for maybe someone in that room. I said, I'm struggling with pornography. Will you help me? And I pointed to the crowd as if to ask for help. I have an addiction. I'm afraid to tell anyone because I'm a Christian. Will you help me? Please help me. With tears rolling down my cheeks, I spoke out each plea of desperation and to individuals in the crowd as if I was begging them for help. I could feel the intensity of God's presence in that room. I knew He wanted me to meet people right there where they were. And I ask, what if there are people here now in this room struggling, but they are afraid to ask you for help? When I gave the invitation to receive Christ that night, 7 people responded. 6 of them were young teenagers. Another lady approached me and thanked me for being so real. She continued by saying, you see, I'm trying to be a Christian, but I'm addicted to drugs. You see, I used to sell my body for money. Now I'm afraid that I'll be alone for the rest of my life. I'm afraid that no one will love trash like me. I prayed, dear God, help me be a safe place. I wonder who around you, who around me needs a safe place. And Are you a safe place? Can we love people? Can we truly love people where they are without judgment? When I think about what it truly means for God to bless me or expand my territory, God continues to show me that the real blessings are to be a blessing. Yes, for me, the true blessing is that I have this amazing privilege, this amazing opportunity to ignite hearts with hope. Chapter 22, Rise and Shine. On January 1st, 2020, I woke up from a very vivid dream. In it, I was being taught to make bread from scratch. It looked something like when I was in Uganda and the ladies were showing me how to make bread. I remembered laughing because I said, my strategy is always quick and easy, with as few steps as possible. But here I was in my dream being taught to make bread from scratch and feeling pretty good about myself, actually. I had all the ingredients and the determination to try, so I was good to go. However, the next thing I knew, the bread was coming out of the oven, but it was flat. I was so confused. I said, but I had all the ingredients. What went wrong? Why didn't my bread rise? In my dream, there was an older gentleman watching. He came over and said, yes, Vienne, you had all the ingredients, but look, you forgot a very key ingredient. You forgot the yeast. My heart sank. Feeling quite embarrassed, actually, I yelled, oh no, how could I forget the yeast? I made sure I had everything I needed. How did I make this mistake? I was trying to rationalize my blunder by emphasizing how nervous I'd been about making bread from scratch. In the excitement of it all, I got sidetracked. But whatever the reason, nothing would change the fact I forgot the yeast. The dream continued as the older gentleman was then compelled to give me some spiritual insight. He said this, Vienne, just like yeast is the key ingredient to cause your bread to rise, prayer, he said, is the key ingredient that God uses to help you rise. He said, don't let anything distract you from focusing on the task at hand. Besides, he said, the way you used to do things before, even the former mindset you had, will not be enough when you're creating something from scratch. I understood that dream as God's way of reminding me to be diligent with all the things He has blessed me with. But more importantly, He was providing a word of caution by reminding me to stay focused and not get distracted. Those words about prayer as the priority ingredient lingered as a powerful reminder to keep it as a must-have ingredient today. What a vivid illustration that I can't rise or rise above what I am facing without Him. And He really is calling us all to rise and shine. This message certainly spoke volumes to me at the beginning of 2020. But later, as the unforeseen COVID-19 global events rolled out, this message was now screaming. More than ever, it is important to make prayer our priority. If we don't, we will fall flat and not rise as God intends. If you ask me about my journey of being a person with a disability, I will tell you that it's not always been easy. However, I am going farther emotionally, spiritually, physically than I ever thought possible. We've already celebrated together how courage to face my fears and keep pushing forward has led me to some of the most amazing experiences and into the fulfillment of my wildest dreams. As a result of keeping prayer as that key ingredient in my life, God has been increasingly using my story of hope and courage to create a large ripple effect. And that reach has resulted in being able to influence and impact people from all over the world. And with the global digital communication exploding, that has definitely facilitated increased influence. Back in 2014, I was invited by a friend to attend Western Canada Fashion Week here in Edmonton, Alberta. Ironically, it was the same girl who would tell me 3 years later about the Miss Wheelchair Canada pageant. To close out every show at Fashion Week event, the MC called upon the audience for volunteers to do their best runway walk. The reward was that they would win some free product. When I first heard that announcement, my heart started pounding. I really wanted to go, but thought, I can't do that. Can I? I mean, I'm in a wheelchair. I'll probably look funny up there. When no one else jumped up at the first call, I thought, maybe I would have a chance since no one else had volunteered. So when the second call was given, I quickly raised my hand and I said, I will. The MC looked at me, her eyes and mouth wide open in surprise, said, you can do that? I sure can, was my bold response. Without hesitation, 2 of my friends lifted me onto the runway and I just went for it. I was fully committed to the experience and held nothing back. I thought, if I've learned anything at all from Tyra Banks on America's Top Model, it was to smile from H to T. And for those who don't know what that means, it's smile from head to toe. So smiling with my whole body down the runway, I went, making eye contact with everyone. The cheering crowds along the way gave me such a boost of confidence. I even did a little twirl in the middle of the runway in my wheelchair. And if you want this video, you'll find it on my YouTube channel by searching for vahenking Western Canada Fashion Week. Then, reaching the end of the runway, I gave my best look at me, I'm beautiful pose. Seeing the crowd and the flashing cameras, I thought, wow, this is all for me? But you want to know the best part? While I was definitely shining on that raised platform, the brightest moment was what happened after my catwalk experience. When I got down off that runway, my friend who was with me, who was also recently paralyzed and also in a wheelchair, she said, Vian, last night when I was here, the MC made the same request to the audience, and she pointed to me. Not knowing I was in a chair, she said, what about you? Feeling so embarrassed, I hung my head in front of everyone and said, I can't. I'm in a wheelchair. So when you got up there tonight on that runway without a second thought, I said, wow, look at her go. I wish I had her confidence. And do you want to know another amazing dimension to this whole story? The same girl who said, I wish I had your confidence, is my beautiful friend, Bean Gill. She was the same girl I had the privilege of passing the crown to in 2018. 4 years after saying that she didn't have the confidence to rise and shine. What an incredible shared moment as Bean was crowned the second Miss Wheelchair Canada. But she is also now runs her own rehabilitation facility right here in Edmonton with her co-founder, Nancy Morrow. You see, Bean's determination for her overall health and fitness is something that God uses even today to challenge me and encourage me to be better and to keep trying. Even as I worked on the chapter that I'm talking about now, I saw her make a post and an amazing workout video. Oh, it was just remarkable. She was showing how she was doing squats without holding on to the bars. That video actually motivated me to get up and start exercising right then and there. Stop whatever I was doing and just got up. When you see that your courage has the power to inspire others to choose courage, then that becomes a whole new way to live. Now her courage is also inspiring me, and I'm actually now training at their gym. As a teenager, I would always repeat the phrase, keep God in the center of everything and everything will come together. That meant talking to God daily, ensuring that I keep Him in the center. That is the one key element that enables me to walk by faith when I can't see and to be obedient to God over the fear of man or my own insecurities. It's the ingredient that keeps me disciplined to keep going and not to fall flat on my face. I know there's no perfect recipe for how to handle all that life throws at you, but I have taken you back through my journey to show you that process. And I trust that it will help you find the strength to begin or continue in yours. Have you ever seen a turtle on a fence post? If you did, wouldn't your first response be, how did that turtle get up there? There's only one way it could have gotten there, right? With help. So when you see me elevated on any platform, whether it's a runway, a pageant stage, a school gymnasium, TV, or any media outlet, just know I didn't get there on my own. I have learned to surrender to the one who enables me to rise and shine. To know that it's God who has elevated me to be a blessing is the biggest blessing I could ever ask for. Allow me to remind you about those important instructions from my dream. First, it was, don't let anything distract you from focusing on the task at hand. Prayer is the priority. And while it's great to embrace the inspiration of others, the key ingredient for me to rise above or rise and shine truly is prayer. And when you can embrace the key ingredient of prayer in your life, get ready, because the flame from your elevated platform will indeed be contagious and have the power to ignite hope in the hearts of others around you. And my prayer is that you too will embrace the key ingredient of prayer in your life and experience what it means to rise and shine. Section 7, Reflect and Review. Chapter 23, this is your courage assessment. Congratulations for making it this far. You might be feeling any number of things right now, and I want you to know that I understand that this journey to freedom in any area of your life is difficult. Some of you might even be feeling things for the very first time and not know how to process what you are feeling or know where to begin. After hosting my Night of Courage event in November 2020, I had someone send me this message. After watching your Night of Courage, my spirit is wrestling. I am feeling the need to do something, but I don't know what to do or how to do it. I am also wrestling fear, excitement, and awe, praying that I can make sense of everything I am feeling so I can know what I need to do. Does that sound like you? I don't know a better way to say it than that. In reading this book, you've seen my journey and perhaps feeling overwhelmed and don't know where to begin. Maybe something has been ignited, but you either don't know what to do or are afraid to take that first step. This section is here to assist you in separating and reflecting on what you have just experienced. And I want to help you with that. So let's go section by section and reflect and review some areas that maybe you weren't able to address before. Let's acknowledge them now and keep going as you are ready. There is a well-known phrase that you may have heard which says, that which is measured improves. That which is measured and reported improves exponentially. When you write down your starting measurements, you can set your goals. Then, when you look back, you can see how far you've grown. Carl Pearson said this, change happens one step at a time and one choice at a time. So let's begin with recapping section 1, when we talked about courage is possible. And take some time to pause and reflect on each question, but don't rush through any question. But if you need to skip a question and come back, please do. But my first question is this. What area or areas are you struggling with that may be causing you not to know where to begin? And remember, God's grace is sufficient for you, for His power is made perfect in your weakness. Therefore, you can boast all the more gladly about your weaknesses. Why? So that Christ's power may rest on you. That's found in 2 Corinthians 12 and 9. As you think back to chapter 2, is there something that you would like God to do a Control Z on? James R. Sherman says, though no one can go back and make a brand new start, anyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. Are you living like a big iceberg, afraid of what people will think if they saw that massive mess that is underneath? Did you answer yes or no? If yes, would you write down what you're afraid to show about yourself and why? Max Lucado said this: there are no shortcuts to healing, no magic solutions. However, when God gets in the middle of life's mess, bad becomes good. Genesis 5:20 tells us that what was meant for bad, God will use for good. So my creative summary of what God was saying: let me recycle that pain. Let me create something beautiful. In order for God to recycle our pain, we need to give it to Him. And my question is this: is there any pain that you are hanging on to that you need to let go of today? The next question that I have for you is this. See, when you're trying to understand where all your pieces fit, this is indeed a steep learning curve, especially when you know that life will always be filled with pain or unwelcome circumstances. The question that I have for you is this: are there any pieces of your life that just don't seem to fit right now? If so, would you write them down? And then I challenge you to see God's perspective on your puzzle pieces and allow Him to give you the courage to learn from Him, the courage to lean on His strength, and empower you as you trust Him to create something beautiful with those pieces that you have. Section 2, preparing for a life of courage. In chapter 5, what score did you give yourself on the courage scale? I asked you to grade yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. How courageous are you? Are you able to give yourself a higher number after understanding what courage is? Can you explain why you changed your answer if you did? Don't forget that courage isn't about not being afraid. Rather, it's not letting fear control you, as Bruce Wilkinson so beautifully said. Would you say it with me? I am courageous. I'm going to stop and let's do that again. Would you say it with me? I am courageous. The more you say that and the louder your tone, the better. Moving on to the next question is this: if knowing is half the battle, how prepared are you for your life of freedom that you are wanting to live? And can you answer this? What would be a next step now that you know? What is the next thing that you know to do to keep moving now that you know what to do? If for some reason you still don't believe that courage and freedom are for you, I want to ask you, who's telling you these lies? And why are you believing them? What is one lie that you are believing about yourself that you can start rejecting today? Do you believe that God loves you and that you are forgiven? Do you believe that He has great plans for you and that you are worthy? This next question is plain and simple, but not so easy. What's stopping you from believing His truth about you? Take some time and reflect. You don't have to rush it, because God wants to see you go farther and give you more courage and hope than you ever dreamed possible. Section 3, courage to grow. When I get overwhelmed, I tend to shut down and get stuck. Can you relate? But when I start looking at each day individually and ask myself, how can I win today? It really helps me be productive, and my stress is greatly reduced. So I want to ask you this. What would it look like for you to win the day? What one thing can you do today to win today? Would it be planning and enjoying 3 meals for today? Would it be doing a load of laundry that you've put off? What can you do today that will help you win today? A note to remember. This is why change can be so difficult. Change is always emotional. You have to decide very intentionally every day who you are going to be every single day. My next question is this. Is there something in your past that was painful or unbearable, but now as you look back and reflect on it, you can see how you grew as a result of what you went through? I wonder. And by looking back at that, what can you take away from that experience that can help you in your current situation if you are facing a giant or unwelcome circumstance? How many of us all know we never stop growing, right? I would like to offer some little nuggets of truth to keep close that have helped me in my growing pains that I pray will help you as you continue to grow. First is Psalms 27:14. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. Yes, wait patiently for the Lord. The next one is Psalms 37:23-24. Says this. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. And John 15:5 says, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you abide in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Moving on to my next question, let me start with this. Psalms 34:8 says, taste and see that the Lord is good. When people are in your presence, do they leave with a good feeling, or do they taste the bitterness of unforgiveness or judgment that you might be carrying in your heart? Take a moment to think about that. Then answer this. What does your fruit taste like? 0 to 2 is no one wants to eat my fruit. 3 to 5, I have this seed, but the soil of my heart still needs to be softened. 6 to 7 could be bitter to the taste, but I'm still growing. 8 to 10, my fruit is ripe and tastes sweet. Moving into section 4, the cost of courage. My editor and dear friend Peggy Kennedy, in her newsletter, Hear the Sound, said this. For all of us who know the amazing yet demanding privilege of partnering with our God, the stakes are high. Let's allow His Spirit to sharpen our capacity to receive and respond to revelation. He is fine-tuning us all to receive what the Spirit is revealing. When we hear His voice calling us to come higher, will we obey? It will be said of us that we have done what He desires when we embrace His ways above our own. In your quest for courage and freedom and going higher, is there anything you need to let go of today? But more importantly, what are you seeking that might be holding you back? And as you sit on that, let me share this powerful scripture in Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added on to you. Matthew 5:6 says, Blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they will be satisfied. Guys, when you hunger for God, you will run to Him and you will never be left empty. You see, where you run to for comfort will determine how much more you still need to sacrifice for your courage. What is your muster point? Where do you run to when you are afraid? But more importantly, is it helping? Are you still with me? Remember, follow along at your own pace. Pause and take a break when you need it, okay? Do you feel off balance or possibly out of step in some area? I'm going to ask you, when you're walking with someone and you try to keep in step with them, what are some very practical things you would need to do? I know it sounds silly, but just list them. Anything that you can think of when you're trying to keep in step with someone. Could you list them here? How many did you list? And can you tell me, how do you think these things can help you try to keep in step with God? I hope my paraphrase of Proverbs 3 and 5 will provide additional clarity. You see, when you trust in the Lord with all your heart and not on your own understanding, you acknowledge Him in all your ways, He will direct your path. I like scales, and I have another one for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you willing to surrender for your freedom? Section 5 recap, when we talked about a courageous perspective, I want to ask you this. Are you stuck behind a situation or an emotional response that blocks you from moving forward? If so, what do you have to lose, or what would you gain by deciding to find another way? Let me also add, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of sound mind. That's found in 2 Timothy 1 and 7. Next question is this. Do you see how saying, I can't, stops you from even beginning? Joshua 1 and 9 tells us, be strong and courageous. Psalms 139:14 tells us that we are fearfully and wonderfully made and that we are loved. Nothing is more powerful than having the God of all the universe tell you that you are loved and wonderfully created. Why do we find it so hard to believe God when He wants to do extraordinary things for you and through you? It's okay. I found that question hard too. In chapter 17, I covered 3 areas: your view of yourself, your view of your circumstances, and your view of God. I would like for you to look back at the lies versus the truth chart in chapter 17 and ask yourself this. Is there any area in which you need a reboot? If so, what do you think is your biggest obstacle blocking your reboot? For additional reflection and review, I would suggest going back and reading about Elisha's experience with his servant. That's found in 2 Kings 6:8-23. When I read, for I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. They are plans for good and not for disaster, to give you a future and a hope. That's in Jeremiah 29:11. How would your life be different if your new normal would be to adapt to the mindset that God has good plans for you and that He wants to prosper you? I want you to take some time to write down the answer to these questions. Section 6, living a life of contagious courage. Do you remember in chapter 19, I talked about Gideon? In what ways do you relate to Gideon? What weaknesses do you have that you've been trying to hide? First of all, if there is anything that you're hiding, why do you believe you want to hide it? And from who? Before we move on, insert your name in the blank lines here, okay? And I will do the same. Vienne, the Lord is with you, O valiant warrior. Continue with me by saying this. From a state of fear, weakness, and insecurity, Vienne emerges as a hero filled with God's presence and His passion for deliverance. Did you say it? And did you put your name in there? Again, for additional reflection and review, I would suggest going back and reading the whole story of Gideon found in Judges 6 and 7. Remember that short but courageous prayer by a man named Jabez in 1 Chronicles 4 and 10? Let me say it again. Oh, that you would bless me, expand my territory, be with me in all I do, and keep me safe. Do you know what? God granted him his request. Whether you've never prayed or you've been praying for decades, I want to ask you, what would your life look like if all your prayers were answered? What would you consider a true blessing? I want you to take time to write down the top 5 blessings in your life right now. And what can you do today to be a blessing to someone else? I want to ask you this. How does what we go through help us grow and develop a passion to ignite hope in others? Let me ask you that again. How does what we go through help us grow, but also how does it help us ignite hope in others? My story of contagious courage and the ability to rise and shine illustrates that much sacrifice and discipline is required. However, I'm sure you know that that alone isn't enough. Are there distractions that are keeping you from making prayer a priority in your life? Can you acknowledge them? Another important question as you acknowledge any distractions is this. What are you willing to change so you don't leave out that key ingredient of prayer? I pray that you grasp the truth that you too can experience what it means to rise and shine. Wow, we have covered a lot of ground, and you might be feeling overwhelmed. However, I hope that you can see how to use this assessment to monitor and track your ongoing progress. You will be able to pinpoint then any areas that you may need to work on when you don't know where to begin. But also, I trust that you'll be able to see areas of growth that will empower you to have the courage to keep moving forward. Remember, keep moving through the different areas that at your own pace, and you will grow stronger, I promise you, and you will see a clear path forward. My relationship with my Heavenly Father has become and continues to be essential for me with each step I take. However, I have to also include another step that have been a part of my experience as I have grown and continue to grow in courage and freedom. Maybe your first step is to see a counselor or a doctor. Maybe it's having a long overdue with a conversation with a friend or family member. It might even be having a long overdue conversation with God. As you acknowledge your disapproval of the way He's handled your situation. It might even be that you finally forgive yourself so that you can let the chain of shame or guilt break off of you. Even the slightest step forward in His direction will be meaningful. I promise you. Maybe you're unsure about trusting God to be the focal point or the centerpiece of your life. My advice would be to consider it like a first date or something. Yeah, I said it. Go into it with an open mind. Ask your questions, but then be willing to listen. No pressure or obligation. He's a gentleman, and He will lovingly wait for you until you're ready. But either way, I want to help you figure out where to begin or encourage you to keep going forward if you get stuck or overwhelmed. But whatever that first step is, you can find the courage to take it. Chapter 24, The Battle for Endurance. As you reflect on all the things we have just experienced on our journey here together, I want to leave you with some final thoughts about what I have learned that helped me maintain my courage and freedom now more than ever. And I hope it helps you in yours. At the beginning of 2020, I chose 2 words that were going to be my words to declare or embrace for the year. They were discipline and endurance. These two words have really made an impact in my life as I had to adapt to the COVID-19 pandemic. After a few weeks into this new normal, I remember getting really excited about creating some positive content for online viewers. On one particular day, I showed a 20-minute video that had taken me 3 days to prepare, record, and edit. When only 3 people showed up to watch, my first reaction was, of course, disappointment. For a moment, I even wondered, what's the point? Why am I wasting my time? And before I even made it back upstairs from my little studio, God spoke these words into my heart. I would have gone to the cross for one. And with that, I was reminded about the mentality I began my ministry with. You see, I have always believed if what I do touches just one person, it's worth it. Before this pandemic, the amount of people who responded to my content had never mattered. Why now, after 4 years of speaking, blogging, and posting, am I being affected this way? Why? And I realized the reason. I had started making decisions about my online presence based on what I thought was best, or some of my self-imposed comparison pressure that I was feeling, rather than on what God had in mind or even assigned for me to do. God said, Vian, keep leading with your heart and don't get in your head. Resist striving in your own strength according to your preconceived ideas. He continued by saying this. Doesn't matter what you post as long as you're sharing from your heart. If in a year from now you are still in this pandemic being forced into isolation, people will need to see the joy you have more than any well put together performance. So if anything attacks your endurance in this season, let it go. Your joy will be the best thing you can offer people who are losing hope. You see, having the discipline to stay close and show that the joy of the Lord is your strength will be the message that will never lose its effect. That word spoken into my heart that day rings louder now as I read this than even on the day it was first given. I realize now, although the things that I do out of obedience to Him may take a lot of work and discipline, but the moment something affects my endurance or makes me want to quit, it's time to stop and discern where that's coming from. If the overload is because of self-imposed comparison or something I've taken on that the Lord had not assigned, that is when letting it go becomes my obedient response to Him. I knew God was teaching me to have endurance in a way I had not yet understood. You see, it's not always easy to discern if something is a hindrance to your endurance or a struggle presented to strengthen or prepare you for an assignment. Because if I'm honest, my default to struggle was always that if it's too hard or uncomfortable, just let it go. And that's not healthy. If you're always running from a struggle, you can't grow. For example, remember that Hope Conference that I tried desperately to let go of? Having the discipline to press through helped me build endurance. This opposition was definitely an opportunity for growth. The real takeaway was that God was increasing my capacity. When people want to know how I have learned to discern which response is a hindrance to my endurance or a struggle presented to strengthen or prepare me for an assignment, I tell them that I begin my day with God. And during the day, if there's anything that threatens my endurance or attempts me to quit, I immediately go back to Him to direct me. Even that has been a hard skill to learn, let me tell you, it's not easy. There is a new cycle that I have adapted to that has helped me to sustain my endurance, and I want to share that with you. And it's this: fight, retreat, rest, refresh, and repeat. Want me to say it again? Fight, retreat, rest, refresh, and repeat. I am more aware now more than ever that I need to be disciplined to cycle through these stages and go through them more rapidly than I ever had before. Staying in one stage, however, too long will provide harmful to maintaining my endurance of peace, my endurance of patience, my endurance of joy. Knowing when to sit and rest or say no is just as important as knowing when to run and fight the battles that are raging all around us. If you get tired physically or restless in your spirit and you are tempted to give up, stop, retreat, rest, refresh, and repeat. Understanding that this is a journey of endurance, not a sprint, has proven most beneficial in my life. Protecting my endurance in all the areas of my life continues to be so important. While learning to build my endurance by going back to God with everything I was feeling, a very real lie of the enemy was exposed. You see, the enemy tried to make me feel that God was bothered by all the times I was needing him. That might sound silly, but the lie would try to consume my attention, especially in the middle of the day when I felt the need to just go and throw myself on my bed and cry out to him in prayer, asking God to just hold me. With no words other than, God, I'm hurting. Please hold me. Just that simple act of going to him about the little things was even more important than running to him for the big things. But do you know what the enemy would keep saying to me? There you go, running to God again. I can't explain it any other way than to say that he was trying everything he could to keep me away from God. But when I started to really see that the strength and courage I would gain from being in God's presence, fear had no more control over me. That accusing and belittling voice was silenced. I remember my breakthrough day very well. That was the day that God helped me reject the lie that I was bothering him. He spoke into my heart these words. He said, "How many times do you call your mom?" Some days I would lose count of the many calls we made back and forth to each other, day or night, anytime. My mom would always pick up the phone. God helped me see that I could come to him just as often and as much as I needed him. He's always there too. And even if you don't need anything, he said, I want you to come and just sit with me. You know, as a result, he is now my dear friend. How are you with handling the struggles of life? Are you overwhelmed or losing your endurance to keep going? I would like to challenge you to try my approach. My life is the evidence that it works, but more importantly, a relationship with God works. I can't help but think of this endorsement by Jeremiah Rival regarding contagious courage.
Contagious courage is going to be a great tool and an inspiration for many because of Vian's never give up, never back down attitudes. She takes away the millions of excuses that we all have for not doing X, Y, or Z. And each person that reads Contagious Courage will come face to face with the challenge for them to take their very next step. Imagine if millions of people around the world had that kind of contagious courage. And that's what I see as a result of Vian's book, Contagious Courage.
When I was at youth camp back in the day, they taught us this phrase about the impact of influencing one person. It went a little like this with my simple spin at the end. If everyone won one, and everyone who won one would win one, everyone would have contagious courage. Did you catch that? It's a tongue twister, I know, and kind of silly, but I think you get my point. My last and final thought as I leave you is this. I pray that as you reflect on my life's journey, you'll note many lessons learned that are similar to yours. But even more than that, I pray that you see how your courage can become contagious. And one day, maybe even today, as you share your lived through experiences with others you meet, that your life and your words will make it in someone else's survival guide. And that you will begin to not only see, but truly experience contagious courage. I hope you have enjoyed our time together as much as I have. But before we end our time together, I want to ask you two things. Would you please stay connected with me and share your thoughts with me? If you could stay connected with me, I would like to invite you to be a part of my journey as I spread the message of hope and courage to the world. And there are several ways to do this. You can visit goingfarther.org. You can invite me to speak or host a conference or webinar. You can subscribe to my blog to receive the latest news, praise reports, speaking dates, new publications, and more. Or simply, for more inspiration and hope, you can follow me on all my social media platforms. I have Facebook page, Going Farther, and my vahenking page, and my Contagious Courage Living in Freedom group that I'd love to see you join. I'm on Instagram at vahenking. I'm on YouTube under vahenking Contagious Courage, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And that's vahenking at Going Farther. And finally, would you consider sharing your thoughts with me? See, in the beginning of this book, I encourage you to journal your thoughts. Have you been doing that? If you have done that and would like to share any haha moments or maybe how contagious courage has impacted your life, would you send me a short 3-minute video or maybe a paragraph or two to share your experience with me and send it to info@goingfarther.org. I would love to hear from you and what you have experienced. Your story could be featured in my monthly blog, Contagious Courage interview, or on my social media as a testimony of how contagious courage is changing lives. Also, and lastly, if you have enjoyed Contagious Courage, I would love to encourage you to take a moment to review it on Amazon or Goodreads. Every positive review helps further the message of contagious courage to reach into other people's lives. Thank you, and remember, your courage is contagious.